The story of burnt Njal, the great Icelandic Tribune, Jurist, and Counsellor ***** text produced, edited, and prepared by Douglas B. Killings, Detroit at AOL.com, July 1995. Document scanning provided by David Reed and John Servilio. The story of burnt Njal, Njal's saga, originally written in Icelandic, sometime in the 13th century AD, author unknown. This electronic edition was produced, edited, and prepared by Douglas B. Killings, Detroit at AOL.com, July 1995. Document scanning provided by David Reed and John Servilio. The story of burnt Njal 1. Of Fiddle Maud. There was a man named Maud whose surname was Fiddle. He was the son of Sigvart the Red, and he dwelt at the vale in the Rangriðavals. He was a mighty chief, and a great taker up of suits, and so great a lawyer that no judgments were thought lawful unless he had a hand in them. He had an only daughter, named Unna. She was a fair, courteous, and gifted woman, and that was thought the best match in all the Rangriðavals. Now the story turns westward to the broad Firth Dales, where, at Horskuldstead, in Lax Riverdale, dwelt a man named Horsskuld, who was Darlakol's son, and his mother's name was Thorgerdar. 1. He had a brother named Rut, who dwelt at Rutstead. He was of the same mother as Horsskuld, but his father's name was Heriulf. Rut was handsome, tall and strong, well skilled in arms, and mild of temper. He was one of the wisest of men, stern towards his foes, but a good counsellor on great matters. It happened once that Horsskuld bade his friends to a feast, and his brother Rut was there, and sat next him. Horsskuld had a daughter named Holgerdar, who was playing on the floor with some other girls. She was fair of face and tall of growth, and her hair was as soft as silk. It was so long, too, that it came down to her waist. Horsskuld called out to her, "Come hither to me, daughter." So she went up to him, and he took her by the chin, and kissed her, and after that she went away. Then Horsskuld said to Rut, "What dost thou think of this maiden? Is she not fair?" Rut held his peace. Horsskuld said the same thing to him a second time, and then Rut answered, "Fair enough is this maid, and many will smart for it, but this I know not, whence thieves' eyes have come into our race." Then Horsskuld was wroth, and for a time the brothers saw little of each other. Endnotes. 1. Thorgerdar was daughter of Thorstein the Red, who was Olaf the White's son, Ingiard's son, Helgi's son. Ingiard's mother was Thora, daughter of Sigurd Snake-Eye the Eye, who was Ragnar Heribrick's son. And the deeply wealthy was Thorstein the Red's mother. She was daughter of Ketil Flatnose, who was Bjornbound's son, Grim's son, Lord of Sogn in Norway. 2. Rut woos Unna. It happened once that those brothers, Horsskuld and Rut, rode to the Althing, and there was much people at it. Then Horsskuld said to Rut, "One thing I wish, brother, and that is, that thou wouldst better thy lot and woo thyself a wife." Rut answered, "That has been long on my mind, though there always seemed to be two sides to the matter, but now I will do as thou wishest. Whither shall we turn our eyes?" Horsgold answered, Here now are many chiefs at the thing, and there is plenty of choice, but I have already set my eyes on a spot where a match lies made to thy hand. The woman's name is Unna, and she is a daughter of Fiddlemord, one of the wisest of men. He is here at the thing and his daughter too, and thou mayest see her if it pleases thee. Now the next day, when men were going to the high court, they saw some well-dressed women standing outside the booths of the men from the Rangrivervilles. Then Horsgold said to Rut, Yonder now is Unna, of whom I spoke, what thinkest thou of her? Well, answered Rut, but yet I do not know whether we should get on well together. After that they went to the high court, where Fiddlemord was laying down the law as was his wont, and after he had done he went home to his booth. Then Horsgold and Rut rose, and went to Maud's booth. They went in and found Maud sitting in the innermost part of the booth, and they bade him good day. He rose to meet them, and took Horsgold by the hand and made him sit down by his side, and Rut sat next to Horsgold. So after they had talked much of this and that, at last Horsgold said, I have a bargain to speak to thee about. Rut wishes to become thy son-in-law, and buy thy daughter, and I, for my part, will not be sparing in the matter. Maud answered, I know that thou art a great chief, but thy brother is unknown to me. He is a better man than I, answered Horsgold. Thou wilt need to lay down a large sum with him, for she is heir to all I leave behind me, said Maud. There is no need, said Horsgold, to wait long before thou hearest what I give my word he shall have. He shall have Camnis and Rutstead, up as far as Thrandagill, and a trading ship beside, now on her voyage. Then said Rut to Maud, Bear in mind, now, husband, that my brother has praised me much more than I deserve for love's sake, but if after what thou hast heard, thou wilt make the match, I am willing to let thee lay down the terms thyself. Maud answered, I have thought over the terms. She shall have 60 hundreds down, and this sum shall be increased by a third more in thine house. But if ye two have heirs, ye shall go halves in the goods. Then said Rut, I agree to these terms, and now let us take witness. After that they stood up and shook hands, and Maud betrothed his daughter Unna to Rut, and the bridal feast was to be at Maud's house, half a month after midsummer. Now both sides ride home from the thing, and Horsgold and Rut ride westward by Holbjorn's beacon. Then Theostulf, the son of Bjorn Gulbera of Rake Riverdale, rode to meet them, and told them how a ship had come out from Norway to the White River, and how aboard of her was Orza Rut's father's brother, and he wished Rut to come to him as soon as ever he could. When Rut heard this, he asked Horsgold to go with him to the ship, so Horsgold went with his brother, and when they reached the ship, Rut gave his kinsman Orza a kind and hearty welcome. Orza asked them into his booth to drink, so their horses were unsaddled, and they went in and drank, and while they were drinking, Rut said to Orza, Now, kinsman, thou must ride west with me, and stay with me this winter. That cannot be, kinsman, for I have to tell thee the death of thy brother Eyvind, and he has left thee his heir at the Gila thing, and now thy foes will seize thy heritage, unless thou comest to claim it. What's to be done now, brother? said Rut to Horsegould, for this seems a hard matter, coming just as I have fixed my bridal day. Thou must ride south, said Horsegould, and see Maud, and ask him to change the bargain which ye two have made, and to let his daughter sit for thee 3 winters as thy betrothed, but I will ride home and bring down thy wares to the ship. Then said Rut, my wish is that thou shouldest take meal and timber, and whatever else thou needest out of the lading. So Rut had his horses brought out, and he rode south, while Horsegould rode home west. Rut came east to the Rangrivervilles to Maud, and had a good welcome, and he told Maud all his business, and asked his advice what he should do. How much money is this heritage? asked Maud, and Rut said it would come to 100 marks, if he got it all. Well, said Maud, that is much when set against what I shall leave behind me, and thou shalt go for it, if thou wilt. After that they broke their bargain, and Unna was to sit waiting for Rut 3 years as his betrothed. Now Rut rides back to the ship, and stays by her during the summer, till she was ready to sail, and Horsegould brought down all Rut's wares and money to the ship, and Rut placed all his other property in Horsegould's hands to keep for him while he was away. Then Horsegould rode home to his house, and a little while after they got a fair wind and sail away to sea. They were out 3 weeks, and the first land they made was Herne, near Bergen, and so sail eastward to the bay. 3 Rut and Gunhilda, King's mother at that time. Harald Greyfell reigned in Norway. He was the son of Eric Bloodaxe, who was the son of Harald Fairhair. His mother's name was Gunhilda, a daughter of Orsa Toti, and they had their abode east, at the King's Crag. Now the news was spread, how a ship had come thither east into the bay, and as soon as Gunhilda heard of it, she asked what men from Iceland were abroad, and they told her Rut was the man's name, Orsa's brother's son. Then Gunhilda said, I see plainly that he means to claim his heritage, but there is a man named Soti, who has laid his hands on it. After that she called her waiting man, whose name was Augmund, and said, I am going to send thee to the bay to find out Orsa and Rut, and tell them that I ask them both to spend this winter with me. Say, too, that I will be their friend, and if Rut will carry out my counsel, I will see after his suit, and anything else he takes in hand, and I will speak a good word, too, for him to the king. After that he set off and found them, and as soon as they knew that he was Gunhilda's servant, they gave him good welcome. He took them aside and told them his errand, and after that they talked over their plans by themselves. Then Orsa said to Rut, Methinks, kinsman, here is little need for long talk, our plans are ready made for us, for I know Gunhilda's temper. As soon as ever we say we will not go to her, she will drive us out of the land, and take all our goods by force, but if we go to her, then she will do us such honor as she has promised. Augmund went home, and when he saw Gunhilda, he told her how his errand had ended, and that they would come, and Gunhilda said, It is only what was to be looked for Rut is said to be a wise and well-bred man, and now do thou keep a sharp lookout, and tell me as soon as ever they come to the town. Rut and Orsa went east to the King's Crag, and when they reached the town, their kinsmen and friends went out to meet and welcome them. They asked whether the king were in the town, and they told them he was. After that they met Orgmund, and he brought them a greeting from Gunhilda, saying that she could not ask them to her house before they had seen the king, lest men should say, I make too much of them. Still she would do all she could for them, and she went on, tell Rut to be outspoken before the king, and to ask to be made one of his bodyguard, and here said Orgmund, is a dress of honor which she sends to thee, Rut, and in it thou must go in before the king. After that he went away. The next day Rut said, let us go before the king. That may well be, answered Orza. So they went, 12 of them together, and all of them friends or kinsmen, and came into the hall where the king sat over his drink. Rut went first and bade the king good day, and the king, looking steadfastly at the man who was well dressed, asked him his name. So he told his name. Art thou an Icelander? Said the king. He answered, yes. What drove thee hither to seek us? Then Rut answered, to see your state, lord, and, besides, because I have a great matter of inheritance here in the land, and I shall have need of your help if I am to get my rights. The king said, I have given my word that every man shall have lawful justice here in Norway, but hast thou any other errand in seeking me? Lord, said Rut, I wish you to let me live in your court, and become one of your men. At this the king holds his peace, but Gunhilda said, it seems to me as if this man offered you the greatest honor, for methinks if there were many such men in the bodyguard, it would be well filled. Is he a wise man? Asked the king. He is both wise and willing, said she. Well, said the king, methinks my mother wishes that thou shouldst have the rank for which thou askest, but for the sake of our honor and the custom of the land, come to me in half a month's time, and then thou shalt be made one of my bodyguard. Meantime, my mother will take care of thee, but then come to me. Then Gunhilda said to Orgmund, follow them to my house, and treat them well. So Orgmund went out, and they went with him, and he brought them to a hall built of stone, which was hung with the most beautiful tapestry, and there too was Gunhilda's high seat. Then Orgmund said to Rut, now will be proved the truth of all that I said to thee from Gunhilda. Here is her high seat, and in it thou shalt sit, and this seat thou shalt hold, though she comes herself into the hall. After that he made them good cheer, and they had sat down but a little while when Gunhilda came in. Rut wished to jump up and greet her. Keep thy seat, she says, and keep it too all the time thou art my guest. Then she sat herself down by Rut, and they fell to drink, and at even she said, thou shalt be in the upper chamber with me tonight, and we two together. You shall have your way, he answers. After that they went to sleep, and she locked the door inside. So they slept that night, and in the morning fell to drinking again. Thus they spent their life all that half-month, and Gunhilda said to the men who were there, ye shall lose nothing except your lives if you say to anyone a word of how Rut and I are going on. When the half-month was over, Rut gave her 100 ells of household woolen and 12 rough cloaks, and Gunhilda thanked him for his gifts. Then Rut thanked her and gave her a kiss and went away. She bade him farewell. And next day he went before the king with 30 men after him and bade the king good day. The king said, Now, Rut, thou wilt wish me to carry out towards thee what I promised. So Rut was made one of the king's bodyguard, and he asked, Where shall I sit? My mother shall settle that, said the king. Then she got him a seat in the highest room, and he spent the winter with the king in much honor. 4 of Rut's crews, when the spring came, he asked about Soti, and found out he had gone south to Denmark with the inheritance. Then Rut went to Gunhilda and tells her what Soti had been about. Gunhilda said, I will give thee 2 long ships, full manned, and along with them the bravest man, Wulf the Unwashed, our overseer of guests. But still go and see the king before thou settest off. Rut did so, and when he came before the king, then he told the king of Soti's doings, and how he had a mind to hold on after him. The king said, What strength has my mother handed over to thee? 2 long ships and Wulf the Unwashed to lead the men, says Rut. Well given, says the king. Now I will give thee other 2 ships, and even then thou lt need all the strength thou st got. After that he went down with Rut to the ship, and said, Fare thee well. Then Rut sailed away south with his crews. 5 Atli Onvid's sons slaying. There was a man named Atli, son of Onvid, Earl of East Gothland. He had kept back the taxes from Hakon Athelstane's foster child, and both father and son had fled away from Jämtland to Gothland. After that, Atli held on with his followers out of the Malar by Stock Sound, and so on towards Denmark, and now he lies out in Ore Sound. 1. He is an outlaw both of the Dane king and of the Swede king. Rut held on south to the Sound, and when he came into it he saw a many ships in the Sound. Then Wulf said, What's best to be done now, Icelander? Hold on our course, said Rut, for nothing venture, nothing have. My ship and oars shall go first, but thou shalt lay thy ship where thou likest. Seldom have I had others as a shield before me, says Wulf, and lays his galley side by side with Rut's ship, and so they hold on through the Sound. Now those who are in the Sound see that ships are coming up to them, and they tell Atli. He answered, Then maybe there'll be gain to be got. After that men took their stand on board each ship, but my ship, says Atli, shall be in the midst of the fleet. Meantime Rut's ships ran on, and as soon as either side could hear the other's hail, Atli stood up and said, Ye fare unwarily. Saw ye not that warships were in the Sound? But what's the name of your chief? Rut tells his name. Whose man art thou, says Atli? One of King Harald Greyfill's bodyguard. Atli said, 'Tis long since any love was lost between us, father and son, and your Norway kings. Worse luck for thee, says Rut. Well, says Atli, the upshot of our meeting will be, that thou shalt not be left alive to tell the tale, and with that he caught up a spear and hurled it at Rut's ship, and the man who stood before it got his death. After that the battle began, and they were slow in boarding Rut's ship. Wulf, he went well forward, and with him it was now cut, now thrust. Atli's bowman's name was Isolf, he sprung up on Rut's ship, and was 4 men's death before Rut was aware of him. Then he turned against him, and when they met, Asolf thrust at and through Rut's shield, but Rut cut once at Asolf, and that was his death blow. Wulf the unwashed saw that stroke, and called out, "Truth to say, Rut, thou dealest big blows, but thou est much to thank Gunhilda for." "Something tells me," says Rut, "that thou speakest with a fey mouth." Now Atli sees a bare place for a weapon on Wulf, and shot a spear through him, and now the battle grows hot. Atli leaps up on Rut's ship, and clears it fast round about, and now Orza turns to meet him, and thrust at him, but fell down full length on his back, for another man thrust at him. Now Rut turns to meet Atli, he cut at once at Rut's shield, and clove it all in two, from top to point. Just then Atli got a blow on his hand from a stone, and down fell his sword. Rut caught up the sword, and cut his foot from under him. After that he dealt him his death blow. There they took much goods, and brought away with them 2 ships which were best, and stayed there only a little while. But meantime Soti and his crew had sailed past them, and he held on his course back to Norway, and made the land at Limgard's side. There Soti went on shore, and there he met Orgmund, Gunhilda's page. He knew him at once, and asks, "How long meanest thou to be here?" 3 nights, says Soti. "Whither away, then?" says Orgmund. "West, to England," says Soti, "and never to come back again to Norway while Gunhilda's rule is in Norway." Orgmund went away, and goes and finds Gunhilda, for she was a little way off, at a feast, and Gudrid, her son, with her. Orgmund told Gunhilda what Soti meant to do, and she begged Gudrid to take his life. So Gudrid set off at once, and came unawares on Soti, and made them lead him up the country, and hang him there. But the goods he took, and brought them to his mother, and she got men to carry them all down to the king's crag, and after that she went thither herself. Rut came back towards autumn, and had gotten great store of goods. He went at once to the king, and had a hearty welcome. He begged them to take whatever they pleased of his goods, and the king took a third. Gunhilda told Rut how she had got hold of the inheritance, and had Soti slain. He thanked her, and gave her half of all he had. Endnots, 1, or Sound, the gut between Denmark and Sweden, at the entrance of the Baltic, commonly called in English, the Sound. 6 Rut sails out to Iceland. Rut stayed with the king that winter in good cheer, but when spring came he grew very silent. Gunhilda finds that out, and said to him when they 2 were alone together, "Art thou sick at heart?" "So it is," said Rut, "as the saying runs, ill goes it with those who are born on a barren land." "Wilt thou to Iceland?" she asks. "Yes," he answered. "Hast thou a wife out there?" she asked, and he answers, "No." "But I am sure that is true," she says, and so they ceased talking about the matter. Shortly after Rut went before the king and bade him good day, and the king said, "What dost thou want now, Rut?" "I am come to ask, Lord, that you give me leave to go to Iceland." "Will thine honor be greater there than here?" asks the king. No, it will not, said Rut, but every one must win the work that is set before him. It is pulling a rope against a strong man, said Gunhilda, so give him leave to go as best suits him. There was a bad harvest that year in the land, yet Gunhilda gave Rut as much meal as he chose to have, and now he busks him to sail out to Iceland, and Orsa with him, and when they were all bound Rut went to find the king and Gunhilda. She led him aside to talk alone, and said to him, Here is a gold ring which I will give thee, and with that she clasped it round his wrist. Many good gifts have I had from thee, said Rut. Then she put her hands round his neck and kissed him, and said, If I have as much power over thee as I think, I lay this spell on thee that thou mayst never have any pleasure in living with that woman on whom thy heart is set in Iceland, but with other women thou mayst get on well enough, and now it is like to go well with neither of us, but thou hast not believed what I have been saying. Rut laughed when he heard that, and went away. After that he came before the king and thanked him, and the king spoke kindly to him, and bade him farewell. Rut went straight to his ship, and they had a fair wind all the way until they ran into Borgarfirth. As soon as the ship was made fast to the land, Rut rowed west home, but Orsa stayed by the ship to unload her and lay her up. Rut rode straight to Horskildstead, and Horskuld gave him a hearty welcome, and Rut told him all about his travels. After that they sent men east across the rivers to tell Fiddle Maud to make ready for the bridal feast, but the two brothers rode to the ship, and on the way Horskuld told Rut how his money matters stood, and his goods had gained much since he was away. Then Rut said, The reward is less worth than it ought to be, but I will give thee as much meal as thou needst for thy household next winter. Then they drew the ship on land on rollers, and made her snug in her shed, but all the wares on board her they carried away into the dales westward. Rut stayed at home at Rutstead till winter was 6 weeks off, and then the brothers made ready and Orsa with them, to ride to Rut's wedding. 60 men ride with them, and they rode east till they came to Rangriva Plains. There they found a crowd of guests, and the men took their seats on benches down the length of the hall, but the women were seated on the cross benches on the dais, and the bride was rather downcast. So they drank out the feast and it went off well. Maud pays down his daughter's portion, and she rides west with her husband and his train. So they ride till they reach home. Rut gave over everything into her hands inside the house, and all were pleased at that, but for all that she and Rut did not pull well together as man and wife. And so things went on till spring, and when spring came Rut had a journey to make to the Westfirths, to get in the money for which he had sold his wares, but before he set off his wife says to him, Dost thou mean to be back before men ride to the thing? Why dost thou ask, said Rut. I will ride to the thing, she said, to meet my father. So it shall be, said he, and I will ride to the thing along with thee. Well and good, she says. After that Rut rode from home west to the firths, got in all his money, and laid it out anew, and rode home again. When he came home he busked him to ride to the thing, and made all his neighbours ride with him. His brother Horskuld rode among the rest. Then Rut said to his wife, if thou hast as much mind now to go to the thing as thou saidst a while ago, busk thyself and ride along with me. She was not slow in getting herself ready, and then they all rode to the thing. Anna went to her father's booth, and he gave her a hearty welcome, but she seemed somewhat heavy-hearted, and when he saw that he said to her, I have seen thee with a merrier face. Hast thou anything on thy mind? She began to weep, and answered nothing. Then he said to her again, Why didst thou ride to the thing, if thou wilt not tell me thy secret? Dost thou dislike living away there in the West? Then she answered him, I would give all I own in the world that I had never gone thither. Well, said Maud, I'll soon get to the bottom of this. Then he sends men to fetch Horsegould and Rut, and they came straightway, and when they came in to see Maud, he rose up to meet them and gave them a hearty welcome, and asked them to sit down. Then they talked a long time in a friendly way, and at last Maud said to Horsegould, Why does my daughter think so ill of life in the West yonder? Let her speak out, said Rut, if she has anything to lay to my charge. But she brought no charge against him. Then Rut made them ask his neighbors and household how he treated her, and all bore him good witness, saying that she did just as she pleased in the house. Then Maud said, Home thou shalt go, and be content with thy lot, for all the witness goes better for him than for thee. After that Rut rode home from the thing, and his wife with him, and all went smoothly between them that summer, but when spring came it was the old story over again, and things grew worse and worse as the spring went on. Rut had again a journey to make west to the Firths, and gave out that he would not ride to the Althing, but Anna his wife said little about it. So Rut went away west to the Firths. 7 Anna separates from Rut. Now the time for the thing was coming on. Anna spoke to Sigmund, Orza's son, and asked if he would ride to the thing with her. He said he could not ride if his kinsman Rut set his face against it. Well, says she, I spoke to thee because I have better right to ask this from thee than from any one else. He answered, I will make a bargain with thee. Thou must promise to ride back west with me, and to have no underhand dealings against Rut or myself. So she promised that, and then they rode to the thing. Her father Maud was at the thing, and was very glad to see her, and asked her to stay in his booth while the thing lasted, and she did so. Now said Maud, what hast thou to tell me of thy mate, Rut? Then she sung him a song, in which she praised Rut's liberality, but said he was not master of himself. She herself was ashamed to speak out. Maud was silent a short time, and then said, Thou hast now that on thy mind I see, daughter, which thou dost not wish that any one should know save myself, and thou wilt trust to me rather than any one else to help thee out of thy trouble. Then they went aside to talk, to a place where none could overhear what they said, and then Maud said to his daughter, Now, tell me all that is between you two, and don't make more of the matter than it is worth. So it shall be, she answered, and sang 2 songs, in which she revealed the cause of their misunderstanding, and when Maud pressed her to speak out, she told him how she and Rut could not live together, because he was spellbound, and that she wished to leave him. "Thou didst right to tell me all this," said Maud, "and now I will give thee a piece of advice, which will stand thee in good stead, if thou canst carry it out to the letter. First of all, thou must ride home from the Thing, and by that time thy husband will have come back, and will be glad to see thee. Thou must be blithe and buxom to him, and he will think a good change has come over thee, and thou must show no signs of coldness or ill temper, but when spring comes thou must sham sickness, and take to thy bed. Rut will not lose time in guessing what thy sickness can be, nor will he scold thee at all, but he will rather beg every one to take all the care they can of thee. After that he will set off west to the Firths, and Sigmund with him, for he will have to flit all his goods home from the Firths west, and he will be away till the summer is far spent. But when men ride to the Thing, and after all have ridden from the dales that mean to ride thither, then thou must rise from thy bed and summon men to go along with thee to the Thing, and when thou art all bound then shalt thou go to thy bed, and the men with thee who are to bear thee company, and thou shalt take witness before thy husband's bed, and declare thyself separated from him by such a lawful separation as may hold good according to the judgment of the great Thing, and the laws of the land, and at the man's door, the main door of the house, thou shalt take the same witness. After that ride away, and ride over Lax Riverdale Heath, and so on over Holtby Achen Heath, for they will look for thee by way of Rutfirth. And so ride on till thou comest to me, then I will see after the matter. But into his hands thou shalt never come more." Now she rides home from the Thing, and Rut had come back before her, and made her hearty welcome. She answered him kindly, and was blithe and forbearing towards him. So they lived happily together that half year, but when spring came she fell sick, and kept her bed. Rut set off west to the Firths, and bade them tend her well before he went. Now, when the time for the Thing comes, she busked herself to ride away, and did in every way as had been laid down for her, and then she rides away to the Thing. The country folk looked for her, but could not find her. Maud made his daughter welcome, and asked her if she had followed his advice, and she says, "I have not broken one tittle of it." Then she went to the Hill of Laws, and declared herself separated from Rut, and men thought this strange news. Anna went home with her father, and never went west from that day forward. 8 Maud claims his goods from Rut. Rut came home, and knit his brows when he heard his wife was gone, but yet kept his feelings well in hand, and stayed at home all that half year, and spoke to no one on the matter. Next summer he rode to the Thing, with his brother Horsegould, and they had a great fellowing. But when he came to the Thing, he asked whether Fiddle Maud were at the Thing, and they told him he was, and all thought they would come to words at once about their matter, but it was not so. At last, one day when the brothers and others who were at the Thing went to the Hill of Laws, Maud took witness and declared that he had a money-suit against Rut for his daughter's dower, and reckoned the amount at 90 hundreds in goods, calling on Rut at the same time to pay and hand it over to him, and asking for a fine of 3 marks. He laid the suit in the quarter court, into which it would come by law, and gave lawful notice, so that all who stood on the hill of laws might hear. But when he had thus spoken, Rut said, Thou hast undertaken this suit, which belongs to thy daughter, rather for the greed of gain and love of strife than in kindliness and manliness. But I shall have something to say against it, for the goods which belong to me are not yet in thy hands. Now, what I have to say is this, and I say it out, so that all who hear me on this hill may bear witness. I challenge thee to fight on the island. There on one side shall be laid all thy daughter's dower, and on the other I will lay down goods worth as much, and whoever wins the day shall have both dower and goods. But if thou wilt not fight with me, then thou shalt give up all claim to these goods. Then Maud held his peace, and took counsel with his friends about going to fight on the island, and Jorund the priest gave him an answer. There is no need for thee to come to ask us for counsel in this matter, for thou knowest if thou fightest with Rut thou wilt lose both life and goods. He has a good cause, and is besides mighty in himself and one of the boldest of men. Then Maud spoke out, that he would not fight with Rut, and there arose a great shout and hooting on the hill, and Maud got the greatest shame by his suit. After that men ride home from the Thing, and those brothers Horsgould and Rut ride west to Reykriverdale, and turned in as guests at Lund, where Theostulf, Bjorn Gulbara's son, then dwelt. There had been much rain that day, and men got wet, so long fires were made down the length of the hall. Theostulf, the master of the house, sat between Horsgould and Rut, and two boys, of whom Theostulf had the rearing, were playing on the floor, and a girl was playing with them. They were great chatterboxes, for they were too young to know better. So one of them said, Now I will be Maud, and summon thee to lose thy wife because thou hast not been a good husband to her. Then the other answered, I will be Rut, and I call on thee to give up all claim to thy goods, if thou darest not to fight with me. This they said several times, and all the household burst out laughing. Then Horsgould got wroth, and struck the boy who called himself Maud with a switch, and the blow fell on his face, and grazed the skin. Get out with thee, said Horsgould to the boy, and make no game of us. But Rut said, Come hither to me, and the boy did so. Then Rut drew a ring from his finger and gave it to him, and said, Go away, and try no man's temper henceforth. Then the boy went away saying, Thy manliness I will bear in mind all my life. From this matter Rut got great praise, and after that they went home, and that was the end of Maud's and Rut's quarrel. 9. Thorwald gets Holgerda to wife. Now, it must be told how Holgerda, Horsgould's daughter, grows up, and is the fairest of women to look on. She was tall of stature, too, and therefore she was called Longcoat. She was fair-haired, and had so much of it that she could hide herself in it, but she was layish and hard-hearted. Her foster father's name was Theostulf. He was a South Islander. 1. By stock, he was a strong man, well skilled in arms, and had slain many men, and made no atonement in money for one of them. It was said, too, that his rearing had not bettered Holgerda's temper. There was a man named Thorwald. He was Oswif's son, and dwelt out on Middlefell's strand, under the fell. He was rich and well-to-do, and owned the islands called Berisles, which lie out in broad Firth, whence he got meal and stock fish. This Thorwald was a strong and courteous man, though somewhat hasty in temper. Now, it fell out one day that Thorwald and his father were talking together of Thorwald's marrying, and where he had best look for a wife, and it soon came out that he thought there wasn't a match fit for him far or near. Well, said Oswulf, wilt thou ask for Holger Longcoat, Horsgould's daughter? Yes, I will ask for her, said Thorwald. But that is not a match that will suit either of you, Oswulf went on to say, for she has a will of her own, and thou art stern-tempered and unyielding. For all that I will try my luck there, said Thorwald, so it's no good trying to hinder me. Said Oswulf, and the risk is all thine own. After that they set off on a wooing journey to Horsguldstead, and had a hearty welcome. They were not long in telling Horsgould their business, and began to woo. Then Horsgould answered, as for you, I know how you both stand in the world, but for my own part I will use no guile towards you. My daughter has a hard temper, but as to her looks and breeding you can both see for yourselves. Lay down the terms of the match, answered Thorwald, for I will not let her temper stand in the way of our bargain. Then they talked over the terms of the bargain, and Horsgould never asked his daughter what she thought of it, for his heart was set on giving her away, and so they came to an understanding as to the terms of the match. After that Thorwald betrothed himself to Holger, and rode away home when the matter was settled. Endnotes 1. That is, he came from what we call the Western Isles or Hebrides. The old appellation still lingers in Sodor, i.e. the South Isles, and Man. 10. Holger's wedding. Horsgould told Holger of the bargain he had made, and she said, now that has been put to the proof which I have all along been afraid of, that thou lovest me not so much as thou art always saying, when thou hast not thought it worth while to tell me a word of all this matter. Besides, I do not think this match so good a one as thou hast always promised me. So she went on, and let them know in every way that she thought she was thrown away. Then Horsgould said, I do not set so much store by thy pride as to let it stand in the way of my bargains, and my will, not thine, shall carry the day if we fall out on any point. The pride of all you kinsfolk is great, she said, and so it is not wonderful if I have some of it. With that she went away, and found her foster father Theostulf, and told him what was in store for her, and was very heavy-hearted. Then Theostulf said, Be of good cheer, for thou wilt be married a second time, and then they will ask thee what thou thinkest of the match, for I will do in all things as thou wishest, except in what touches thy father or Rut. After that they spoke no more of the matter, and Horsgould made ready the bridal feast, and rode off to ask men to it. So he came to Rutstead and called Rut out to speak with him. Rut went out, and they began to talk, and Horsgould told him the whole story of the bargain, and bade him to the feast, saying, I should be glad to know that thou dost not feel hurt though I did not tell thee when the bargain was being made. I should be better pleased, said Rut, to have nothing at all to do with it, for this match will bring luck neither to him nor to her, but still I will come to the feast if thou thinkest it will add any honour to thee. Of course I think so, said Horsegold, and rode off home. Oswulf and Thorwald also asked men to come, so that no fewer than 100 guests were asked. There was a man named Swan, who dwelt in Bearfirth, which lies north from Steengrimsfirth. This Swan was a great wizard, and he was Holgerdar's mother's brother. He was quarrelsome, and hard to deal with, but Holgerdar asked him to the feast, and sent Theostulf to him, so he went, and it soon got to friendship between him and Swan. Now men come to the feast, and Holgerdar sat upon the cross bench, and she was a very merry bride. Theostulf was always talking to her, though he sometimes found time to speak to Swan, and men thought their talking strange. The feast went off well, and Horsegold paid down Holgerdar's portion with the greatest readiness. After he had done that, he said to Rut, "Shall I bring out any gifts beside?" "The day will come," answered Rut, "when thou wilt have to waste thy goods for Holgerdar's sake, so hold thy hand now." 11 Thorwald slaying. Thorwald rode home from the bridal feast, and his wife with him, and Theostulf, who rode by her horse's side, and still talked to her in a low voice. Oswulf turned to his son and said, "Art thou pleased with thy match? And how went it when ye talked together?" "Well," said he, "she showed all kindness to me. Thou mightst see that by the way she laughs at every word I say. I don't think her laughter so hearty as thou dost," answered Oswulf, "but this will be put to the proof by and by." So they ride on till they come home, and at night she took her seat by her husband's side, and made room for Theostulf next herself on the inside. Theostulf and Thorwald had little to do with each other, and few words were thrown away between them that winter, and so time went on. Holgerdar was prodigal and grasping, and there was nothing that any of their neighbors had that she must not have too, and all that she had, no matter whether it were her own or belonged to others, she wasted. But when the spring came there was a scarcity in the house, both of meal and stock fish, so Holgerdar went up to Thorwald and said, "Thou must not be sitting indoors any longer, for we want for the house both meal and fish." "Well," said Thorwald, "I did not lay in less for the house this year than I laid in before, and then it used to last till summer." "What care I," said Holgerdar, "if thou and thy father have made your money by starving yourselves?" Then Thorwald got angry and gave her a blow on the face and drew blood, and went away and called his men and ran the skiff down to the shore. Then 6 of them jumped into her and rowed out to the Bare Isles, and began to load her with meal and fish. Meantime it is said that Holgerdar sat out of doors heavy at heart. Theostulf went up to her and saw the wound on her face, and said, "Who has been playing thee this sorry trick?" "My husband, Thorwald," she said, "and thou stoodst aloof, though thou wouldst not if thou hadst cared at all for me." "Because I knew nothing about it," said Theostulf, "but I will avenge it." Then he went away down to the shore and ran out a 6-oared boat, and held in his hand a great axe that he had with a haft overlaid with iron. He steps into the boat and rows out to the Bare Isles, and when he got there all the men had rowed away but Thorwald and his followers, and he stayed by the skiff to load her, while they brought the goods down to him. So Theostulf came up just then and jumped into the skiff, and began to load with him, and after a while he said, "Thou canst do but little at this work, and that little thou dost badly." "Think'st thou canst do it better?" said Thorwald. "There's one thing to be done which I can do better than thou," said Theostulf, and then he went on, "The woman who is thy wife has made a bad match, and you shall not live much longer together." Then Thorwald snatched up a fishing knife that lay by him, and made a stab at Theostulf. He had lifted his axe to his shoulder and dashed it down. It came on Thorwald's arm and crushed the wrist, but down fell the knife. Then Theostulf lifted up his axe a second time and gave Thorwald a blow on the head, and he fell dead on the spot. 12 Theostulf's flight. While this was going on, Thorwald's men came down with their load, but Theostulf was not slow in his plans. He hewed with both hands at the gunwale of the skiff and cut it down about 2 planks. Then he leapt into his boat, but the dark blue sea poured into the skiff, and down she went with all her freight. Down too sank Thorwald's body, so that his men could not see what had been done to him, but they knew well enough that he was dead. Theostulf rowed away up the firth, but they shouted after him wishing him ill luck. He made them no answer, but rowed on till he got home, and ran the boat up on the beach, and went up to the house with his axe, all bloody as it was, on his shoulder. Holgerda stood out of doors, and said, "Thine axe is bloody, what hast thou done?" "I have done now what will cause thee to be wedded a second time." "Thou tellest me then that Thorwald is dead," she said. "So it is," said he, "and now look out for my safety." "So I will," she said, "I will send thee north to Barefirth, to Swanshall, and Swan, my kinsman, will receive thee with open arms. He is so mighty a man that no one will seek thee thither." So he saddled a horse that she had, and jumped on his back, and rode off north to Barefirth, to Swanshall, and Swan received him with open arms, and said, "That's what I call a man who does not stick at trifles. And now I promise thee if they seek thee here, they shall get nothing but the greatest shame." Now, the story goes back to Holgerda, and how she behaved. She called on Liat the Black, her kinsman, to go with her, and bade him saddle their horses, for she said, "I will ride home to my father." While he made ready for their journey, she went to her chests and unlocked them and called all the men of her house about her, and gave each of them some gift, but they all grieved at her going. Now she rides home to her father, and he received her well, for as yet he had not heard the news. But Rut said to Holgerda, "Why did not Thorwald come with thee?" And she answered, "He is dead." Then said Horskuld, "That was Theostulf's doing." "It was," she said. "Ah," said Horskuld, "Rut was not far wrong when he told me that this bargain would draw mickle misfortune after it. But there's no good in troubling oneself about a thing that's done and gone. Now, the story must go back to Thorwald's mates, how there they are, and how they begged the loan of a boat to get to the mainland. So a boat was lent them at once, and they rowed up the firth to Reykjanes, and found Oswif, and told him these tidings. He said, "Ill luck is the end of ill redes, and now I see how it has all gone. Hallgerdar must have sent Theostulf to Bearfirth, but she herself must have ridden home to her father. Let us now gather folk and follow him up thither north." So they did that, and went about asking for help, and got together many men. And then they all rowed off to Steingrim's river, and so on to Liatriverdale and Selriverdale, till they came to Bearfirth. Now Swan began to speak, and gasped much. "Now Oswif's fetches are seeking us out." Then up sprung Theostulf, but Swan said, "Go thou out with me, there won't be need of much." So they went out both of them, and Swan took a goatskin and wrapped it about his own head, and said, "Become mist and fog, become fright and wonder mickle to all those who seek thee." Now, it must be told how Oswif, his friends, and his men are riding along the ridge. Then came a great mist against them, and Oswif said, "This is Swan's doing, 'twere well if nothing worse followed." A little after a mighty darkness came before their eyes, so that they could see nothing, and then they fell off their horses' backs, and lost their horses, and dropped their weapons, and went over head and ears into bogs, and some went astray into the wood, till they were on the brink of bodily harm. Then Oswif said, "If I could only find my horse and weapons, then I'd turn back," and he had scarce spoken these words than they saw somewhat, and found their horses and weapons. Then many still egged the others on to look after the chase once more, and so they did, and at once the same wonders befell them, and so they fared thrice. Then Oswif said, "Though the course be not good, let us still turn back. Now, we will take counsel a second time, and what now pleases my mind best, is to go and find Horskuld, and ask atonement for my son, for there's no hope of honour where there's good store of it." So they rode thence to the broad Firth dales, and there is nothing to be told about them till they came to Horskuld stead, and Rut was there before them. Oswif called out Horskuld and Rut, and they both went out and bade him good day. After that they began to talk. Horskuld asked Oswif whence he came. He said he had set out to search for Theostulf, but couldn't find him. Horskuld said he must have gone north to Swanshoal, and thither it is not every man's lot to go to find him. "Well," says Oswif, "I am come hither for this, to ask atonement for my son from thee." Horskuld answered, "I did not slay thy son, nor did I plot his death, still it may be forgiven thee to look for atonement somewhere. Nose is next of kin, brother, to eyes, said Rut, and it is needful to stop all evil tongues, and to make him atonement for his son, and so mend thy daughter's state, for that will only be the case when this suit is dropped, and the less that is said about it the better it will be." Horskuld said, "Wilt thou undertake the award?" "That I will," says Rut, "nor will I shield thee at all in my award, for if the truth must be told thy daughter planned his death." Then Rut held his peace some little while, and afterwards he stood up, and said to Oswif, "Take now my hand in hand still as a token that thou lettest the suit drop." So Oswif stood up and said, "This is not an atonement on equal terms when thy brother utters the award, but still thou, speaking to Rut, hast behaved so well about it that I trust thee thoroughly to make it." Then he stood up and took Horsgould's hand, and came to an atonement in the matter, on the understanding that Rut was to make up his mind and utter the award before Oswif went away. After that, Rut made his award, and said, "For the slaying of Thorwald I award 200 in silver, that was then thought a good price for a man, and thou shalt pay it down at once, brother, and pay it too with an open hand." Horsgould did so, and then Rut said to Oswif, "I will give thee a good cloak which I brought with me from foreign lands." He thanked him for his gift, and went home well pleased at the way in which things had gone. After that Horsgould and Rut came to Oswif to share the goods, and they and Oswif came to a good agreement about that too, and they went home with their share of the goods, and Oswif is now out of our story. Holjadar begged Horsgould to let her come back home to him, and he gave her leave, and for a long time there was much talk about Thorwald's slaying. As for Holjadar's goods, they went on growing till they were worth a great sum. 13 Glum's wooing. Now 3 brothers are named in the story. One was called Thorarin, the second Rajai, and the third Glum. They were the sons of Olof the Holt, and were men of much worth and of great wealth in goods. Thorarin's surname was Rajai's brother. He had the speakership of the law after Rafnhing's son. He was a very wise man, and lived at Varmalek, and he and Glum kept house together. Glum had been long abroad. He was a tall, strong, handsome man. Rajai their brother was a great manslayer. Those brothers owned in the south Njal and Larganis. One day the brothers Thorarin and Glum were talking together, and Thorarin asked Glum whether he meant to go abroad, as was his wont. He answered, "I was rather thinking now of leaving off trading voyages." "What hast thou then in thy mind? Wilt thou woo thee a wife?" "That I will," says he, "if I could only get myself well matched." Then Thorarin told off all the women who were unwed in Borgafirth, and asked him if he would have any of these. "Say the word, and I will ride with thee." But Glum answered, "I will have none of these." "Say then the name of her thou wishest to have," says Thorarin. Glum answered, "If thou must know, her name is Holjadar, and she is Horsgould's daughter away west in the dales." "Well," says Thorarin, "tease not with thee, as the saw says. Be warned by another's woe, for she was wedded to a man, and she plotted his death." Glum said, "Maybe such ill luck will not befall her a second time, and sure I am she will not plot my death. But now, if thou wilt show me any honor, ride along with me to woo her." Thorarin said, "There's no good striving against it, for what must be is sure to happen." Glum often talked the matter over with Thorarin, but he put it off a long time. At last it came about that they gathered men together and rode off 10 in company, west to the dales, and came to Horsgouldstead. Horsgould gave them a hearty welcome, and they stayed there that night. But early next morning, Horsgould sends for Rut, and he came thither at once, and Horsgould was out of doors when he rode into the town. Then Horsegould told Rut what men had come thither. What may it be they want? Asked Rut. As yet, says Horsegould, they have not let out to me that they have any business. Still, says Rut, their business must be with thee. They will ask the hand of thy daughter, Haljadah. If they do, what answer wilt thou make? What dost thou advise me to say? Says Horsegould. Thou shalt answer well, says Rut, but still make a clean breast of all the good and all the ill thou knowest of the woman. But while the brothers were talking thus, out came the guests. Horsegould greeted them well, and Rut bade both Thorarin and his brothers good morning. After that they all began to talk, and Thorarin said, I am come hither, Horsegould, with my brother Glum on this errand, to ask for Haljadah thy daughter, at the hand of my brother Glum. Thou must know that he is a man of worth. I know well, says Horsegould, that ye are both of you powerful and worthy men, but I must tell you right out, that I chose a husband for her before, and that turned out most unluckily for us. Thorarin answered, we will not let that stand in the way of the bargain, for one oath shall not become all oaths, and this may prove to be a good match, though that turned out ill. Besides, Theostulf had most hand in spoiling it. Then Rut spoke, now I will give you a bit of advice, this, if ye will not let all this that has already happened to Haljadah stand in the way of the match, mind you do not let Theostulf go south with her if the match comes off, and that he is never there longer than 3 nights at a time, unless Glum gives him leave, but fall an outlaw by Glum's hand without atonement if he stay there longer. Of course, it shall be in Glum's power to give him leave, but he will not if he takes my advice. And now this match shall not be fulfilled, as the other was, without Haljadah's knowledge. She shall now know the whole course of this bargain, and see Glum, and herself settle whether she will have him or not, and then she will not be able to lay the blame on others if it does not turn out well. And all this shall be without craft or guile. Then Thorarin said, now, as always, it will prove best if thy advice be taken. Then they sent for Haljadah, and she came thither, and 2 women with her. She had on a cloak of rich blue woof, and under it a scarlet kirtle, and a silver girdle round her waist, but her hair came down on both sides of her bosom, and she had turned the locks up under her girdle. She sat down between Rut and her father, and she greeted them all with kind words, and spoke well and boldly, and asked what was the news. After that she ceased speaking. Then Glum said, there has been some talk between thy father and my brother Thorarin and myself about a bargain. It was that I might get thee, Haljadah, if it be thy will, as it is theirs, and now, if thou art a brave woman, thou wilt say right out whether the match is at all to thy mind, but if thou hast anything in thy heart against this bargain with us, then we will not say anything more about it. Haljadah said, I know well that you are men of worth and might, ye brothers. I know too that now I shall be much better wedded than I was before, but what I want to know is, what you have said already about the match, and how far you have given your words in the matter. But so far as I now see of thee, I think I might love thee well if we can but hit it off as to temper. So Glum himself told her all about the bargain, and left nothing out, and then he asked Horsegould and Rut whether he had repeated it right. Horsegould said he had, and then Holjadar said, "Ye have dealt so well with me in this matter, my father and Rut, that I will do what ye advise, and this bargain shall be struck as ye have settled it." Then Rut said, "Methinks it were best that Horsegould and I should name witnesses, and that Holjadar should betroth herself, if the lawman thinks that right and lawful." "Right and lawful it is," says Thorarin. After that Holjadar's goods were valued, and Glum was to lay down as much against them, and they were to go shares, half and half, in the whole. Then Glum bound himself to Holjadar as his betrothed, and they rode away home south, but Horsegould was to keep the wedding feast at his house. And now all is quiet till men ride to the wedding. 14 Glum's wedding. Those brothers gathered together a great company, and they were all picked men. They rode west to the dales and came to Horsguldstead, and there they found a great gathering to meet them. Horsegould and Rut, and their friends, filled one bench, and the bridegroom the other. Holjadar sat upon the cross-bench on the dais, and behaved well. Theostulf went about with his axe raised in air, and no one seemed to know that he was there, and so the wedding went off well. But when the feast was over, Holjadar went away south with Glum and his brothers. So when they came south to Varmalek, Thorarin asked Holjadar if she would undertake the housekeeping. "No, I will not," she said. Holjadar kept her temper down that winter, and they liked her well enough. But when the spring came, the brothers talked about their property, and Thorarin said, "I will give up to you the house at Varmalek, for that is readiest to your hand, and I will go down south to Largarnis and live there, but in G we will have both of us in common." Glum was willing enough to do that. So Thorarin went down to the south of that district, and Glum and his wife stayed behind there, and lived in the house at Varmalek. Now Holjadar got a household about her. She was prodigal in giving, and grasping in getting. In the summer she gave birth to a girl. Glum asked her what name it was to have. "She shall be called after my father's mother, and her name shall be Thorgadar, for she came down from Sigurd Fafnir's bane on the father's side, according to the family pedigree." So the maiden was sprinkled with water, and had this name given her, and there she grew up, and got like her mother in looks and feature. Glum and Holjadar agreed well together, and so it went on for a while. About that time these tidings were heard from the north and Barefirth, how Swan had rowed out to fish in the spring, and a great storm came down on him from the east, and how he was driven ashore at Fishless, and he and his men were there lost. But the fishermen who were at Kalbak thought they saw Swan go into the fell at Kalbakshawn, and that he was greeted well, but some spoke against that story, and said there was nothing in it. But this all knew that he was never seen again either alive or dead. So when Holjadar heard that, she thought she had a great loss in her mother's brother. Glum begged Thorarin to change lands with him, but he said he would not, but said he, "If I outlive you, I mean to have Varmalek to myself." When Glum told this to Holjadar, she said, Thorin has indeed a right to expect this from us. 15 Theostulf goes to Glum's house. Theostulf had beaten one of Horsgould's house carls, so he drove him away. He took his horse and weapons, and said to Horsgould, Now, I will go away and never come back. All will be glad at that, says Horsgould. Theostulf rode till he came to Varmalek, and there he got a hearty welcome from Holgerda, and not a bad one from Glum. He told Holgerda how her father had driven him away, and begged her to give him her help and countenance. She answered him by telling him she could say nothing about his staying there before she had seen Glum about it. Does it go well between you? He says. Yes, she says, our love runs smooth enough. After that she went to speak to Glum, and threw her arms round his neck and said, Wilt thou grant me a boon which I wish to ask of thee? Grant it I will, he says, if it be right and seemly, but what is it thou wishest to ask? Well, she said, Theostulf has been driven away from the west, and what I want thee to do is to let him stay here, but I will not take it crossly if it is not to thy mind. Glum said, Now that thou behavest so well, I will grant thee thy boon, but I tell thee, if he takes to any ill he shall be sent off at once. She goes then to Theostulf and tells him, and he answered, Now, thou art still good, as I had hoped. After that he was there, and kept himself down a little while, but then it was the old story, he seemed to spoil all the good he found, for he gave way to no one save to Holgerda alone, but she never took his side in his brawls with others. Thorin, Glum's brother, blamed him for letting him be there, and said ill luck would come of it, and all would happen as had happened before if he were there. Glum answered him well and kindly, but still kept on in his own way. 16 Glum's sheep hunt. Now once on a time when autumn came, it happened that men had hard work to get their flocks home, and many of Glum's wethers were missing. Then Glum said to Theostulf, Go thou up on the fell with my house carls and see if ye cannot find out anything about the sheep. 'Tis no business of mine, says Theostulf, to hunt up sheep, and this one thing is quite enough to hinder it. I won't walk in thy thrall's footsteps. But go thyself, and then I'll go with thee. About this they had many words. The weather was good, and Holgerda was sitting out of doors. Glum went up to her and said, Now Theostulf and I have had a quarrel, and we shall not live much longer together. And so he told her all that they had been talking about. Then Holgerda spoke up for Theostulf, and they had many words about him. At last Glum gave her a blow with his hand, and said, I will strive no longer with thee, and with that he went away. Now she loved him much, and could not calm herself, but wept out loud. Theostulf went up to her and said, This is sorry sport for thee, and so it must not be often again. Nay, she said, but thou shalt not avenge this, nor meddle at all whatever passes between Glum and me. He went off with a spiteful grin. 17 Glum's slaying. Now Glum called men to follow him, and Theostulf got ready and went with them. So they went up South Reykjadale and then up along by Bogargil and so south to Crossfell. But some of his band he sent to the Sjalafels, and they all found very many sheep. Some of them, too, went by way of Scoradale, and it came about at last that those twain, Glum and Theostulf, were left alone together. They went south from Crossfell and found there a flock of wild sheep, and they went from the south towards the fell, and tried to drive them down, but still the sheep got away from them up on the fell. Then each began to scold the other, and Theostulf said at last that Glum had no strength save to tumble about in Holgerdar's arms. Then Glum said, "A man's foes are those of his own house. Shall I take upbraiding from thee, runaway thrall as thou art?" Theostulf said, "Thou shalt soon have to own that I am no thrall, for I will not yield an inch to thee." Then Glum got angry, and cut at him with his hand-axe, but he threw his axe in the way, and the blow fell on the haft with a downward stroke and bit into it about the breadth of 2 fingers. Theostulf cut at him at once with his axe, and smote him on the shoulder, and the stroke hewed asunder the shoulder bone and collarbone, and the wound bled inwards. Glum grasped at Theostulf with his left hand so fast, that he fell, but Glum could not hold him, for death came over him. Then Theostulf covered his body with stones, and took off his gold ring. Then he went straight to Varmalek. Holgerdar was sitting out of doors, and saw that his axe was bloody. He said, "I know not what thou wilt think of it, but I tell thee Glum is slain." "That must be thy deed," she says. "So it is," he says. She laughed and said, "Thou dost not stand for nothing in this sport." "What thinkest thou is best to be done now?" he asked. "Go to Rut, my father's brother," she said, "and let him see about thee." "I do not know," says Theostulf, "whether this is good advice, but still I will take thy counsel in this matter." So he took his horse, and rode west to Rutstead that night. He binds his horse at the back of the house, and then goes round to the door, and gives a great knock. After that he walks round the house, north about. It happened that Rut was awake. He sprang up at once, and put on his jerkin and pulled on his shoes. Then he took up his sword, and wrapped a cloak about his left arm, up as far as the elbow. Men woke up just as he went out. There he saw a tall stout man at the back of the house, and knew it was Theostulf. Rut asked him what news. "I tell thee Glum is slain," says Theostulf. "Who did the deed?" says Rut. "I slew him," says Theostulf. "Why rodest thou hither?" says Rut. "Holgerdar sent me to thee," says Theostulf. "Then she has no hand in this deed," says Rut, and drew his sword. Theostulf saw that, and would not be behindhand, so he cuts at Rut at once. Rut got out of the way of the stroke by a quick turn, and at the same time struck the back of the axe so smartly with a sidelong blow of his left hand, that it flew out of Theostulf's grasp. Then Rut made a blow with his sword in his right hand at Theostulf's leg, just above the knee, and cut it almost off so that it hung by a little piece, and sprang in upon him at the same time, and thrust him hard back. After that he smote him on the head, and dealt him his death blow. Theostulf fell down on his back at full length, and then out came Rut's men, and saw the tokens of the deed. Rut made them take Theostulf away, and throw stones over his body, and then he went to find Horskuld, and told him of Glum's slaying, and also of Theostulf's. He thought it harm that Glum was dead and gone, but thanked him for killing Theostulf. A little while after, Thorin Rajai's brother hears of his brother Glum's death. Then he rides with 11 men behind him west to Horskuldstead, and Horskuld welcomed him with both hands, and he is there the night. Horskuld sent at once for Rut to come to him, and he went at once, and next day they spoke much of the slaying of Glum, and Thorin said, "Wilt thou make me any atonement for my brother, for I have had a great loss?" Horskuld answered, "I did not slay thy brother, nor did my daughter plot his death, but as soon as ever Rut knew it he slew Theostulf." Then Thorin held his peace, and thought the matter had taken a bad turn. But Rut said, "Let us make his journey good, he has indeed had a heavy loss, and if we do that we shall be well spoken of. So let us give him gifts, and then he will be our friend ever afterwards." So the end of it was, that those brothers gave him gifts, and he rode back south. He and Holgadar changed homesteads in the spring, and she went south to Larganis and he to Varmalek. And now Thorin is out of the story. 18 Fiddlemord's death. Now it must be told how Fiddlemord took a sickness and breathed his last, and that was thought great scathe. His daughter Unna took all the goods he left behind him. She was then still unmarried the second time. She was very layish, and unthrifty of her property, so that her goods and ready money wasted away, and at last she had scarce anything left but land and stock. 19 Gunnar comes into the story. There was a man whose name was Gunnar. He was one of Unna's kinsmen, and his mother's name was Ranveig. 1. Gunnar's father was named Hammond. 2. Gunnar Hammond's son dwelt at Lithend, in the Fleet Lith. He was a tall man in growth, and a strong man, best skilled in arms of all men. He could cut or thrust or shoot if he chose as well with his left as with his right hand, and he smote so swiftly with his sword, that 3 seemed to flash through the air at once. He was the best shot with the bow of all men, and never missed his mark. He could leap more than his own height, with all his wargear, and as far backwards as forwards. He could swim like a seal, and there was no game in which it was any good for anyone to strive with him, and so it has been said that no man was his match. He was handsome of feature, and fair-skinned. His nose was straight, and a little turned up at the end. He was blue-eyed and bright-eyed, and ruddy-cheeked. His hair thick, and of good hue, and hanging down in comely curls. The most courteous of men was he, of sturdy frame and strong will, bountiful and gentle, a fast friend, but hard to please when making them. He was wealthy in goods. His brother's name was Kolskeg. He was a tall strong man, a noble fellow, and undaunted in everything. Another brother's name was Jort. he was then in his childhood. Ormskoganuf was a base-born brother of Gunnar's. He does not come into this story. Arnguda was the name of Gunnar's sister. Raw, the priest at Tung, had her to wife. 3. Endnots. 1. She was the daughter of Sigfus, the son of Sivat the Red. He was slain at Sandhole Ferry. 2. He was the son of Gunnar Borgson, after whom Gunnar's Holt is called. Hammond's mother's name was Rafnilda. She was the daughter of Storulf Heing's son. Storulf was brother to Rafn the Speaker of the Law. The son of Storulf was Orin the Strong. 3. He was the son of Uni the Unborn, Garda's son who found Iceland. Arnguda's son was Hammond the Holt, who dwelt at Hammondstead. 20 Of Njal and his children there was a man whose name was Njal. He was the son of Thorja Jelling, the son of Thorulf. Njal's mother's name was Astjada. 1. Njal dwelt at Bergthorsknoll in the Land Isles. He had another homestead on Thorulfsfell. Njal was wealthy in goods, and handsome of face. No beard grew on his chin. He was so great a lawyer, that his match was not to be found. Wise too he was, and fork-knowing and foresight, too. Of good counsel, and ready to give it, and all that he advised men was sure to be the best for them to do. Gentle and generous, he unravelled every man's knotty points who came to see him about them. Bergthora was his wife's name. She was Skarphedin's daughter, a very high-spirited, brave-hearted woman, but somewhat hard-tempered. They had 6 children, 3 daughters and 3 sons, and they all come afterwards into this story. Endnots. 1. She was the daughter of Lord the Silent. She had come out hither to Iceland from Norway, and taken land to the west of Markfleet, between Aldastone and Sillisland Smull. Her son was Holdthora, the father of Thorleif Crow, from whom the wood-dwellers are sprung, and of Thorgrim the Tall, and Skoraja. 2. This means that Njal was one of those gifted beings who, according to the firm belief of that age, had a more than human insight into things about to happen. It answers very nearly to the Scottish second sight. 21 Unna goes to see Gunnar. Now it must be told how Unna had lost all her ready money. She made her way to Lithend, and Gunnar greeted his kinswoman well. She stayed there that night, and the next morning they sat out of doors and talked. The end of their talk was, that she told him how heavily she was pressed for money. "This is a bad business," he said. "What help wilt thou give me out of my distress?" she asked. He answered, "Take as much money as thou needest from what I have out at interest." "Nay," she said, "I will not waste thy goods." "What then dost thou wish?" "I wish thee to get back my goods out of Rut's hands," she answered. "That, methinks, is not likely," said he, "when thy father could not get them back, and yet he was a great lawyer, but I know little about law." She answered, "Rut pushed that matter through rather by boldness than by law. Besides, my father was old, and that was why men thought it better not to drive things to the uttermost. And now there is none of my kinsmen to take this suit up if thou'st not daring enough." "I have courage enough," he replied, to get these goods back, but I do not know how to take the suit up." "Well," she answered, "go and see Njal of Bergthorsknoll, he will know how to give the advice. Besides, he is a great friend of thine. 'Tis like enough he will give me good advice, as he gives it to every one else," says Gunnar. So the end of their talk was, that Gunnar undertook her cause, and gave her the money she needed for her housekeeping, and after that she went home. Now Gunnar rides to Njal, and he made him welcome, and they began to talk at once. Then Gunnar said, "I am come to seek a bit of good advice from thee." Njal replied, "Many of my friends are worthy of this, but still I think I would take more pains for none than for thee." Gunnar said, "I wish to let thee know that I have undertaken to get Unna's goods back from Rut." "A very hard suit to undertake," said Njal, "and one very hazardous how it will go, but still I will get it up for thee in the way I think likeliest to succeed, and the end will be good if thou breakest none of the rules I laid down. If thou dost, thy life is in danger." "Never fear, I will break none of them," said Gunnar. Then Njal held his peace for a little while, and after that he spoke as follows. 22. Njal's advice: "I have thought over the suit, and it will do so. Thou shalt ride from home with 2 men at thy back. Over all thou shalt have a great rough cloak, and under that, a russet kirtle of cheap stuff, and under all, thy good clothes. Thou must take a small axe in thy hand, and each of you must have 2 horses, one fat, the other lean. Thou shalt carry hardware and smith's work with thee hence, and ye must ride off early tomorrow morning, and when ye are come across Whitewater westwards, mind and slouch thy hat well over thy brows. Then men will ask, Who is this tall man? And thy mates shall say, Here is Huckster Hidin the Big, a man from Ejafirth, who is going about with smith's work for sale. This Hidin is ill-tempered and a chatterer, a fellow who thinks he alone knows everything. Very often he snatches back his wares, and flies at men if everything is not done as he wishes. So thou shalt ride west to Borgafirth offering all sorts of wares for sale, and be sure often to cry off thy bargains, so that it will be noised abroad that Huckster Hidin is the worst of men to deal with, and that no lies have been told of his bad behaviour. So thou shalt ride to North Waterdale, and to Rutfirth, and Lax Riverdale, till thou comest to Horsguldstead. There thou must stay a night, and sit in the lowest place, and hang thy head down. Horsgould will tell them all not to meddle nor make with Huckster Hidin, saying he is a rude unfriendly fellow. Next morning thou must be off early and go to the farm nearest Rutstead. There thou must offer thy goods for sale, praising up all that is worst, and tinkering up the faults. The master of the house will pry about and find out the faults. Thou must snatch the wares away from him, and speak ill to him. He will say, 'Twas not to be hoped that thou wouldst behave well to him, when thou behavest ill to every one else. Then thou shalt fly at him, though it is not thy wont, but mind and spare thy strength, that thou mayest not be found out. Then a man will be sent to Rutstead to tell Rut he had best come and part you. He will come at once and ask thee to his house, and thou must accept his offer. Thou shalt greet Rut and he will answer well. A place will be given thee on the lower bench over against Rut's high seat. He will ask if thou art from the north, and thou shalt answer that thou art a man of Ijafirth. He will go on to ask if there are very many famous men there. Shabby fellows enough and to spare thou must answer. Dost thou know Reykjadale and the parts about, he will ask. To which thou must answer, I know all Iceland by heart. Are there any stout champions left in Reykjadale, he will ask. Thieves and scoundrels thou shalt answer. Then Rut will smile and think it sport to listen. You two will go on to talk of the men in the East Firth quarter, and thou must always find something to say against them. At last your talk will come Rangrivaval, and then thou must say, there is small choice of men left in those parts since Fiddle Maud died. At the same time sing some stave to please Rut, for I know thou art a skald. Rut will ask what makes thee say there is never a man to come in Maud's place. And then thou must answer, that he was so wise a man and so good a taker up of suits, that he never made a false step in upholding his leadership. He will ask, dost thou know how matters fared between me and him? I know all about it, thou must reply. He took thy wife from thee, and thou hadst not a word to say. Then Rut will ask, dost thou not think it was some disgrace to him when he could not get back his goods, though he set the suit on foot? I can answer thee that well enough, thou must say. Thou challengedst him to single combat, but he was old, and so his friends advised him not to fight with thee, and then they let the suit fall to the ground. True enough, Rut will say. I said so, and that passed for law among foolish men, but the suit might have been taken up again at another thing if he had the heart. I know all that thou must say. Then he will ask, dost thou know anything about law? Up in the north I am thought to know something about it, thou shalt say. But still I should like thee to tell me how this suit should be taken up. What suit dost thou mean? He will ask. A suit, thou must answer, which does not concern me. I want to know how a man must set to work who wishes to get back Unna's dower. Then Rut will say, in this suit I must be summoned so that I can hear the summons, or I must be summoned here in my lawful house. Recite the summons, then thou must say, and I will say it after thee. Then Rut will summon himself, and mind and pay great heed to every word he says. After that Rut will bid thee repeat the summons, and thou must do so, and say it all wrong, so that no more than every other word is right. Then Rut will smile and not mistrust thee, but say that scarce a word is right. Thou must throw the blame on thy companions, and say they put thee out, and then thou must ask him to say the words first, word by word, and to let thee say the words after him. He will give thee leave, and summon himself in the suit, and thou shalt summon after him there and then, and this time say every word right. When it is done, ask Rut if that were rightly summoned, and he will answer, there is no flaw to be found in it. Then thou shalt say in a loud voice, so that thy companions may hear, I summon thee in the suit which Unna, Maud's daughter, has made over to me with her plighted hand. But when men are sound asleep, you shall rise and take your bridles and saddles, and tread softly, and go out of the house, and put your saddles on your fat horses in the fields, and so ride off on them, but leave the others behind you. You must ride up into the hills away from the home pastures and stay there 3 nights, for about so long will they seek you. After that ride home south, riding always by night and resting by day. As for us, we will then ride this summer to the Thing, and help thee in thy suit. So Gunnar thanked Njal, and first of all rode home. 23 Huckster Hidin. Gunnar rode from home 2 nights afterwards, and 2 men with him. They rode along until they got on Blue Uwd Heath, and then men on horseback met them and asked who that tall man might be of whom so little was seen. But his companions said it was Huckster Hidin. Then the others said a worse was not to be looked for behind, when such a man as he went before. Hidin at once made as though he would have set upon them, but yet each went their way. So Gunnar went on doing everything as Njal had laid it down for him, and when he came to Horskuldstead he stayed there the night, and thence he went down the dale till he came to the next farm to Rutstead. There he offered his wares for sale, and Hidin fell at once upon the farmer. This was told to Rut, and he sent for Hidin, and Hidin went at once to see Rut, and had a good welcome. Rut seated him over against himself, and their talk went pretty much as Njal had guessed, but when they came to talk of Rangrivaval, and Rut asked about the men there, Gunnar sung this stave: men in sooth are slow to find, so the people speak by stealth. Often this hath reached my ears, all through Ranger's rolling vales. Still I trow that Fiddlemord tried his hand in fight of yore, sure was never gold bestower, such a man for might and wit. Then Rut said, Thou art a skald, Hidin. But hast thou never heard how things went between me and Maud? Then Hidin sung another stave: Once I ween I heard the rumour, how the Lord of Rings, 1. Bereft thee, from thine arms earth's offspring, 2. Tearing, trickful he and trustful thou. Then the men, the buckler bearers, begged the mighty gold begetter, sharp sword oft of old he reddened, not to stand in strife with thee. So they went on, till Rut, in answer told him how the suit must be taken up, and recited the summons. Hidin repeated it all wrong, and Rut burst out laughing, and had no mistrust. Then he said, Rut must summon once more, and Rut did so. Then Hidin repeated the summons a second time, and this time right, and called his companions to witness how he summoned Rut in a suit which Unna, Maud's daughter, had made over to him with her plighted hand. At night he went to sleep like other men, but as soon as ever Rut was sound asleep, they took their clothes and arms, and went out and came to their horses, and rode off across the river, and so up along the bank by Hyarder Hold till the dale broke off among the hills, and so there they are upon the fells between Lax Riverdale and Hawkdale, having got to a spot where no one could find them unless he had fallen on them by chance. Horsgould wakes up that night at Horskuldstead, and roused all his household. I will tell you my dream, he said. I thought I saw a great bear go out of this house, and I knew at once this beast's match was not to be found. 2 cubs followed him, wishing well to the bear, and they all made for Rutstead and went into the house there. After that I woke. Now I wish to ask if any of you saw aught about yon tall man. Then one man answered him, I saw how a golden fringe and a bit of scarlet cloth peeped out at his arm, and on his right arm he had a ring of gold. Horsegould said, This beast is no man's fetch, but Gunnar's of Lithend, and now methinks I see all about it. Up! Let us ride to Rutstead, and they did so. Rut lay in his locked bed, and asks who have come there. Horsegould tells who he is, and asked what guests might be there in the house. Only huckster Hidin is here, says Rut. A broader man across the back, it will be, I fear, says Horsegould. I guess here must have been Gunnar of Lithend. Then there has been a pretty trial of cunning, says Rut. What has happened, says Horsegould. I told him how to take up Unna's suit, and I summoned myself and he summoned after, and now he can use this first step in the suit, and it is right in law. There has, indeed, been a great falling off of wit on one side, said Horsegould, and Gunnar cannot have planned it all by himself. Njal must be at the bottom of this plot, for there is not his match for wit in all the land. Now they look for Hidin, but he is already off and away. After that they gathered folk, and looked for them 3 days, but could not find them. Gunnar rode south from the fell to Hawkdale, and so east of Skard, and north to Holtby-Achen Heath, and so on until he got home. Endnotes. 1. Lord of Rings, a periphrases for a chief, that is, Maud. 2. Earth's offspring, a periphrases for woman, that is, Unna. 24. Gunnar and Rut strive at the thing. Gunnar rode to the Althing, and Rut and Horsegould rode thither too with a very great company. Gunnar pursues his suit, and began by calling on his neighbours to bear witness, but Rut and his brother had it in their minds to make an onslaught on him, but they mistrusted their strength. Gunnar next went to the court of the men of Broadfirth, and bade Rut listen to his oath and declaration of the cause of the suit, and to all the proofs which he was about to bring forward. After that he took his oath, and declared his case. After that he brought forward his witnesses of the summons, along with his witnesses that the suit had been handed over to him. All this time Njal was not at the court. Now Gunnar pursued his suit till he called on the defendant to reply. Then Rut took witness, and said the suit was naught, and that there was a flaw in the pleading. He declared that it had broken down because Gunnar had failed to call those 3 witnesses which ought to have been brought before the court. The first, that which was taken before the marriage bed; the second, before the man's door; the third, at the Hill of Laws. By this time Njal was come to the court and said the suit and pleading might still be kept alive if they chose to strive in that way. No, says Gunnar, I will not have that. I will do the same to Rut as he did to Maud my kinsman. Or, are those brothers Rut and Horsegould so near that they may hear my voice? Hear it we can, says Rut. What dost thou wish? Gunnar said, Now all men here present be ear witnesses, that I challenge thee Rut to single combat, and we shall fight today on the holm, which is here in Oxwater. But if thou wilt not fight with me, then pay up all the money this very day. After that Gunnar sung a stave, yes, so must it be, this morning, now my mind is full of fire, Rut with me on yonder island raises roar of helm and shield. All that bear my words bear witness, warriors grasping Woden's god, unless the wealthy white down payeth dower of wife with flowing veil. After that Gunnar went away from the court with all his followers. Rut and Horskuld went home too, and the suit was never pursued nor defended from that day forth. Rut said, as soon as he got inside the booth, "This has never happened to me before, that any man has offered me combat and I have shunned it." "Then thou must mean to fight," says Horskuld, "but that shall not be if I have my way, for thou comest no nearer to Gunnar than Maud would have come to thee, and we had better both of us pay up the money to Gunnar." After that the brothers asked the householders of their own country what they would lay down, and they one and all said they would lay down as much as Rut wished. "Let us go then," says Horskuld, "to Gunnar's booth, and pay down the money out of hand." That was told to Gunnar, and he went out into the doorway of the booth, and Horskuld said, "Now it is thine to take the money." Gunnar said, "Pay it down, then, for I am ready to take it." So they paid down the money truly out of hand, and then Horskuld said, "Enjoy it now, as thou hast gotten it." Then Gunnar sang another stave, "Men who wield the blade of battle hoarded wealth may well enjoy, guileless gotten this at least, golden meed I fearless take, but if we for women's quarrel, warriors born to brandish sword, glut the wolf with manly gore, worse the lot of both would be." Rut answered, "Ill will be thy meed for this." "Be that as it may," says Gunnar. Then Horskuld and his brother went home to their booth, and he had much upon his mind, and said to Rut, "Will this unfairness of Gunnar's never be avenged?" "Not so," says Rut, "'twill be avenged on him sure enough, but we shall have no share nor profit in that vengeance. And after all it is most likely that he will turn to our stock to seek for friends." After that they left off speaking of the matter. Gunnar showed Njal the money, and he said, "The suit has gone off well." Says Gunnar, "But it was all thy doing." Now men rode home from the thing, and Gunnar got very great honour from the suit. Gunnar handed over all the money to Unna, and would have none of it, but said he thought he ought to look more for help from her and her kin hereafter than from other men. She said, so it should be. 25 Unna's second wedding. There was a man named Valgard, he kept house at Horf by Rangriver, he was the son of Jorund the priest, and his brother was Wulf Orpriest. 1. Those brothers, Wulf Orpriest, and Valgard the Guileful, set off to woo Unna, and she gave herself away to Valgard without the advice of any of her kinsfolk. But Gunnar and Njal, and many others thought ill of that, for he was a cross-grained man and had few friends. They begot between them a son, whose name was Maud, and he is long in this story. When he was grown to man's estate, he worked ill to his kinsfolk, but worst of all to Gunnar. He was a crafty man in his temper, but spiteful in his counsels. Now we will name Njal's sons. Skarphedin was the eldest of them. He was a tall man in growth, and strong withal, a good swordsman. He could swim like a seal, the swiftest looted of men, and bold and dauntless. He had a great flow of words and quick utterance, a good skald too, but still for the most part he kept himself well in hand. His hair was dark brown, with crisp curly locks. He had good eyes, his features were sharp, and his face ashen pale. His nose turned up and his front teeth stuck out, and his mouth was very ugly. Still he was the most soldier-like of men. Grim was the name of Njal's second son. He was fair of face and wore his hair long. His hair was dark, and he was comelier to look on than Skarphedin. A tall strong man. Helgi was the name of Njal's third son. He too was fair of face and had fine hair. He was a strong man and well skilled in arms. He was a man of sense and knew well how to behave. They were all unwed at that time, Njal's sons. Horsgold was the fourth of Njal's sons. He was base-born. His mother was Rodney, and she was Horsgold's daughter, the sister of Ingiad of the Springs. Njal asked Skarphedin one day if he would take to himself a wife. He bade his father settle the matter. Then Njal asked for his hand Thorilda, the daughter of Ranva of Thorolfsfell, and that was why they had another homestead there after that. Skarphedin got Thorilda, but he stayed still with his father to the end. Grim wooed Astrid of Deepback. She was a widow and very wealthy. Grim got her to wife, and yet lived on with Njal. Endnots, 1. The son of Ranvaig the Silly, the son of Valgard, the son of Ifar, the son of Vemund Wordstopper, the son of Thorolf Hooknose, the son of Thrand the Old, the son of Harald Hilderton, the son of Rarakring Scatterer. The mother of Harald Hilderton was Aud the daughter of Ivar Whitefathom, the son of Halfdan the Clever. The brother of Valgard the Guileful was Wulf Orpriest, from whom the Point Dwellers sprung. Wulf Orpriest was the father of Swart, the father of Lodmund, the father of Sigfus, the father of Siemund the Wise. But from Valgard is sprung Kolbein the Young. 26 of Asgrim and his children. There was a man named Asgrim, 1. He was Elidagrim's son. The brother of Asgrim Elidagrim's son was Sigfus, 2. Gorktrandil's son was Asgrim's foster brother, who is said to have been the fairest man of his day, and best skilled in all things, but matters went ill with them, for Asgrim slew Gork. Asgrim had 2 sons, and each of them was named Thorol. They were both hopeful men. Grim was the name of another of Asgrim's sons, and Thorala was his daughter's name. She was the fairest of women, and well behaved. Njal came to talk with his son Helgi, and said, I have thought of a match for thee, if thou wilt follow my advice. That I will surely, says he, for I know that thou both meanest me well, and canst do well for me, but whither hast thou turned thine eyes? We will go and woo Asgrim Elidagrim's son's daughter, for that is the best choice we can make. Endnots, 1. Elidagrim was Asgrim's son, Andred the Crow's son. His mother's name was Joran, and she was the daughter of Tit, the son of Ketelebjorn the Old of Mosfell. The mother of Tit was Helga, daughter of Thord Skegai's son, Rap's son, Bjorn's son the rough-footed, Grim's son, the lord of Sogn in Norway. The mother of Joran was Olof Harvest Heel, daughter of Bodvar, Viking Kari's son. 2. His daughter was Thorgada, mother of Sigfus, the father of Semund the Learned. 27 Helgi sons wooing a little after they rowed out across Thurso water, and fared till they came into Tung. A scrim was at home, and gave them a hearty welcome, and they were there that night. Next morning they began to talk, and then Njal raised the question of the wooing, and asked for Thoralla for his son Helgi's hand. A scrim answered that well, and said there were no men with whom he would be more willing to make this bargain than with them. They fell a-talking then about terms, and the end of it was that a scrim betrothed his daughter to Helgi, and the bridal day was named. Gunnar was at that feast, and many other of the bestmen. After the feast Njal offered to foster in his house Thorall, a scrim's son, and he was with Njal long after. He loved Njal more than his own father. Njal taught him law, so that he became the greatest lawyer in Iceland in those days. 28 Hallvard comes out to Iceland. There came a ship out from Norway, and ran into Arnbale's 1, and the master of the ship was Hallvard the White, a man from the bay. 2. He went to stay at Lithend, and was with Gunnar that winter, and was always asking him to fare abroad with him. Gunnar spoke little about it, but yet said more unlikely things might happen, and about spring he went over to Bergthorsknoll to find out from Njal whether he thought it a wise step in him to go abroad. I think it is wise, says Njal. They will think thee there an honourable man, as thou art. Wilt thou perhaps take my goods into thy keeping while I am away, for I wish my brother Kolskeg to fare with me, but I would that thou shouldst see after my household along with my mother. I will not throw anything in the way of that, says Njal. Lean on me in this thing as much as thou likest. Good go with thee for thy words, says Gunnar, and he rides then home. The Easterling, 3, fell again to talk with Gunnar that he should fare abroad. Gunnar asked if he had ever sailed to other lands. He said he had sailed to every one of them that lay between Norway and Russia, and so, too, I have sailed to Biomaland. 4. Wilt thou sail with me eastward ho, says Gunnar. That I will of a surety, says he. Then Gunnar made up his mind to sail abroad with him. Njal took all Gunnar's goods into his keeping. Endnots, 1. Oisa North Country word for the mouth of a river, from the Icelandic. 2. The Bay, Comp Chapter 2, and other passages, the name given to the Great Bay in the east of Norway, the entrance of which from the North Sea is the Kattegat, and at the end of which is the Christiania Firth. The name also applies to the land round the bay, which thus formed a district, the boundary of which, on the one side, was the promontory called Lindisnaes, or the Naze, and on the other, the Götaelf, the river on which the Swedish town of Gothenburg stands, and off the mouth of which lies the island of Hisingen, mentioned shortly after. 3. Easterling, i.e., the Norseman Hallvard. 4. Permia, the country one comes to after doubling the North Cape. 29. Gunnar goes abroad. So Gunnar fared abroad, and Kolskeg with him. They sailed first to Tonsberg, 1, and were there that winter. There had then been a shift of rulers in Norway. Harald Greyfell was then dead, and so was Gunhilda. Earl Hakon the Bad, Sigurd's son, Hakon's son, Gritgartha's son, then ruled the realm. The mother of Hakon was Bergliot, the daughter of Earlthera. Her mother was Olaf Harvest-Heel. She was Harald Fairhair's daughter. Hallvard asks Gunnar if he would make up his mind to go to Earl Hakon. "No, I will not do that," says Gunnar. "Hast thou ever a long ship?" "I have 2," he says. "Then I would that we 2 went on warfare, and let us get men to go with us." "I will do that," says Hallvard. After that they went to the bay, and took with them 2 ships, and fitted them out thence. They had good choice of men, for much praise was said of Gunnar. "Whither wilt thou first fare?" says Gunnar. "I wish to go southeast to Hisingen, to see my kinsman Oliver," says Hallvard. "What dost thou want of him?" says Gunnar. He answered, "He is a fine brave fellow, and he will be sure to get us some more strength for our voyage." "Then let us go thither," says Gunnar. So, as soon as they were bound, they held on east to Hisingen, and had there a hearty welcome. Gunnar had only been there a short time ere Oliver made much of him. Oliver asks about his voyage, and Hallvard says that Gunnar wishes to go a warfaring to gather goods for himself. "There's no use thinking of that," says Oliver, "when ye have no force." "Well," says Hallvard, "then you may add to it." "So I do mean to strengthen Gunnar somewhat," says Oliver, "and though thou reckonest thyself my kith and kin, I think there is more good in him." "What force, now, wilt thou add to ours?" he asks. 2 long ships, one with 20, and the other with 30 seats for rowers." "Who shall man them?" asks Hallvard. "I will man one of them with my own house carls, and the freemen around shall man the other. But still I have found out that strife has come into the river, and I know not whether ye 2 will be able to get away, for they are in the river." "Who?" says Hallvard. "Brothers twain," says Oliver, "one's name is Vandil, and the other's Karli, sons of Stjolf the Old, east away out of Gothland." Hallvard told Gunnar that Oliver had added some ships to theirs, and Gunnar was glad at that. They busked them for their voyage thence, till they were abown. Then Gunnar and Hallvard went before Oliver, and thanked him. He bade them fare warily for the sake of those brothers. Endnots, 1, a town at the mouth of the Christiania Firth. It was a great place for traffic in early times, and was long the only mart in the southeast of Norway. 30 Gunnar goes a sea roving. So Gunnar held on out of the river, and he and Kolskeg were both on board one ship. But Hallvard was on board another. Now, they see the ships before them, and then Gunnar spoke, and said, "Let us be ready for anything if they turn towards us. But else let us have nothing to do with them." So they did that, and made all ready on board their ships. The others parted their ships asunder, and made a fair way between the ships. Gunnar fared straight on between the ships, but Vandil caught up a grappling iron, and cast it between their ships and Gunnar's ship, and began at once to drag it towards him. Oliver had given Gunnar a good sword. Gunnar now drew it, and had not yet put on his helm. He leapt at once on the forecastle of Vandil's ship, and gave one man his death blow. Kali ran his ship alongside the other side of Gunnar's ship, and hurled a spear athwart the deck, and aimed at him about the waist. Gunnar seized this, and turned him about so quickly that no eye could follow him, and caught the spear with his left hand, and hurled it back at Kali's ship, and that man got his death who stood before it. Kolskeg snatched up a grapnel and cast it at Kali's ship, and the fluke fell inside the hold, and went out through one of the planks and in rushed the coal blue sea, and all the men sprang on board other ships. Now Gunnar leapt back to his own ship, and then Hallvard came up, and now a great battle arose. They saw now that their leader was unflinching, and every man did as well as he could. Sometimes Gunnar smote with the sword, and sometimes he hurled the spear, and many a man had his bane at his hand. Kolskeg backed him well. As for Kali, he hastened in a ship to his brother Vandil, and thence they fought that day. During the day Kolskeg took a rest on Gunnar's ship, and Gunnar seized that. Then he sung a song, for the eagle Raveniga, raven of my race, today better sureliest thou catered, lord of gold, than for thyself. Hear the morn come greedy ravens many any a rill of wolf, one, to sup, but thee burning thirst down bereath, prince of battle's parliament. After that Kolskeg took a beaker full of mead, and drank it off, and went on fighting afterwards, and so it came about that those brothers sprang up on the ship of Vandil and his brother, and Kolskeg went on one side, and Gunnar on the other. Against Gunnar came Vandil, and smote at once at him with his sword, and the blow fell on his shield. Gunnar gave the shield a twist as the sword pierced it, and broke it short off at the hilt. Then Gunnar smote back at Vandil, and 3 swords seemed to be aloft, and Vandil could not see how to shun the blow. Then Gunnar cut both his legs from under him, and at the same time Kolskeg ran Kali through with a spear. After that they took great war spoil. Thence they held on south to Denmark, and thence east to Smoland, too, and had victory wherever they went. They did not come back in autumn. The next summer they held on to Revel, and fell in there with sea rovers, and fought at once, and won the fight. After that they steered east to Ozel, 3, and lay there some while under a ness. There they saw a man coming down from the ness above them. Gunnar went on shore to meet the man, and they had a talk. Gunnar asked him his name, and he said it was Tofi. Gunnar asked again what he wanted. "The I want to see," says the man. "2 warships lie on the other side under the ness, and I will tell thee who command them. 2 brothers are the captains, one's name is Hallgrim, and the other's Kolskeg. I know them to be mighty men of war, and I know too that they have such good weapons that the like are not to be had. Hallgrim has a bill which he had made by seething spells, and this is what the spells say, that no weapon shall give him his death blow save that bill. That thing follows it too, that it is known at once when a man is to be slain with that bill, for something sings in it so loudly that it may be heard a long way off, such a strong nature has that bill in it. Then Gunnar sang a song, soon shall I that spearhead seize, and the bold sea rover slay, him whose blows on headpiece ring, heaper up of piles of dead. Then on Njal's courser, for, bounding, o'er the sea depths I will ride, while the wretch who spells abuseth, life shall lose in Sigar's storm. 5. Kolskegg has a short sword, that is also the best of weapons. Force, 2. They have, a third more than ye. They have also much goods, and have stowed them away on land, and I know clearly where they are. But they have sent a spy ship off the Ness, and they know all about you. Now they are getting themselves ready as fast as they can, and as soon as they are bound they mean to run out against you. Now you have either to row away at once, or to busk yourselves as quickly as ye can, but if ye win the day then I will lead you to all their store of goods. Gunnar gave him a golden finger ring, and went afterwards to his men and told them that warships lay on the other side of the Ness, and they know all about us, so let us take to our arms and busk us well, for now there is gain to be got. Then they busked them, and just when they were bound they see ships coming up to them. And now a fight sprung up between them, and they fought long, and many men fell. Gunnar slew many a man. Hallgrim and his men leapt on board Gunnar's ship. Gunnar turns to meet him, and Hallgrim thrust at him with his bill. There was a boom athwart the ship, and Gunnar leapt nimbly back over it. Gunnar's shield was just before the boom, and Hallgrim thrust his bill into it, and through it, and so on into the boom. Gunnar cut at Hallgrim's arm hard, and lamed the forearm, but the sword would not bite. Then down fell the bill, and Gunnar seized the bill, and thrust Hallgrim through, and then sang a song, slain is he who spoiled the people, lashing them with flashing steel. Heard have I how Hallgrim's magic helm rod forged in foreign land, all men know, of heartstrings doughty, how this bill hath come to me, deft in fight, the wolf's dear feeder, death alone us two shall part. And that vow Gunnar kept, in that he bore the bill while he lived. Those namesakes the two Kolskeggs fought together, and it was a near thing which would get the better of it. Then Gunnar came up, and gave the other Kolskegg his death blow. After that the sea rovers begged for mercy. Gunnar let them have that choice, and he let them also count the slain, and take the goods which the dead men owned, but he gave the others whom he spared their arms and their clothing, and bade them be off to the lands that fostered them. So they went off, and Gunnar took all the goods that were left behind. Tofi came to Gunnar after the battle, and offered to lead him to that store of goods which the sea rovers had stowed away, and said that it was both better and larger than that which they had already got. Gunnar said he was willing to go, and so he went ashore, and Tofi before him, to a wood, and Gunnar behind him. They came to a place where a great heap of wood was piled together. Tofi says the goods were under there, then they tossed off the wood, and found under it both gold and silver, clothes, and good weapons. They bore those goods to the ships, and Gunnar asks Tofi in what way he wished him to repay him. Tofi answered, I am a Dansk man by race, and I wish thou wouldst bring me to my kinsfolk. Gunnar asks why he was there away east. I was taken by sea rovers, says Tofi, and they put me on land here in Ozel, and here I have been ever since. Endnotes. 1. Rill of Wolf, Stream of Blood. 2. A province of Sweden. 3. An island in the Baltic, off the coast of Estonia. 4. Endil's Corsa, periphrases for a ship. 5. Cigar's Storm, periphrases for a sea fight. 31. Gunnar goes to King Harald Gorm's son and Earl Hakon. Gunnar took Tofi on board, and said to Kolskeg and Hallvard, now we will hold our course for the North lands. They were well pleased at that, and bade him have his way. So Gunnar sailed from the east with much goods. He had 10 ships, and ran in with them to Hidarby in Denmark. King Harald Gorm's son was there up the country, and he was told about Gunnar, and how too that there was no man his match in all Iceland. He sent men to him to ask him to come to him, and Gunnar went at once to see the king, and the king made him a hearty welcome, and sat him down next to himself. Gunnar was there half a month. The king made himself sport by letting Gunnar prove himself in divers feats of strength against his men, and there were none that were his match even in one feat. Then the king said to Gunnar, it seems to me as though thy peer is not to be found far or near, and the king offered to get Gunnar a wife, and to raise him to great power if he would settle down there. Gunnar thanked the king for his offer and said, I will first of all sail back to Iceland to see my friends and kinsfolk. Then thou wilt never come back to us, says the king. Fate will settle that, Lord, says Gunnar. Gunnar gave the king a good long ship, and much goods besides, and the king gave him a robe of honor, and golden seamed gloves, and a fillet with a knot of gold on it, and a Russian hat. Then Gunnar fared north to Hisingen. Oliver welcomed him with both hands, and he gave back to Oliver his ships, with their lading, and said that was his share of the spoil. Oliver took the goods, and said Gunnar was a good man and true, and bade him stay with him some while. Hallvard asked Gunnar if he had a mind to go to see Earl Hakon. Gunnar said that was near his heart, for now I am somewhat proved, but then I was not tried at all when thou badest me do this before. After that they fared north to Drontheim to see Earl Hakon, and he gave Gunnar a hearty welcome, and bade him stay with him that winter, and Gunnar took that offer, and every man thought him a man of great worth. At Yule the earl gave him a gold ring. Gunnar set his heart on Bergliota, the earl's kinswoman, and it was often to be seen from the earl's way, that he would have given her to him to wife if Gunnar had said anything about that. 32. Gunnar comes out to Iceland when the spring came. The earl asks Gunnar what course he meant to take. He said he would go to Iceland. The earl said that had been a bad year for grain, and there will be little sailing out to Iceland, but still thou shalt have meal and timber both in thy ship. Gunnar fitted out his ship as early as he could, and Hallvard fared out with him and Kolskegg. They came out early in the summer, and made on bales ois before the thing met. Gunnar rowed home from the ship, but got men to strip her and lay her up. But when they came home all men were glad to see them. They were blithe and merry to their household, nor had their haughtiness grown while they were away. Gunnar asks if Njal were at home, and he was told that he was at home. Then he let them saddle his horse, and those brothers rode over to Bergthorsk Knoll. Njal was glad at their coming, and begged them to stay there that night, and Gunnar told him of his voyages. Njal said he was a man of the greatest mark, and thou hast been much proved, but still thou wilt be more tried hereafter, for many will envy thee. With all men I would wish to stand well, says Gunnar. Much bad will happen, said Njal, and thou wilt always have some quarrel to ward off. So be it, then, says Gunnar, so that I have a good ground on my side. So will it be too, says Njal, if thou hast not to smart for others. Njal asked Gunnar if he would ride to the thing. Gunnar said he was going to ride thither, and asks Njal whether he were going to ride, but he said he would not ride thither, and if I had my will thou wouldst do the like. Gunnar rode home, and gave Njal good gifts, and thanked him for the care he had taken of his goods. Kolskegg urged him on much to ride to the thing, saying, there thy honour will grow, for many will flock to see thee there. That has been little to my mind, says Gunnar, to make a show of myself, but I think it good and right to meet good and worthy men. Hallvard by this time was also come thither, and offered to ride to the thing with them. 33 Gunnar's wooing, so Gunnar rode, and they all rode. But when they came to the thing they were so well arrayed that none could match them in bravery, and men came out of every booth to wonder at them. Gunnar rode to the booths of the men of Rangriva, and was there with his kinsmen. Many men came to see Gunnar, and ask tidings of him, and he was easy and merry to all men, and told them all they wished to hear. It happened one day that Gunnar went away from the Hill of Laws, and passed by the booths of the men from Mossfell. Then he saw a woman coming to meet him, and she was in goodly attire, but when they met she spoke to Gunnar at once. He took her greeting well, and asks what woman she might be. She told him her name was Hallgerdr, and said she was Horsguld's daughter, Darlakol's son. She spoke up boldly to him, and bade him tell her of his voyages, but he said he would not gainsay her a talk. Then they sat them down and talked. She was so clad that she had on a red kirtle, and had thrown over her a scarlet cloak trimmed with needlework down to the waist. Her hair came down to her bosom, and was both fair and full. Gunnar was clad in the scarlet clothes which King Harald Gorm's son had given him. He had also the gold ring on his arm which Earl Hakon had given him. So they talked long out loud, and at last it came about that he asked whether she were unmarried. She said, so it was, and there are not many who would run the risk of that. Thinkest thou none good enough for thee? Not that she says, but I am said to be hard to please in husbands. How wouldst thou answer, were I to ask for thee? That cannot be in thy mind, she says. It is though, says he. If thou hast any mind that way, go and see my father. After that they broke off their talk. Gunnar went straightway to the dalesman's booths, and met a man outside the doorway, and asks whether Horskuld were inside the booth. The man says that he was. Then Gunnar went in, and Horskuld and Rut made him welcome. He sat down between them, and no one could find out from their talk that there had ever been any misunderstanding between them. At last Gunnar's speech turned thither, how these brothers would answer if he asked for Hallgerdr. Well, says Horskuld, if that is indeed thy mind. Gunnar says that he is in earnest, but we so parted last time, that many would think it unlikely that we should ever be bound together. How thinkest thou, kinsman Rut? Says Horskuld. Rut answered, methinks this is no even match. How dost thou make that out? Says Gunnar. Rut spoke, in this wise will I answer thee about this matter, as is the very truth. Thou art a brisk brave man, well-to-do, and unblemished, but she is much mixed up with ill report, and I will not cheat thee in anything. Good go with thee for thy words, says Gunnar, but still I shall hold that for true, that the old feud weighs with ye, if ye will not let me make this match. Not so, says Rut. 'Tis more because I see that thou art unable to help thyself, but though we make no bargain, we would still be thy friends. I have talked to her about it, says Gunnar, and it is not far from her mind. Rut says, I know that you have both set your hearts on this match, and, besides, ye two are those who run the most risk as to how it turns out. Rut told Gunnar unasked all about Hallgerdr's temper, and Gunnar at first thought that there was more than enough that was wanting, but at last it came about that they struck a bargain. Then Hallgerdr was sent for, and they talked over the business when she was by, and now, as before, they made her betroth herself. The bridal feast was to be at Lithend, and at first they were to set about it secretly, but the end after all was that every one knew of it. Gunnar rode home from the thing, and came to Burg Thorsknoll, and told Njal of the bargain he had made. He took it heavily. Gunnar asks Njal why he thought this so unwise. Because from her, says Njal, will arise all kind of ill if she comes hither east. Never shall she spoil our friendship, says Gunnar. Ah! But yet that may come very near, says Njal, and, besides, thou wilt have always to make atonement for her. Gunnar asked Njal to the wedding, and all those as well whom he wished should be at it from Njal's house. Njal promised to go, and after that Gunnar rode home, and then rode about the district to bid men to his wedding. 34 Of Thrain Sigfus' son there was a man named Thrain, he was the son of Sigfus, the son of Sivat the Red. He kept house at Gritwater on Fleetleith. He was Gunnar's kinsman, and a man of great mark. He had to wife Thorhilda Skaldwif, she had a sharp tongue of her own, and was given to jeering. Thrain loved her little. He and his wife were bidden to the wedding, and she and Bergthora, Skarfedin's daughter, Njal's wife, waited on the guests with meat and drink. Ketil was the name of the second son of Sigfus. He kept house in the Mark, east of Mark Fleet. He had to wife Thorgerdr, Njal's daughter. Thorkel was the name of the third son of Sigfus, the fourth's name was Maud, the fifth's Lambi, the sixth Sigmund, the seventh Sigurd. These were all Gunnar's kinsmen, and great champions. Gunnar bade them all to the wedding. Gunnar had also bidden Valgard the Guileful, and Wulf Priest, and their sons Ranulf and Maud. Horskuld and Rut came to the wedding with a very great company, and the sons of Horskuld, Thorlake, and Olof, were there. The bride, too, came along with them, and her daughter Thorgerdr came also, and she was one of the fairest of women. She was then 14 winters old. Many other women were with her, and besides there were Thorkatla Asgrim Eladagrim's son's daughter, and Njal's 2 daughters, Thorgerdr and Helga. Gunnar had already many guests to meet them, and he thus arranged his men. He sat on the middle of the bench, and on the inside, away from him, Thrain Sigfus' son, then Wulf Priest, then Valgard the Guileful, then Maud and Ranulf, then the other sons of Sigfus. Lambi sat outermost of them. Next to Gunnar on the outside, away from him, sat Njal, then Skarfadin, then Helgi, then Grim, then Horskuld Njal's son, then Hafr the Wise, then Ingiad from the springs, then the sons of Thora from Holt away east. Thora would sit outermost of the men of mark, for every one was pleased with the seat he got. Horskuld, the bride's father, sat on the middle of the bench over against Gunnar, but his sons sat on the inside away from him. Rut sat on the outside away from Horskuld, but it is not said how the others were placed. The bride sat in the middle of the crossbench on the dais, but on one hand of her sat her daughter Thorgerdr, and on the other Thorkatla Asgrim Eladagrim's son's daughter. Thoraldr went about waiting on the guests, and Bergthora bore the meat on the board. Now Thrain Sigfus' son kept staring at Thorgerdr Glum's daughter. His wife Thoraldr saw this, and she got wroth, and made a couplet upon him. Thrain, she says, gaping mouths are no wise good, goggle-ane are in thy head. He rose at once up from the board, and said he would put Thoraldr away. I will not bear her gibes and jeers any longer, and he was so quarrelsome about this, that he would not be at the feast unless she were driven away. And so it was, that she went away, and now each man sat in his place, and they drank and were glad. Then Thrain began to speak, I will not whisper about that which is in my mind. This I will ask thee, Horskuld Darlakol's son, wilt thou give me to wife Thorgerdr, thy kinswoman? I do not know that, says Horskuld, methinks thou art ill-parted from the one thou hadst before. But what kind of man is he, Gunnar? Gunnar answers, I will not say aught about the man, because he is near of kin, but say thou about him. Njal, says Gunnar, for all men will believe it. Njal spoke, and said, that is to be said of this man, that the man is well-to-do for wealth, and a proper man in all things. A man, too, of the greatest mark, so that ye may well make this match with him. Then Horskuld spoke, what thinkest thou we ought to do, kinsman Rut? Thou mayst make the match, because it is an even one for her, says Rut. Then they talk about the terms of the bargain, and are soon of one mind on all points. Then Gunnar stands up, and Thrain too, and they go to the cross bench. Gunnar asked that mother and daughter whether they would say yes to this bargain. They said they would find no fault with it, and Holjadar betrothed her daughter. Then the places of the women were shifted again, and now Thoralla sate between the brides. And now the feast sped on well, and when it was over, Horskuld and his company ride west, but the men of Rangriva rode to their own abode. Gunnar gave many men gifts, and that made him much liked. Holjadar took the housekeeping under her, and stood up for her rights in word and deed. Thorgadar took to housekeeping at Gritwater, and was a good housewife. 35 The visit to Bergthorsknoll. Now it was the custom between Gunnar and Njal, that each made the other a feast, winter and winter about, for friendship's sake, and it was Gunnar's turn to go to feast at Njal's. So Gunnar and Holjadar set off for Bergthorsknoll, and when they got there Helgi and his wife were not at home. Njal gave Gunnar and his wife a hearty welcome, and when they had been there a little while, Helgi came home with Thoralla his wife. Then Bergthora went up to the crossbench, and Thoralla with her, and Bergthora said to Holjadar, "Thou shalt give place to this woman." She answered, "To no one will I give place, for I will not be driven into the corner for any one. I shall rule here," said Bergthora. After that Thoralla sat down, and Bergthora went round the table with water to wash the guests' hands. Then Holjadar took hold of Bergthora's hand, and said, "There's not much to choose, though, between you two. Thou'st hang nails on every finger, and Njal is beardless." "That's true," says Bergthora, "yet neither of us finds fault with the other for it, but Thorwald, thy husband, was not beardless, and yet thou plottedst his death." Then Holjadar said, "It stands me in little stead to have the bravest man in Iceland if thou dost not avenge this, Gunnar." He sprang up and strode across away from the board, and said, "Home I will go, and it were more seemly that thou shouldest wrangle with those of thine own household, and not under other men's roofs. But as for Njal, I am his debtor for much honor, and never will I be egged on by thee like a fool." After that they set off home. "Mind this, Bergthora," said Holjadar, "that we shall meet again." Bergthora said she should not be better off for that. Gunnar said nothing at all, but went home to Lithend, and was there at home all the winter. And now the summer was running on towards the great thing. 36 Kolslu Swart. Gunnar rode away to the thing, but before he rode from home he said to Holjadar, "Be good now while I am away, and show none of thine ill temper in anything with which my friends have to do." "The trolls take thy friends," says Holjadar. So Gunnar rode to the thing, and saw it was not good to come to words with her. Njal rode to the thing too, and all his sons with him. Now it must be told of what tidings happened at home. Njal and Gunnar owned a wood in common at Redslip. They had not shared the wood, but each was wont to hew in it as he needed, and neither said a word to the other about that. Holjadar's Greaves, one, name was Cole. He had been with her long, and was one of the worst of men. There was a man named Swart, he was Njal's and Bergthora's housecarl. They were very fond of him. Now Bergthora told him that he must go up into Red Slip and hew wood, but she said, I will get men to draw home the wood. He said he would do the work she set him to win, and so he went up into Red Slip, and was to be there a week. Some gangrel men came to Lithend from the east across Markfleet, and said that Swart had been in Red Slip, and hewn wood, and done a deal of work. So says Holgadar, Bergthora must mean to rob me in many things, but I'll take care that he does not hew again. Ranveig, Gunnar's mother, heard that, and said, there have been good housewives before now, though they never set their hearts on manslaughter. Now the night wore away, and early next morning Holgadar came to speak to Cole, and said, I have thought of some work for thee, and with that she put weapons into his hands, and went on to say, fare thou to Red Slip, there wilt thou find Swart. What shall I do to him, he says. Askest thou that, when thou art the worst of men, she says. Thou shalt kill him. I can get that done, he says, but 'tis more likely that I shall lose my own life for it. Everything grows big in thy eyes, she says, and thou behavest ill to say this after I have spoken up for thee in everything. I must get another man to do this if thou darest not. He took the axe, and was very wroth, and takes a horse that Gunnar owned, and rides now till he comes east of Markfleet. There he got off and bided in the wood, till they had carried down the firewood, and Swart was left alone behind. Then Cole sprang on him, and said, more folk can hew great strokes than thou alone, and so he laid the axe on his head, and smote him his death blow, and rides home afterwards, and tells Holgadar of the slaying. She said, I shall take such good care of thee, that no harm shall come to thee. Maybe so, says he, but I dreamt all the other way as I slept ere I did the deed. Now they come up into the wood, and find Swart slain, and bear him home. Holgadar sent a man to Gunnar at the thing to tell him of the slaying. Gunnar said no hard words at first of Holgadar to the messenger, and men knew not at first whether he thought well or ill of it. A little after he stood up, and bade his men go with him. They did so, and fared to Njal's booth. Gunnar sent a man to fetch Njal, and begged him to come out. Njal went out at once, and he and Gunnar fell a talking, and Gunnar said, I have to tell thee of the slaying of a man, and my wife and my grieve Cole were those who did it, but Swart, thy housecarl, fell before them. Njal held his peace while he told him the whole story. Then Njal spoke, thou must take heed not to let her have her way in everything. Gunnar said, thou thyself shalt settle the terms. Njal spoke again, 'twill be hard work for thee to atone for all Holgadar's mischief, and somewhere else there will be a broader trail to follow than this which we two now have a share in, and yet, even here there will be much awanting before all be well, and herein we shall need to bear in mind the friendly words that passed between us of old, and something tells me that thou wilt come well out of it, but still thou wilt be sore tried. Then Njal took the award into his own hands from Gunnar, and said, I will not push this matter to the uttermost. Thou shalt pay 12 ounces of silver, but I will add this to my award, that if anything happens from our homestead about which thou hast to utter an award, thou wilt not be less easy in thy terms. Gunnar paid up the money out of hand, and rode home afterwards. Njal, too, came home from the thing, and his sons. Bergthora saw the money, and said, "This is very justly settled, but even as much money shall be paid for coal as time goes on." Gunnar came home from the thing and blamed Hallgerdr. She said, "Better men lay unatoned in many places." Gunnar said, "She might have her way in beginning a quarrel, but how the matter is to be settled rests with me." Hallgerdr was forever chattering of Swart's slaying, but Bergthora liked that ill. Once Njal and her sons went up to Thorolf's fell to see about the housekeeping there, but that self-same day this thing happened when Bergthora was out of doors. She sees a man ride up to the house on a black horse. She stayed there and did not go in, for she did not know the man. That man had a spear in his hand, and was girded with a short sword. She asked this man his name. "Atli is my name," says he. She asked whence he came. "I am an Eastfirther," he says. "Whither shalt thou go?" she says. "I am a homeless man," says he, "and I thought to see Njal and Skarfadin, and know if they would take me in." "What work is handiest to thee?" says she. "I am a man used to field work," he says, "and many things else come very handy to me, but I will not hide from thee that I am a man of hard temper, and it has been many a man's lot before now to bind up wounds at my hand." "I do not blame thee," she says, "though thou art no milksop." Atli said, "Hast thou any voice in things here?" "I am Njal's wife," she says, "and I have as much to say to our housefolk as he." "Wilt thou take me in then?" says he. "I will give thee thy choice of that," says she. "If thou wilt do all the work that I set before thee, and that, though I wish to send thee where a man's life is at stake, thou must have so many men at thy beck," says he, "that thou wilt not need me for such work." "That I will settle as I please," she says. "We will strike a bargain on these terms," says he. Then she took him into the household. Njal and his sons came home and asked Bergthora what man that might be. "He is thy housecarl," she says, "and I took him in." Then she went on to say he was no sluggard at work. "He will be a great worker enough, I dare say," says Njal, "but I do not know whether he will be such a good worker." Skarfadin was good to Atli. Njal and his sons ride to the thing in the course of the summer. Gunnar was also at the thing. Njal took out a purse of money. "What money is that, father?" "Here is the money that Gunnar paid me for our housecarl last summer." "That will come to stand thee in some stead," says Skarfadin, and smiled as he spoke. Endnotes. 1. Grieve, i.e., bailiff, head workman. 37. The slaying of Cole, whom Atli slew. Now we must take up the story and say, that Atli asked Bergthora what work he should do that day. "I have thought of some work for thee," she says. "Thou shalt go and look for Cole until thou find him, for now shalt thou slay him this very day, if thou wilt do my will." This work is well fitted, says Atli, for each of us two are bad fellows, but still I will so lay myself out for him that one or other of us shall die. Well mayst thou fare, she says, and thou shalt not do this deed for nothing. He took his weapons and his horse, and rode up to Fleetlith, and there met men who were coming down from Lithend. They were at home east in the mark. They asked Atli whither he meant to go. He said he was riding to look for an old jade. They said that was a small errand for such a workman, but still 'twould be better to ask those who have been about last night. Who are they, says he. Killing coal, say they, Holgerdar's house carle, fared from the fold just now, and has been awake all night. I do not know whether I dare to meet him, says Atli, he is bad-tempered, and may be that I shall let another's wound be my warning. Thou bearest that look beneath the brows as though thou wert no coward, they said, and showed him where Cole was. Then he spurred his horse and rides fast, and when he meets Cole, Atli said to him, Go the pack saddle bands well, says Atli. That's no business of thine, worthless fellow, nor of any one else whence thou comest. Atli said, Thou'st something behind that is earnest work, but that is to die. After that Atli thrust at him with his spear, and struck him about his middle. Cole swept at him with his axe, but missed him, and fell off his horse, and died at once. Atli rode till he met some of Holgerdar's workmen, and said, Go ye up to the horse yonder, and look to Cole, for he has fallen off, and is dead. Hast thou slain him, say they? Well, 'twill seem to Holgerdar as though he has not fallen by his own hand. After that Atli rode home and told Bergthora. She thanked him for this deed, and for the words which he had spoken about it. I do not know, says he, what Njal will think of this. He will take it well upon his hands, she says, and I will tell thee one thing as a token of it, that he has carried away with him to the thing the price of that thrall which we took last spring, and that money will now serve for coal. But though peace be made, thou must still beware of thyself, for Holgerdar will keep no peace. Wilt thou send at all a man to Njal to tell him of the slaying? I will not, she says, I should like it better that Cole were unatoned. Then they stopped talking about it. Holgerdar was told of Cole's slaying, and of the words that Atli had said. She said Atli should be paid off for them. She sent a man to the thing to tell Gunnar of Cole's slaying. He answered little or nothing, and sent a man to tell Njal. He too made no answer, but Skarfadin said, Thralls are men of more metal than of yore. They used to fly at each other and fight, and no one thought much harm of that. But now they will do naught but kill, and as he said this he smiled. Njal pulled down the purse of money which hung up in the booth, and went out. His sons went with him to Gunnar's booth. Skarfadin said to a man who was in the doorway of the booth, Say thou to Gunnar that my father wants to see him. He did so, and Gunnar went out at once and gave Njal a hearty welcome. After that they began to talk. "'Tis ill done," says Njal, "that my housewife should have broken the peace, and let thy house carle be slain." "She shall not have blame for that," says Gunnar. Settle the award thyself, says Njal. So I will do, says Gunnar, and I value those 2 men at an even price, swart and coal. Thou shalt pay me 12 ounces in silver. Njal took the purse of money and handed it to Gunnar. Gunnar knew the money, and saw it was the same that he had paid Njal. Njal went away to his booth, and they were just as good friends as before. When Njal came home, he blamed Bergthora, but she said she would never give way to Hallgerdr. Hallgerdr was very cross with Gunnar, because he had made peace for coal slaying. Gunnar told her he would never break with Njal or his sons, and she flew into a great rage, but Gunnar took no heed of that, and so they sat for that year, and nothing noteworthy happened. 38 The killing of Atli the thrall. Next spring Njal said to Atli, I wish that thou wouldst change thy abode to the East Firths, so that Hallgerdr may not put an end to thy life. I am not afraid of that, says Atli, and I will willingly stay at home if I have the choice. Still that is less wise, says Njal. I think it better to lose my life in thy house than to change my master, but this I will beg of thee, if I am slain, that a thrall's price shall not be paid for me. Thou shalt be atoned for as a free man, but perhaps Bergthora will make thee a promise which she will fulfill, that revenge, man for man, shall be taken for thee. Then he made up his mind to be a hired servant there. Now it must be told of Hallgerdr that she sent a man west to Barefirth, to fetch Brynjolf the unruly, her kinsman. He was a base son of Swan, and he was one of the worst of men. Gunnar knew nothing about it. Hallgerdr said he was well fitted to be a grieve. So Brynjolf came from the west, and Gunnar asked what he was to do there. He said he was going to stay there. Thou wilt not better our household, says Gunnar, after what has been told me of thee, but I will not turn away any of Hallgerdr's kinsmen, whom she wishes to be with her. Gunnar said little, but was not unkind to him, and so things went on till the thing. Gunnar rides to the thing and Kolskeg rides too, and when they came to the thing they and Njal met, for he and his sons were at the thing, and all went well with Gunnar and them. Bergthora said to Atli, Go thou up into Thorolfsfell and work there a week. So he went up thither, and was there on the sly, and burnt charcoal in the wood. Hallgerdr said to Brynjolf, I have been told Atli is not at home, and he must be winning work on Thorolfsfell. What thinkest thou likeliest that he is working at, says he. At something in the wood, she says. What shall I do to him, he asks. Thou shalt kill him, says she. He was rather slow in answering her, and Hallgerdr said, 'Twould grow less in Theostulf's eyes to kill Atli if he were alive. Thou shalt have no need to go at me on much more, he says, and then he seized his weapons, and takes his horse and mounts, and rides to Thorolfsfell. There he saw a great reek of coal smoke east of the homestead, so he rides thither, and gets off his horse and ties him up, but he goes where the smoke was thickest. Then he sees where the charcoal pit is, and a man stands by it. He saw that he had thrust his spear in the ground by him. Brynjolf goes along with the smoke right up to him, but he was eager at his work, and saw him not. Brynjolf gave him a stroke on the head with his axe, and he turned so quick round that Brynjolf loosed his hold of the axe, and Atli grasped the spear, and hurled it after him. Then Brynjolf cast himself down on the ground, but the spear flew away over him. "Lucky for thee that I was not ready for thee," says Atli, "but now Holgerda will be well pleased, for thou wilt tell her of my death, but it is a comfort to know that thou wilt have the same fate soon, but come now, take thy axe which has been here." He answered him never a word, nor did he take the axe before he was dead. Then he rode up to the house on Thorolfsfell, and told of the slaying, and after that rode home and told Holgerda. She sent men to Bergthorsknoll, and let them tell Bergthora that now Cole's slaying was paid for. After that Holgerda sent a man to the thing to tell Gunnar of Atli's killing. Gunnar stood up, and Kolskegg with him, and Kolskegg said, "Unthrifty will Holgerda's kinsman be to thee." Then they go to Njal, and Gunnar said, "I have to tell thee of Atli's killing." He told him also who slew him, and went on, "And now I will bid thee atonement for the deed, and thou shalt make the award thyself." Njal said, "We two have always meant never to come to strife about anything, but still I cannot make him out a thrall." Gunnar said that was all right, and stretched out his hand. Njal named his witnesses, and they made peace on those terms. Skarfedin said, "Holgerda does not let our housecarls die of old age." Gunnar said, "Thy mother will take care that blow goes for blow between the houses." Says Njal, "there will be enough of that work." After that Njal fixed the price at 100 in silver, but Gunnar paid it down at once. Many who stood by said that the award was high. Gunnar got wroth, and said that a full atonement was often paid for those who were no brisker men than Atli. With that they rode home from the thing. Bergthora said to Njal when she saw the money, "Thou thinkest thou hast fulfilled thy promise, but now my promise is still behind." "There is no need that thou shouldst fulfill it," says Njal. "Nay," says she, "thou hast guessed it would be so, and so it shall be." Holgerda said to Gunnar, "Hast thou paid 100 in silver for Atli's slaying, and made him a free man?" "He was free before," says Gunnar, "and besides, I will not make Njal's household outlaws who have forfeited their rights." "There's not a pin to choose between you," she said, "for both of you are so blate." "That's as things prove," says he. Then Gunnar was for a long time very short with her, till she gave way to him, and now all was still for the rest of that year. In the spring Njal did not increase his household, and now men ride to the thing about summer. 39 The slaying of Brynjolf the Unruly. There was a man named Thord, he was surnamed Friedmundsson. Sigtrygg was his father's name, and he had been the freedman of Asjud, and he was drowned in Markfleet. That was why Thord was with Njal afterwards. He was a tall man and a strong, and he had fostered all Njal's sons. He had set his heart on Gudfinna Thorolf's daughter, Njal's kinswoman. She was housekeeper at home there, and was then with child. Now Bergthora came to talk with Thord Friedmundsson. She said, "Thou shalt go to kill Brynjolf, Holgerdar's kinsman. I am no manslayer, he says, but still I will do whatever thou wilt. This is my will, she says. After that he went up to Lithend, and made them call Holgerdar out, and asked where Brynjolf might be. What's thy will with him, she says. I want him to tell me where he has hidden Atli's body. I have heard say that he has buried it badly. She pointed to him and said he was down yonder in Akretung. Take heed, says Thord, that the same thing does not befall him as befell Atli. Thou art no manslayer, she says, and so naught will come of it even if ye two do meet. Never have I seen man's blood, nor do I know how I should feel if I did, he says, and gallops out of the town and down to Akretung. Ranveig, Gunnar's mother, had heard their talk. Thou goadest his mind much, Holgerdar, she says, but I think him a dauntless man, and that thy kinsman will find. They met on the beaten way, Thord and Brynjolf, and Thord said, Guard thee, Brynjolf, for I will do no dastard's deed by thee. Brynjolf rode at Thord, and smote at him with his axe. He smote at him at the same time with his axe, and hewed in sunder the haft just above Brynjolf's hands, and then hewed at him at once a second time, and struck him on the collarbone, and the blow went straight into his trunk. Then he fell from horseback, and was dead on the spot. Thord met Holgerdar's herdsman, and gave out the slaying as done by his hand, and said where he lay, and bade him tell Holgerdar of the slaying. After that he rode home to Bergthorsknoll, and told Bergthora of the slaying, and other people too. Good luck go with thy hands, she said. The herdsman told Holgerdar of the slaying. She was snappish at it, and said much ill would come of it, if she might have her way. 40 Gunnar and Njal make peace about Brynjolf's slaying. Now these tidings come to the thing, and Njal made them tell him the tale thrice, and then he said, More men now become manslayers than I weened. Skarphedin spoke, that man, though, must have been twice fey, he says, who lost his life by our foster father's hand, who has never seen man's blood. And many would think that we brothers would sooner have done this deed with the turn of temper that we have. Scant space wilt thou have, says Njal, ere the like befalls thee, but need will drive thee to it. Then they went to meet Gunnar, and told him of the slaying. Gunnar spoke and said that was little man scathed, but yet he was a free man. Njal offered to make peace at once, and Gunnar said yes, and he was to settle the terms himself. He made his award there and then, and laid it at 100 in silver. Njal paid down the money on the spot, and they were at peace after that. 41 Sigmund comes out to Iceland. There was a man whose name was Sigmund. He was the son of Lambi, the son of Sivat the Red. He was a great voyager, and a comely and a courteous man, tall too, and strong. He was a man of proud spirit, and a good skald, and well trained in most feats of strength. He was noisy and boisterous, and given to gibes and mocking. He made the land east in Homfirth. Skjold was the name of his fellow traveller. He was a Swedish man, and ill to do with. They took horse and rode from the east out of Hornfirth, and did not draw bridle before they came to Lithend, in the Fleet Lith. Gunnar gave them a hearty welcome, for the bonds of kinship were close between them. Gunnar begged Sigmund to stay there that winter, and Sigmund said he would take the offer if Skjold his fellow might be there too. "Well, I have been so told about him," said Gunnar, "that he is no better of thy temper, but as it is, thou rather needest to have it bettered. This, too, is a bad house to stay at, and I would just give both of you a bit of advice, my kinsman, not to fire up at the egging on of my wife Holgerda, for she takes much in hand that is far from my will." "His hands are clean who warns another," says Sigmund. "Then mind the advice given thee," says Gunnar, "for thou art sure to be sore tried, and go along always with me, and lean upon my counsel." After that they were in Gunnar's company. Holgerda was good to Sigmund, and it soon came about that things grew so warm that she loaded him with money, and tended him no worse than her own husband, and many talked about that, and did not know what lay under it. One day Holgerda said to Gunnar, "It is not good to be content with that 100 in silver which thou tookest for my kinsman Brynjolf. I shall avenge him if I may," she says. Gunnar said he had no mind to bandy words with her, and went away. He met Kolskegg, and said to him, "Go and see Njal, and tell him that Thord must beware of himself, though peace has been made, for, methinks, there is faithlessness somewhere." He rode off and told Njal, but Njal told Thord, and Kolskegg rode home, and Njal thanked them for their faithfulness. Once on a time they two were out in the town, Njal and Thord. A he-goat was wont to go up and down in the town, and no one was allowed to drive him away. Then Thord spoke and said, "Well, this is a wondrous thing. What is it that thou seest that seems after a wondrous fashion?" says Njal. "Methinks the goat lies here in the hollow, and he is all one gore of blood." Njal said that there was no goat there, nor anything else. "What is it then?" says Thord. "Thou must be a fey man," says Njal, "and thou must have seen the fetch that follows thee, and now beware of thyself." "That will stand me in no stead," says Thord, "if death is doomed for me." Then Holgerda came to talk with Thrain Sigfur's son, and said, "I would think thee my son-in-law indeed," she says, "if thou slayest Thord Friedmundsson." "I will not do that," he says, "for then I shall have the wrath of my kinsman Gunnar, and besides, great things hang on this deed, for this slaying would soon be avenged." "Who will avenge it?" she asks. "Is it the beardless carle?" "Not so," says he, "his sons will avenge it." After that they talked long and low, and no man knew what counsel they took together. Once it happened that Gunnar was not at home, but those companions were. Thrain had come in from Gritwater, and then he and they and Holgerda sat out of doors and talked. Then Holgerda said, "This have ye two brothers in arms, Sigmund and Skjold, promised to slay Thord Friedmundsson, but Thrain thou hast promised me that thou wouldst stand by them when they did the deed." They all acknowledged that they had given her this promise. "Now I will counsel you how to do it," she says. "Ye shall ride east into Homfirth after your goods, and come home about the beginning of the thing, but if ye are at home before it begins, Gunnar will wish that ye should ride to the thing with him. Njal will be at the thing and his sons and Gunnar, but then ye two shall slay Thord. They all agreed that this plan should be carried out. After that they busked them east to the firth, and Gunnar was not aware of what they were about, and Gunnar rode to the thing. Njal sent Thord Friedmanson away east under a jaffel, and bade him be away there one night. So he went east, but he could not get back from the east, for the fleet had risen so high that it could not be crossed on horseback ever so far up. Njal waited for him one night, for he had meant him to have ridden with him, and Njal said to Bergthora that she must send Thord to the thing as soon as ever he came home. 2 nights after, Thord came from the east, and Bergthora told him that he must ride to the thing. But first thou shalt ride up into Thorolfsfell and see about the farm there, and do not be there longer than 1 or 2 nights. 42 The slaying of Thord Friedmanson. Then Sigmund came from the east and those companions. Holjadar told them that Thord was at home, but that he was to ride straightway to the thing after a few nights' space. Now ye will have a fair chance at him, she says, but if this goes off, ye will never get nigh him. Men came to Lithend from Thorolfsfell, and told Holjadar that Thord was there. Holjadar went to Thrain Sigfur's son, and his companions, and said to him, Now is Thord on Thorolfsfell, and now your best plan is to fall on him and kill him as he goes home. That we will do, says Sigmund. So they went out, and took their weapons and horses and rode on the way to meet him. Sigmund said to Thrain, Now thou shalt have nothing to do with it, for we shall not need all of us. Very well, so I will, says he. Then Thord rode up to them a little while after, and Sigmund said to him, Give thyself up, he says, for now shalt thou die. That shall not be, says Thord, come thou to single combat with me. That shall not be either, says Sigmund, we will make the most of our numbers, but it is not strange that Skarphedin is strong, for it is said that 1/4 of a foster child's strength comes from the foster father. Thou wilt feel the force of that, says Thord, for Skarphedin will avenge me. After that they fall on him, and he breaks a spear of each of them, so well did he guard himself. Then Skjold cut off his hand, and he still kept them off with his other hand for some time, till Sigmund thrust him through. Then he fell dead to earth. They drew over him turf and stones, and Thrain said, We have won an ill work, and Njal's sons will take this slaying ill when they hear of it. They ride home and tell Holjadar. She was glad to hear of the slaying, but Ranveig, Gunnar's mother, said, It is said but a short while is hand fain of blow, and so it will be here, but still Gunnar will set thee free from this matter. But if Holjadar makes thee take another fly in thy mouth, then that will be thy bane. Holjadar sent a man to Bergthorsknoll, to tell the slaying, and another man to the thing, to tell it to Gunnar. Bergthora said she would not fight against Holjadar with ill words about such a matter, that quoth she, would be no revenge for so great a quarrel. 43 Njal and Gunnar make peace for the slaying of Thord. But when the messenger came to the thing to tell Gunnar of the slaying, then Gunnar said, This has happened ill, and no tidings could come to my ears which I should think worse, but yet we will now go at once and see Njal. I still hope he may take it well, though he be sorely tried. So they went to see Njal, and called him to come out and talk to them. He went out at once to meet Gunnar, and they talked, nor were there any more men by at first than Kolskegg. Hard tidings have I to tell thee, says Gunnar, the slaying of Thord Friedmundsson, and I wish to offer thee self-doom for the slaying. Njal held his peace some while, and then said, That is well offered, and I will take it, but yet it is to be looked for that I shall have blame from my wife or from my sons for that, for it will mislike them much, but still I will run the risk, for I know that I have to deal with a good man and true, nor do I wish that any breach should arise in our friendship on my part. Wilt thou let thy sons be by, pray, says Gunnar. I will not, says Njal, for they will not break the peace which I make, but if they stand by while we make it they will not pull well together with us. So it shall be, says Gunnar. See thou to it alone. Then they shook one another by the hand, and made peace well and quickly. Then Njal said, The award that I make is 200 in silver, and that thou wilt think much. I do not think it too much, says Gunnar, and went home to his booth. Njal's sons came home, and Skarphedin asked whence that great sum of money came, which his father held in his hand. Njal said, I tell you of your foster father's Thord's slaying, and we two, Gunnar and I, have now made peace in the matter, and he has paid an atonement for him as for 2 men. Who slew him, says Skarphedin. Sigmund and Skjold, but Thrain was standing near too, says Njal. They thought they had need of much strength, says Skarphedin, and sang a song, bold in deeds of daring do, burdeners of ocean's steeds, strength enough it seems they needed all to slay a single man, when shall we our hands uplift? We who brandish burnished steel, famous men erst reddened weapons, when? If now we quiet sit. Yes. When shall the day come when we shall lift our hands? That will not be long off, says Njal, and then thou shalt not be balked, but still, methinks, I set great store on your not breaking this peace that I have made. Then we will not break it, says Skarphedin, but if anything arises between us, then we will bear in mind the old feud. Then I will ask you to spare no one, says Njal. 44 Sigmund mocks Njal and his sons. Now men ride home from the thing, and when Gunnar came home, he said to Sigmund, Thou art a more unlucky man than I thought, and turnest thy good gifts to thine own ill. But still I have made peace for thee with Njal and his sons, and now, take care that thou dost not let another fly come into thy mouth. Thou art not at all after my mind, thou goest about with gibes and jeers, with scorn and mocking, but that is not my turn of mind. That is why thou gettest on so well with Hallgerdr, because ye two have your minds more alike. Gunnar scolded him a long time, and he answered him well, and said he would follow his counsel more for the time to come than he had followed it hitherto. Gunnar told him then they might get on together. Gunnar and Njal kept up their friendship though the rest of their people saw little of one another. It happened once that some gangrel women came to Lithend from Bergthorsk Knoll. They were great gossips and rather spiteful-tongued. Holgerda had a bower, and sate often in it, and there sate with her daughter Thorgerda, and there too were Thrain and Sigmund, and a crowd of women. Gunnar was not there, nor Kolskleg. These gangrel women went into the bower, and Holgerda greeted them, and made room for them. Then she asked them for news, but they had none to tell. Holgerda asked where they had been overnight. They said at Bergthorsk Knoll. What was Njal doing, she says. He was hard at work sitting still, they said. What were Njal's sons doing, she says. They think themselves men at any rate. Tall men they are in growth, they say, but as yet they are all untried. Scarfedin whetted an axe, Grim fitted a spearhead to the shaft, Helgi riveted a hilt on a sword, Horsgould strengthened the handle of a shield. They must be bent on some great deed, says Holgerda. We do not know that, they say. What were Njal's house carls doing, she asks. We don't know what some of them were doing, but one was carting dung up the hillside. What good was there in doing that, she asks. He said it made the swathe better there than anywhere else, they reply. Witless now is Njal, says Holgerda, though he knows how to give counsel on everything. How so, they ask. I will only bring forward what is true to prove it, says she. Why doesn't he make them cart dung over his beard that he may be like other men? Let us call him the beardless carl, but his sons we will call dung beardlings, and now do pray give some stave about them, Sigmund, and let us get some good by thy gift of song. I am quite ready to do that, says he, and sang these verses. Lady proud with hawk in hand, prithee why should dung-beard boys, reft of reason, dare to hammer handle fast on battle shield? For these lads of loathly feature, lady scattering swanbathers' beams, 1. Shalt not shun this ditty shameful which I shape upon them now. He the beardless carl shall listen while I lash him with abuse. Loon at whom our stomachs sicken, soon shall bear these words of scorn. Far too nice for such base fellows is the name my bounty gives. In my muse her help refuses, making mirth of dung-beard boys. Here I find a nickname fitting for those noisome dung-beard boys. Loath am I to break my bargain linked with such a noble man. Knit we all our taunts together, known to me is mind of man. Call we now without burst common, him, that churl, the beardless carl. Thou art a jewel indeed, says Holgerda, how yielding thou art to what I ask. Just then Gunnar came in. He had been standing outside the door of the bower, and heard all the words that had passed. They were in a great fright when they saw him come in, and then all held their peace, but before there had been bursts of laughter. Gunnar was very wroth, and said to Sigmund, Thou art a foolish man, and one that cannot keep to good advice, and thou revilest Njal's sons, and Njal himself who is most worth of all. And this thou doest in spite of what thou hast already done. Mind, this will be thy death. But if any man repeats these words that thou hast spoken, or these verses that thou hast made, that man shall be sent away at once, and have my wrath beside. But they were all so sore afraid of him, that no one dared to repeat those words. After that he went away, but the Gangrel women talked among themselves, and said that they would get a reward from Bergthora if they told her all this. They went then away afterwards down thither, and took Bergthora aside and told her the whole story of their own free will. Bergthora spoke and said, "When men sate down to the board, gifts have been given to all of you, father and sons, and ye will be no true men unless ye repay them somehow." "What gifts are these?" asks Skarphedin. "You, my sons," says Bergthora, "have got one gift between you all. Ye are nicknamed Dungbeardlings, but my husband the beardless Carl. Ours is no woman's nature," says Skarphedin, "that we should fly into a rage at every little thing. And yet Gunnar was wroth for your sakes," says she, "and he is thought to be good-tempered. But if ye do not take vengeance for this wrong, ye will avenge no shame. The carline, our mother, thinks this fine sport," says Skarphedin, and smiled scornfully as he spoke, but still the sweat burst out upon his brow, and red flecks came over his checks, but that was not his wont. Grim was silent and bit his lip. Helgi made no sign, and he said never a word. Horsgould went off with Bergthora. She came into the room again, and fretted and foamed much. Njal spoke and said, "Slow and sure says the proverb, mistress. And so it is with many things, though they try men's tempers, that there are always two sides to a story, even when vengeance is taken." But at even when Njal was come into his bed, he heard that an axe came against the panel and rang loudly, but there was another shut bed, and there the shields were hung up, and he sees that they are away. He said, "Who have taken down our shields?" "Thy sons went out with them," says Bergthora. Njal pulled his shoes on his feet, and went out at once, and round to the other side of the house, and sees that they were taking their course right up the slope. He said, "Whither away, Skarphedin?" "To look after thy sheep," he answers. "You would not then be armed," said Njal, "if you meant that, and your errand must be something else." Then Skarphedin sang a song, "Squanderer of hoarded wealth, some there are that own rich treasure, or of sea that clasps the earth, and yet care to count their sheep, those who forge sharp songs of mocking, death songs, scarcely can possess sense of sheep that crop the grass, such as these I seek in fight," and said afterwards, "We shall fish for salmon, father. 'Twould be well then if it turned out so that the prey does not get away from you." They went their way, but Njal went to his bed, and he said to Bergthora, "Thy sons were out of doors all of them, with arms, and now thou must have egged them on to something." "I will give them my heartfelt thanks," said Bergthora, "if they tell me the slaying of Sigmund." Endnotes. 1. Swanbathers beams. Periphrases for gold. 45. The slaying of Sigmund and Skjold. Now they, Njal's sons, fare up to Fleetlyth, and were that night under the Lythe, and when the day began to break, they came near to Lithend. That same morning both Sigmund and Skjold rose up and meant to go to the stud horses. They had bits with them, and caught the horses that were in the town and rode away on them. They found the stud horses between two brooks. Skarphedin caught sight of them, for Sigmund was in bright clothing. Skarfedin said, "See you now the red elf yonder, lads?" They looked that way, and said they saw him. Skarfedin spoke again, "Thou, whore-schooled, shalt have nothing to do with it, for thou wilt often be sent about alone without due heed. But I mean Sigmund for myself, methinks that is like a man. But Grim and Helgi, they shall try to slay Skjold." Whore-schooled sat him down, but they went until they came up to them. Skarfedin said to Sigmund, "Take thy weapons and defend thyself. That is more needful now than to make mocking songs on me and my brothers." Sigmund took up his weapons, but Skarfedin waited the while. Skjold turned against Grim and Helgi, and they fell hotly to fight. Sigmund had a helm on his head, and a shield at his side, and was girt with a sword. His spear was in his hand. Now he turns against Skarfedin, and thrusts at once at him with his spear, and the thrust came on his shield. Skarfedin dashes the spear haft in two, and lifts up his axe and hews at Sigmund, and cleaves his shield down to below the handle. Sigmund drew his sword and cut at Skarfedin, and the sword cuts into his shield, so that it stuck fast. Skarfedin gave the shield such a quick twist, that Sigmund let go his sword. Then Skarfedin hews at Sigmund with his axe, the ogress of war. Sigmund had on a corslet, the axe came on his shoulder. Skarfedin cleft the shoulder blade right through, and at the same time pulled the axe towards him. Sigmund fell down on both knees, but sprang up again at once. "Thou hast lilted low to me already," says Skarfedin, "but still thou shalt fall upon thy mother's bosom ere we two part." "Ill is that then," says Sigmund. Skarfedin gave him a blow on his helm, and after that dealt Sigmund his death blow. Grim cut off Skjold's foot at the ankle joint, but Helgi thrust him through with his spear, and he got his death there and then. Skarfedin saw Holgerdar's shepherd, just as he had hewn off Sigmund's head. He handed the head to the shepherd, and bade him bear it to Holgerdar, and said she would know whether that head had made jeering songs about them, and with that he sang a song, "Here, this head shalt thou, that heapest hoards from ocean caverns one, bear to Holgerd with my greeting, her that hurries men to fight, sure am I, O firewood splitter, that yon spendthrift knows it well, and will answer if it ever uttered mocking songs on us." The shepherd casts the head down as soon as ever they parted, for he dared not do so while their eyes were on him. They fared along till they met some men down by Markfleet, and told them the tidings. Skarfedin gave himself out as the slayer of Sigmund, and Grim and Helgi as the slayers of Skjold. Then they fared home and told Njal the tidings. He answers them, "Good luck to your hands. Here no self-doom will come to pass as things stand." Now we must take up the story, and say that the shepherd came home to Lithend. He told Holgerdar the tidings. "Skarfedin put Sigmund's head into my hands," he says, "and bade me bring it thee, but I dared not do it, for I knew not how thou wouldst like that." "'Twas ill that thou didst not do that," she says, "I would have brought it to Gunnar, and then he would have avenged his kinsman, or have to bear every man's blame. After that she went to Gunnar and said, I tell thee of thy kinsman Sigmund's slaying. Skarphedin slew him, and wanted them to bring me the head. Just what might be looked for to befall him, says Gunnar, for ill reds bring ill luck, and both you and Skarphedin have often done one another spiteful turns. Then Gunnar went away, he let no steps be taken towards a suit for manslaughter, and did nothing about it. Hallgerdr often put him in mind of it, and kept saying that Sigmund had fallen unatoned. Gunnar gave no heed to that. Now 3 things passed away, at each of which men thought that he would follow up the suit. Then a knotty point came on Gunnar's hands, which he knew not how to set about, and then he rode to find Njal. He gave Gunnar a hearty welcome. Gunnar said to Njal, I am come to seek a bit of good counsel at thy hands about a knotty point. Thou art worthy of it, says Njal, and gave him counsel what to do. Then Gunnar stood up and thanked him. Njal then spoke, and said, and took Gunnar by the hand, over long hath thy kinsman Sigmund been unatoned. He has been long ago atoned, says Gunnar, but still I will not fling back the honour offered me. Gunnar had never spoken an ill word of Njal's sons. Njal would have nothing else than that Gunnar should make his own award in the matter. He awarded 200 in silver, but let Skjold fall without a price. They paid down all the money at once. Gunnar declared this their atonement at the Thingskala thing, when most men were at it, and laid great weight on the way in which they, Njal and his sons, had behaved. He told too those bad words which cost Sigmund his life, and no man was to repeat them or sing the verses, but if any sung them, the man who uttered them was to fall without atonement. Both Gunnar and Njal gave each other their words that no such matters should ever happen that they would not settle among themselves, and this pledge was well kept ever after, and they were always friends. Endnotes. 1. Thou, that heapest boards etc., merely a periphrasis for man, and scarcely fitting, except in irony, to a splitter of firewood. 46 Of Jaija the White and Gur the priest. There was a man named Jaija the White, he was Tigh's son, Ketilebjorn the old son, of Mosfell. 1. Bishop Islif was Jaija's son. Jaija the White kept house at Mosfell, and was a great chief. That man is also named in this story, whose name was Gur the priest. His mother was Thorkatla, another daughter of Ketilebjorn the old of Mosfell. Gur kept house at Leith. He and Jaija backed one another in every matter. At that time Maud Valgard's son kept house at Horf on the Rangrivavals. He was crafty and spiteful. Valgard his father was then abroad, but his mother was dead. He was very envious of Gunnar of Lithend. He was wealthy, so far as goods went, but had not many friends. Endnotes. 1. Tight's mother's name was Helga. She was a daughter of Thord Longbeard, who was the son of Rap, who was the son of Bjorn the Rough-footed, who was the son of Grim, the lord of Sogn in Norway. Jaija's mother's name was Olof. She was a daughter of Lord Bordvar, Viking Kari's son. 47 Of Otkel in Kirkby. There was a man named Otkel, he was the son of Skarf, the son of Hallkel, who fought with Grim of Grimsness, and felled him on the home. 1. This Hallkel and Ketelebjorn the Old were brothers. Otkell kept house at Kirkby. His wife's name was Thorgada. She was a daughter of March, the son of Runulf, the son of Nadad of the Faroe Isles. Otkell was wealthy in goods. His son's name was Thorger. He was young in years, and a bold dashing man. Skamkel was the name of another man. He kept house at another farm called Horf, too. He was well off for money, but he was a spiteful man and a liar, quarrelsome too, and ill to deal with. He was Otkell's friend. Hallkel was the name of Otkell's brother. He was a tall strong man, and lived there with Otkell. Their brother's name was Hallbjorn the White. He brought out to Iceland a thrall, whose name was Malcolm. He was Irish, and had not many friends. Hallbjorn went to stay with Otkell, and so did his thrall Malcolm. The thrall was always saying that he should think himself happy if Otkell owned him. Otkell was kind to him, and gave him a knife and belt, and a full suit of clothes, but the thrall turned his hand to any work that Otkell wished. Otkell wanted to make a bargain with his brother for the thrall. He said he would give him the thrall, but said, too, that he was a worse treasure than he thought. But as soon as Otkell owned the thrall, then he did less and less work. Otkell often said outright to Hallbjorn that he thought the thrall did little work, and he told Otkell that there was worse in him yet to come. At that time came a great scarcity, so that men fell short both of meat and hay, and that spread over all parts of Iceland. Gunnar shared his hay and meat with many men, and all got them who came thither, so long as his stores lasted. At last it came about that Gunnar himself fell short both of hay and meat. Then Gunnar called on Kolskegg to go along with him. He called too on Thrain Sigfus' son, and Lambi Sigurd's son. They fared to Kirkby, and called Otkell out. He greeted them, and Gunnar said, "It so happens that I am come to deal with thee for hay and meat, if there be any left." Otkell answers, "There is store of both, but I will sell thee neither." "Wilt thou give me them then," says Gunnar, "and run the risk of my paying thee back somehow?" "I will not do that either," says Otkell. Skamkel all the while was giving him bad counsel. Then Thrain Sigfus' son said, "It would serve him right if we take both hay and meat and lay down the worth of them instead." Skamkel answered, "All the men of Mossfell must be dead and gone then, if ye, sons of Sigfus, are to come and rob them." "I will have no hand in any robbery," says Gunnar. "Wilt thou buy a thrall of me?" says Otkell. "I'll not spare to do that," says Gunnar. After that Gunnar bought the thrall, and fared away as things stood. Njal hears of this, and said, "Such things are ill done, to refuse to let Gunnar buy, and it is not a good outlook for others if such men as he cannot get what they want." "What's the good of thy talking so much about such a little matter?" says Bergthora. "Far more like a man would it be to let him have both meat and hay, when thou lackest neither of them." "That is clear as day," says Njal, "and I will of a surety supply his need somewhat." Then he fared up to Thorolfsfell, and his sons with him, and they bound hay on 15 horses, but on 5 horses they had meat. Njal came to Lithend, and called Gunnar out. He greeted them kindly. Here is hay and meat, said Njal, which I will give thee, and my wish is, that thou shouldst never look to any one else than to me if thou standest in need of anything. Good are thy gifts, says Gunnar, but methinks thy friendship is still more worth, and that of thy sons. After that Njal fared home, and now the spring passes away. Endnots, 1, that is, slew him in a duel. 2. Maud Valgard's son lived at the other farm called Horth. 48. How Holgadar makes Malcolm steal from Kirkby. Now Gunnar is about to ride to the Thing, but a great crowd of men from the side, 1, east turned in as guests at his house. Gunnar bade them come and be his guests again, as they rode back from the Thing, and they said they would do so. Now they ride to the Thing, and Njal and his sons were there. That Thing was still and quiet. Now we must take up the story, and say that Holgadar comes to talk with Malcolm the thrall. I have thought of an errand to send thee on, she says. Thou shalt go to Kirkby. And what shall I do there, he says. Thou shalt steal from thence food enough to load 2 horses, and mind and have butter and cheese, but thou shalt lay fire in the storehouse, and all will think that it has arisen out of heedlessness, but no one will think that there has been theft. Bad have I been, said the thrall, but never have I been a thief. Here a wonder, says Holgadar, thou makest thyself good, thou that hast been both thief and murderer, but thou shalt not dare to do aught else than go, else will I let thee be slain. He thought he knew enough of her to be sure that she would so do if he went not, so he took at night 2 horses and laid pack saddles on them, and went his way to Kirkby. The house dog knew him and did not bark at him, and ran and fawned on him. After that he went to the storehouse and loaded the 2 horses with food out of it, but the storehouse he burnt, and the dog he slew. He went up along by Rangriver, and his shoe thong snapped, so he takes his knife and makes the shoe right, but he leaves the knife and belt lying there behind him. He fares till he comes to Lithend, then he misses the knife, but dares not to go back. Now he brings Holgadar the food, and she showed herself well pleased at it. Next morning when men came out of doors at Kirkby, there they saw great scathe. Then a man was sent to the Thing to tell Otkell. He bore the loss well, and said it must have happened because the kitchen was next to the storehouse, and all thought that that was how it happened. Now men ride home from the Thing, and many rode to Lithend. Holgadar set food on the board, and in came cheese and butter. Gunnar knew that such food was not to be looked for in his house, and asked Holgadar whence it came. Thence, she says, whence thou mightest well eat of it. Besides, it is no man's business to trouble himself with housekeeping. Gunnar got wroth and said, ill indeed is it if I am a partaker with thieves, and with that he gave her a slap on the cheek. She said she would bear that slap in mind and repay it if she could. So she went off and he went with her, and then all that was on the board was cleared away, but flesh meat was brought in instead, and all thought that was because the flesh was thought to have been got in a better way. Now the men who had been at the thing fare away. End notes. 1. That is, from the seaside or shore, the long narrow strip of habitable land between the mountains and the sea in the southeast of Iceland. 49 of Skamkel's evil counsel. Now we must tell of Skamkel. He rides after some sheep up along Rangriver, and he sees something shining in the path. He finds a knife and belt, and thinks he knows both of them. He fares with them to Kirkby. Otkel was out of doors when Skamkel came. He spoke to him and said, Knowest thou aught of these pretty things? Of a surety, says Otkel, I know them. Who owns them? Asks Skamkel. Malcolm the thrall, says Otkel. Then more shall see and know them than we two, says Skamkel, for true will I be to thee in counsel. They showed them to many men, and all knew them. Then Skamkel said, What counsel wilt thou now take? We shall go and see Maud Valgard's son, answers Otkel, and seek counsel of him. So they went to Horth, and showed the pretty things to Maud, and asked him if he knew them. He said he knew them well enough, but what was there in that? Do you think you have a right to look for anything at Lithend? We think it hard for us, says Skamkel, to know what to do, when such mighty men have a hand in it. That is so, sure enough, says Maud, but yet I will get to know those things, out of Gunnar's household, which none of you will ever know. We would give thee money, they say, if thou wouldst search out this thing. That money I shall buy full dear, answered Maud, but still, perhaps, it may be that I will look at the matter. They gave him 3 marks of silver for lending them his help. Then he gave them this counsel, that women should go about from house to house with small ware, and give them to the housewives, and mark what was given them in return. For he says, 'Tis the turn of mind of all men first to give away what has been stolen, if they have it in their keeping, and so it will be here also, if this hath happened by the hand of man. Ye shall then come and show me what has been given to each in each house, and I shall then be free from farther share in this matter, if the truth comes to light. To this they agreed, and went home afterwards. Maud sends women about the country, and they were away half a month. Then they came back, and had big bundles. Maud asked where they had most given them. They said that at Lithend most was given them, and Holgadal had been most bountiful to them. He asked what was given them there. Cheese, say they. He begged to see it, and they showed it to him, and it was in great slices. These he took and kept. A little after, Maud fared to see Otkel, and bade that he would bring Thorgadar's cheese mould, and when that was done, he laid the slices down in it, and lo! They fitted the mould in every way. Then they saw, too, that a whole cheese had been given to them. Then Maud said, Now may ye see that Holgadar must have stolen the cheese, and they all passed the same judgment, and then Maud said, that now he thought he was free of this matter. After that they parted. Shortly after Kolskeg fell to talking with Gunnar and said, Ill is it to tell, but the story is in every man's mouth, that Holger thou must have stolen, and that she was at the bottom of all that great scathe that befell at Kirkby. Gunnar said that he too thought that must be so. But what is to be done now? Kolskeg answered, Thou wilt think it thy most bounden duty to make atonement for thy wife's wrong, and methinks it were best that thou farest to see Otkell, and makest him a handsome offer. This is well spoken, says Gunnar, and so it shall be. A little after Gunnar sent after Thrain Sigfur's son and Lambi Sigurd's son, and they came at once. Gunnar told them whither he meant to go, and they were well pleased. Gunnar rode with 11 men to Kirkby, and called Otkell out. Skamkel was there too, and said, I will go out with thee, and it will be best now to have the balance of wit on thy side. And I would wish to stand closest by thee when thou needest it most, and now this will be put to the proof. Methinks it were best that thou puttest on an air of great weight. Then they, Otkell and Skamkel, and Holkel, and Holbjorn, went out all of them. They greeted Gunnar, and he took their greeting well. Otkell asks whither he meant to go. No farther than here, says Gunnar, and my errand hither is to tell thee about that bad mishap, how it arose from the plotting of my wife and that thrall whom I bought from thee. 'Tis only what was to be looked for, says Holbjorn. Now I will make thee a good offer, says Gunnar, and the offer is this, that the best men here in the country round settle the matter. This is a fair-sounding offer, said Skamkel, but an unfair and uneven one. Thou art a man who has many friends among the householders, but Otkell has not many friends. Well, says Gunnar, then I will offer thee that I shall make an award, and utter it here on this spot, and so we will settle the matter, and my goodwill shall follow the settlement. But I will make thee an atonement by paying twice the worth of what was lost. This choice shalt thou not take, said Skamkel, and it is unworthy to give up to him the right to make his own award, when thou oughtest to have kept it for thyself. So Otkell said, I will not give up to thee, Gunnar, the right to make thine own award. I see plainly, said Gunnar, the help of men who will be paid off for it one day, I dare say, but come now, utter an award for thyself. Otkell leant toward Skamkel and said, What shall I answer now? This thou shalt call a good offer, but still put thy suit into the hands of Jaija the White, and Gur the priest, and then many will say this, that thou behavest like Holkel, thy grandfather, who was the greatest of champions. Well offered is this, Gunnar, said Otkell, but still my will is thou wouldst give me time to see Jaija the White. Do now whatever thou likest in the matter, said Gunnar, but men will say this, that thou couldst not see thine own honour when thou wouldst have none of the choices I offer thee. Then Gunnar rode home, and when he had gone away, Holbjorn said, Here I see how much man differs from man. Gunnar made thee good offers, but thou wouldst take none of them, or how dost thou think to strive with Gunnar in a quarrel, when no one is his match in fight? But now he is still so kind-hearted a man that it may be he will let these offers stand, though thou art only ready to take them afterwards. Methinks it were best that thou farest to see Jaija the White and Gur the priest now this very hour. Otkell let them catch his horse, and made ready in every way. Otkell was not sharp-sighted, and Scamkell walked on the way along with him, and said to Otkell, "Methought it strange that thy brother would not take this toil from thee, and now I will make thee an offer to fare instead of thee, for I know that the journey is irksome to thee." "I will take that offer," says Otkell, "but mind and be as truthful as ever thou canst." "So it shall be," says Scamkell. Then Scamkell took his horse and cloak, but Otkell walks home. Halbjorn was out of doors, and said to Otkell, "Ill is it to have a thrall for one's bosom friend, and we shall rue this forever that thou hast turned back, and it is an unwise step to send the greatest liar on an errand, of which one may so speak that men's lives hang on it." "Thou wouldst be sore afraid," says Otkell, "if Gunnar had his bill aloft, when thou art so scared now." "No one knows who will be most afraid then," said Halbjorn, "but this thou wilt have to own, that Gunnar does not lose much time in brandishing his bill when he is wroth." "Ah," said Otkell, "ye are all of you for yielding but Scamkell." And then they were both wroth. 50 of Scamkell's lying Scamkell came to Mosfell, and repeated all the offers to Jaiju. "It so seems to me," says Jaiju, "as though these have been bravely offered, but why took he not these offers?" "The chief cause was," answers Scamkell, "that all wished to show thee honor, and that was why he waited for thy utterance. Besides, that is best for all." So Scamkell stayed there the night over, but Jaiju sent a man to fetch Gur the priest, and he came there early. Then Jaiju told him the story and said, "What course is to be taken now? As thou no doubtest already made up thy mind, to make the best of the business for both sides. Now we will let Scamkell tell his tale a second time, and see how he repeats it." So they did that, and Jaiju said, "Thou must have told this story right, but still I have seen thee to be the wickedest of men, and there is no faith in faces if thou turnest out well." Scamkell fared home, and rides first to Kirkby and calls Otkell out. He greets Scamkell well, and Scamkell brought him the greeting of Jaiju and Gur. But about this matter of the suit he says, "There is no need to speak softly, how that it is the will of both Jaiju and Gur that this suit should not be settled in a friendly way." They gave that counsel that a summons should be set on foot, and that Gunnar should be summoned for having partaken of the goods, but Haljdar for stealing them. "It shall be done," said Otkell, "in everything as they have given counsel." "They thought most of this," says Scamkell, "that thou hadst behaved so proudly, but as for me, I made as great a man of thee in everything as I could." Now Otkell tells all this to his brothers, and Halbjorn said, "This must be the biggest lie." Now the time goes on until the last of the summoning days before the Althing came. Then Otkell called on his brothers and Scamkell to ride on the business of the summons to Lithend. Halbjorn said he would go, but said also that they would rue this summoning as time went on. Now they rode 12 of them together to Lithend, but when they came into the town there was Gunnar out of doors, and knew naught of their coming till they had ridden right up to the house. He did not go indoors then, and Otkell thundered out the summons there and then. But when they had made an end of the summoning, Scamkell said, "Is it all right, Master. Ye know that best, says Gunnar, but I will put thee in mind of this journey one of these days, and of thy good help. That will not harm us, says Skamkel, if thy bill be not aloft. Gunnar was very wroth and went indoors, and told Kolskeg, and Kolskeg said, ill was it that we were not out of doors. They should have come here on the most shameful journey, if we had been by. Everything bides its time, says Gunnar, but this journey will not turn out to their honor. A little after Gunnar went and told Njal. Let it not worry thee a jot, said Njal, for this will be the greatest honor to thee, ere this thing comes to an end. As for us, we will all back thee with counsel and force. Gunnar thanked him and rode home. Otkel rides to the thing, and his brothers with him and Skamkel. 51 of Gunnar rode to the thing, and all the sons of Sigfus, Njal and his sons too, they all went with Gunnar, and it was said that no band was so well knit and hardy as theirs. Gunnar went one day to the booth of the Daleman. Rut was by the booth and Horsgold, and they greeted Gunnar well. Now Gunnar tells them the whole story of the suit up to that time. What counsel gives Njal, asks Rut. He bade me seek you brothers, says Gunnar, and said he was sure that he and you would look at the matter in the same light. He wishes then, says Rut, that I should say what I think for kinship's sake, and so it shall be. Thou shalt challenge Jaija the White to combat on the island, if they do not leave the whole award to thee, but Kolskeg shall challenge Ga the priest. As for Otkel and his crew, men must be got ready to fall on them, and now we have such great strength all of us together, that thou mayst carry out whatever thou wilt. Gunnar went home to his booth and told Njal. Just what I looked for, said Njal. Wolf or priest got wind of this plan, and told Jaiju, and Jaiju said to Otkel, who gave thee that counsel that thou shouldst summon Gunnar? Skamkel told me that was the counsel of both Ga the priest and thyself. But where is that scoundrel, says Jaiju, who has thus lied? He lies sick up at our booth, says Otkel. May he never rise from his bed, says Jaiju. Now we must all go to see Gunnar, and offer him the right to make his own award, but I know not whether he will take that now. Many men spoke ill of Skamkel, and he lay sick all through the thing. Jaiju and his friends went to Gunnar's booth. Their coming was known, and Gunnar was told as he sat in his booth, and then they all went out and stood in array. Jaiju the White came first, and after a while he spoke and said, This is our offer, that thou, Gunnar, makest thine own award in this suit. Then says Gunnar, It was no doubt far from thy counsel that I was summoned. I gave no such counsel, says Jaiju, neither I nor Ga. Then thou must clear thyself of this charge by fitting proof. What proof dost thou ask, says Jaiju. That thou takest an oath, says Gunnar. That I will do, says Jaiju, if thou wilt take the award into thine own hands. That was the offer I made a while ago, says Gunnar, but now, methinks, I have a greater matter to pass judgment on. It will not be right to refuse to make thine own award, said Njal, for the greater the matter, the greater the honor in making it. Well, said Gunnar, I will do this to please my friends. and utter my award, but I give Otkel this bit of advice, never to give me cause for quarrel hereafter. Then Rut and Horsegould were sent for, and they came thither, and then Jija the White and Gia the priest took their oaths, but Gunnar made his award, and spoke with no man about it, and afterwards he uttered it as follows. This is my award, he says. First, I lay it down that the storehouse must be paid for, and the food that was therein. But for the thrall, I will pay thee no fine, for that thou hiddest his faults. But I award him back to thee, for as the saying is, birds of a feather flock most together. Then, on the other hand, I see that thou hast summoned me in scorn and mockery, and for that I award to myself no less a sum than what the house that was burnt and the stores in it were worth. But if ye think it better that we be not set at one again, then I will let you have your choice of that. But if so, I have already made up my mind what I shall do, and then I will fulfill my purpose. What we ask, said Jiju, is that thou shouldst not be hard on Otkel, but we beg this of thee, on the other hand, that thou wouldst be his friend. That shall never be, said Gunnar, so long as I live, but he shall have Scamkel's friendship, on that he has long lent. Well, answers Jiju, we will close with thee in this matter, though thou alone layest down the terms. Then all this atonement was made and hands were shaken on it, and Gunnar said to Otkel, it were wiser to go away to thy kinsfolk, but if thou wilt be here in this country, mind that thou givest me no cause of quarrel. That is wholesome counsel, said Jiju, and so he shall do. So Gunnar had the greatest honour from that suit, and afterwards men rode home from the thing. Now Gunnar sits in his house at home, and so things are quiet for a while. 52 Of Runulf, the son of Wulf or Priest. There was a man named Runulf, the son of Wulf or Priest. He kept house at the Dale, east of Markfleet. He was Otkel's guest once when he rode from the thing. Otkel gave him an ox, all black, without a spot of white, 9 winters old. Runulf thanked him for the gift, and bade him come and see him at home whenever he chose to go, and this bidding stood over for some while, so that he had not paid the visit. Runulf often sent men to him and put him in mind that he ought to come, and he always said he would come, but never went. Now Otkel had 2 horses, dun-coloured, with a black stripe down the back. They were the best steeds to ride in all the country round, and so fond of each other that whenever one went before the other ran after him. There was an Easterling staying with Otkel, whose name was Ordulf. He had set his heart on Sinai, Otkel's daughter. Ordulf was a tall man in growth, and strong. 53 How Otkel rode over Gunnar. It happened next spring that Otkel said that they would ride east to the Dale, to pay Runulf a visit, and all showed themselves well pleased at that. Scamkel and his 2 brothers, and Ordulf and 3 men more, went along with Otkel. Otkel rode one of the dun horses, but the other ran loose by his side. They shaped their course east towards Markfleet, and now Otkel gallops ahead, and now the horses race against each other, and they break away from the path up towards the Fleetleith. Now, Otkel goes faster than he wished, and it happened that Gunnar had gone away from home out of his house all alone, and he had a corn sieve in one hand, but in the other a hand axe. He goes down to his seed field and sows his corn there, and had laid his cloak of fine stuff and his axe down by his side, and so he sows the corn a while. Now, it must be told how Otkel rides faster than he would. He had spurs on his feet, and so he gallops down over the ploughed field, and neither of them sees the other, and just as Gunnar stands upright, Otkel rides down upon him and drives one of the spurs into Gunnar's ear, and gives him a great gash, and it bleeds at once much. Just then Otkel's companions rode up. "Ye may see, all of you," says Gunnar, "that thou hast drawn my blood, and it is unworthy to go on so. First thou hast summoned me, but now thou treadest me under foot, and ridest over me." Skamkel said, "Well, it was no worse, master, but thou wast not one whit less wroth at the thing, when thou tookest the self-doom and clutchedst thy bill." Gunnar said, "When we two next meet thou shalt see the bill." After that they part thus, and Skamkel shouted out and said, "Ye ride hard, lads." Gunnar went home, and said never a word to anyone about what had happened, and no one thought that this wound could have come by man's doing. It happened, though, one day, that he told it to his brother Kolskeg, and Kolskeg said, "This thou shalt tell to more men, so that it may not be said that thou layest blame on dead men, for it will be gainsaid if witnesses do not know beforehand what has passed between you." Then Gunnar told it to his neighbors, and there was little talk about it at first. Otkel comes east to the dale, and they get a hearty welcome there, and sit there a week. Skamkel told Ranulf all about their meeting with Gunnar, and how it had gone off, and one man happened to ask how Gunnar behaved. "Why," said Skamkel, "if it were a low-born man it would have been said that he had wept." "Such things are ill-spoken," says Ranulf, "and when ye two next meet, thou wilt have to own that there is no voice of weeping in his frame of mind, and it will be well if better men have not to pay for thy spite. Now it seems to me best when ye wish to go home that I should go with you, for Gunnar will do me no harm." "I will not have that," says Otkel, "but I will ride across the fleet lower down." Ranulf gave Otkel good gifts, and said they should not see one another again. Otkel bade him then to bear his sons in mind if things turned out so. 54 The fight at Rangriva. Now we must take up the story, and say that Gunnar was out of doors at Lithend, and sees his shepherd galloping up to the yard. The shepherd rode straight into the town, and Gunnar said, "Why ridest thou so hard?" "I would be faithful to thee," said the man. "I saw men riding down along Mark Fleet, 8 of them together, and 4 of them were in coloured clothes." Gunnar said, "That must be Otkel." The lad said, "I have often heard many temper-trying words of Skamkel's, for Skamkel spoke away there east at Dale, and said that thou sheddest tears when they rode over thee, but I tell it thee because I cannot bear to listen to such speeches of worthless men." "We must not be word-sick," says Gunnar, "but from this day forth thou shalt do no other work than what thou choosest for thyself." "Shall I say aught of this to Kolskeg thy brother?" asked the shepherd. "Go thou and sleep," says Gunnar, "I will tell Kolskeg." The lad laid him down and fell asleep at once, but Gunnar took the shepherd's horse and laid his saddle on him. He took his shield, and girded him with his sword, Oliver's gift. He sets his helm on his head, takes his bill, and something sung loud in it, and his mother, Rannveig, heard it. She went up to him and said, "Wrathful art thou now, my son, and never saw I thee thus before." Gunnar goes out, and drives the butt of his spear into the earth, and throws himself into the saddle, and rides away. His mother, Rannveig, went into the sitting room, where there was a great noise of talking. "Ye speak loud," she says, but yet the bill gave a louder sound when Gunnar went out. Kolskegg heard what she said, and spoke. "This betokens no small tidings." "That is well," says Hallgerdr, "now they will soon prove whether he goes away from them weeping." Kolskegg takes his weapons and seeks him a horse, and rides after Gunnar as fast as he could. Gunnar rides across Akretung, and so to Galastafna, and thence to Rangriva, and down the stream to the ford at Horth. There were some women at the milking post there. Gunnar jumped off his horse and tied him up. By this time the others were riding up towards him. There were flat stones covered with mud in the path that led down to the ford. Gunnar called out to them and said, "Now is the time to guard yourselves. Here now is the bill, and here now ye will put it to the proof whether I shed one tear for all of you." Then they all of them sprang off their horses' backs and made towards Gunnar. Hallbjorn was the foremost. "Do not thou come on," says Gunnar, "thee last of all would I harm, but I will spare no one if I have to fight for my life." "That I cannot do," says Hallbjorn, "thou wilt strive to kill my brother for all that, and it is a shame if I sit idly by." And as he said this he thrust at Gunnar with a great spear which he held in both hands. Gunnar threw his shield before the blow, but Hallbjorn pierced the shield through. Gunnar thrust the shield down so hard that it stood fast in the earth. But he brandished his sword so quickly that no eye could follow it, and he made a blow with the sword, and it fell on Hallbjorn's arm above the wrist, so that it cut it off. Skamkel ran behind Gunnar's back and makes a blow at him with a great axe. Gunnar turned short round upon him and parries the blow with the bill, and caught the axe under one of its horns with such a wrench that it flew out of Skamkel's hand away into the river. Then Gunnar sang a song, "Once thou askidst, foolish fellow, of this man, this sea-horse racer, when as fast as feet could foot it forth ye fled from farm of mine, whether that were rightly summoned. Now with gore the spear we redden, battle eager, and avenge us thus on thee, vile source of strife." Gunnar gives another thrust with his bill, and through Skamkel, and lifts him up and casts him down in the muddy path on his head. Ordulf the Easterling snatches up a spear and launches it at Gunnar. Gunnar caught the spear with his hand in the air, and hurled it back at once, and it flew through the shield and the Easterling too, and so down into the earth. Otkel smites at Gunnar with his sword, and aims at his leg just below the knee, but Gunnar leapt up into the air and he misses him. Then Gunnar thrusts at him the bill and the blow goes through him. Then Kolskegg comes up, and rushes at once at Hallkel and dealt him his death blow with his short sword. There and then they slay 8 men. A woman who saw all this, ran home and told Maud, and besought him to part them. They alone will be there, he says, of whom I care not though they slay one another. Thou canst not mean to say that she says, for thy kinsman Gunnar, and thy friend Otkell will be there. Baggage, that thou art, he says, thou art always chattering, and so he lay still indoors while they fought. Gunnar and Kolskeg rode home after this work, and they rode hard up along the river bank, and Gunnar leapt off his horse and came down on his feet. Then Kolskeg said, Hard now thou ridest, brother. Said Gunnar, that was what Skamkel said when he uttered those very words when they rode over me. Well, thou hast avenged that now, says Kolskeg. I would like to know, says Gunnar, whether I am by so much the less brisk and bold than other men, because I think more of killing men than they. End notes. 1. This shows that the shields were oblong, running down to a point. 55. Njal's advice to Gunnar. Now those tidings are heard far and wide, and many said that they thought they had not happened before it was likely. Gunnar rode to Bergthorsknoll and told Njal of these deeds. Njal said, Thou hast done great things, but thou hast been sorely tried. How will it now go henceforth, says Gunnar. Wilt thou that I tell thee what hath not yet come to pass, asks Njal. Thou wilt ride to the thing, and thou wilt abide by my counsel and get the greatest honour from this matter. This will be the beginning of thy manslayings. But give me some cunning counsel, says Gunnar. I will do that, says Njal, never slay more than one man in the same stock, and never break the peace which good men and true make between thee and others, and least of all in such a matter as this. Gunnar said, I should have thought there was more risk of that with others than with me. Like enough, says Njal, but still thou shalt so think of thy quarrels, that if that should come to pass of which I have warned thee, then thou wilt have but a little while to live, but otherwise, thou wilt come to be an old man. Gunnar said, Dost thou know what will be thine own death? I know it, says Njal. What, asks Gunnar. That, says Njal, which all would be the last to think. After that Gunnar rode home. A man was sent to Jaiju the White and Gur the priest, for they had the blood feud after Otkell. Then they had a meeting, and had a talk about what was to be done, and they were of one mind that the quarrel should be followed up at law. Then someone was sought who would take the suit up, but no one was ready to do that. It seems to me, says Jaiju, that now there are only 2 courses, that one of us 2 undertakes the suit, and then we shall have to draw lots who it shall be, or else the man will be unatoned. We may make up our minds, too, that this will be a heavy suit to touch. Gunnar has many kinsmen and is much beloved, but that one of us who does not draw the lot, shall ride to the thing and never leave it until the suit comes to an end. After that they drew lots, and Gur the priest drew the lot to take up the suit. A little after, they rode from the west over the river, and came to the spot where the meeting had been by Rangriver, and dug up the bodies, and took witness to the wounds. After that they gave lawful notice and summoned 9 neighbors to bear witness in the suit. They were told that Gunnar was at home with about 30 men. Then the priest asked whether Jija would ride against him with 100 men. "I will not do that," says he, "though the balance of force is great on our side." After that they rode back home. The news that the suit was set on foot was spread all over the country, and the saying ran that the thing would be very noisy and stormy. 56 Gunnar and the priest strive at the thing. There was a man named Skapti. He was the son of Thorod. 1. That father and son were great chiefs, and very well skilled in law. Thorod was thought to be rather crafty and guileful. They stood by Jija the White in every quarrel. As for the Lithiman and the dwellers by Rangriva, they came in a great body to the thing. Gunnar was so beloved that all said with one voice that they would back him. Now they all come to the thing and fit up their booths. In company with Jija the White were these chiefs: Skapti Thorod's son, Asgrim Eladagrim's son, Odi of Kiburg, and Halldor Ornolf's son. Now one day men went to the Hill of Laws, and then the priest stood up and gave notice that he had a suit of manslaughter against Gunnar for the slaying of Otkell. Another suit of manslaughter he brought against Gunnar for the slaying of Holgeborn the White. Then, too, he went on in the same way as to the slaying of Ordulf, and so, too, as to the slaying of Skamkel. Then, too, he laid a suit of manslaughter against Kolskeg for the slaying of Holkel. And when he had given due notice of all his suits of manslaughter, it was said that he spoke well. He asked, too, in what quarter court the suits lay, and in what house in the district the defendants dwelt. After that men went away from the Hill of Laws, and so the thing goes on till the day when the courts were to be set to try suits. Then either side gathered their men together in great strength. The priest and Jija the White stood at the court of the men of Rangriva looking north, and Gunnar and Njal stood looking south towards the court. The priest bade Gunnar to listen to his oath, and then he took the oath, and afterwards declared his suit. Then he let men bear witness of the notice given by the suit. Then he called upon the neighbors who were to form the inquest to take their seats. Then he called on Gunnar to challenge the inquest, and then he called on the inquest to utter their finding. Then the neighbors who were summoned on the inquest went to the court and took witness, and said that there was a bar to their finding in the suit as to Ordulf's slaying, because the next of kin who ought to follow it up was in Norway, and so they had nothing to do with that suit. After that they uttered their finding in the suit as to Otkell, and brought in Gunnar as truly guilty of killing him. Then the priest called on Gunnar for his defense, and took witness of all the steps in the suit which had been proved. Then Gunnar, in his turn, called on the priest to listen to his oath, and to the defense which he was about to bring forward in the suit. Then he took the oath and said, "This defense I make to this suit, that I took witness and outlawed Otkell before my neighbors for that bloody wound which I got when Otkell gave me a hurt with his spur, but the priest, I forbid by a lawful protest made before a priest, to pursue this suit, and so, too, I forbid the judges to hear it, and with this I make all the steps hitherto taken in this suit void and of none effect. I forbid thee by a lawful protest, a full, fair, and binding protest, as I have a right to forbid thee by the common custom of the thing and by the law of the land. Besides, I will tell thee something else which I mean to do, says Gunnar. What, says Go, wilt thou challenge me to the island as thou art wont, and not bear the law? Not that, says Gunnar, I shall summon thee at the hill of laws, for that thou calledst those men on the inquest who had no right to deal with Ordulf's slaying, and I will declare thee for that guilty of outlawry. Then Njal said, things must not take this turn, for the only end of it will be that this strife will be carried to the uttermost. Each of you, as it seems to me, has much on his side. There are some of these manslaughters, Gunnar, about which thou canst say nothing to hinder the court from finding thee guilty, but thou hast set on foot a suit against Go, in which he, too, must be found guilty. Thou too, Go the priest, shalt know that this suit of outlawry which hangs over thee shall not fall to the ground if thou wilt not listen to my words. Thorod the priest said, it seems to us as though the most peaceful way would be that a settlement and atonement were come to in the suit. But why sayest thou so little, Jaiju the White? It seems to me, says Jaiju, as though we shall need to have strong props for our suit. We may see, too, that Gunnar's friends stand near him, and so the best turn for us that things can take will be that good men and true should utter an award on the suit, if Gunnar so wills it. I have ever been willing to make matters up, says Gunnar, and besides, ye have much wrong to follow up, but still I think I was hard driven to do as I did. And now the end of those suits was, by the counsel of the wisest men, that all the suits were put to arbitration. 6 men were to make this award, and it was uttered there and then at the thing. The award was that Scamkel should be unatoned. The blood money for Otkel's death was to be set off against the hurt Gunnar got from the spear, and as for the rest of the manslaughters, they were paid for after the worth of the men, and Gunnar's kinsman gave money so that all the fines might be paid up at the thing. Then Go the priest and Jaiju the White went up and gave Gunnar pledges that they would keep the peace in good faith. Gunnar rode home from the thing, and thanked men for their help, and gave gifts to many, and got the greatest honor from the suit. Now Gunnar sits at home in his honor. End notes. 1. Thorod's mother was Thorvor. She was daughter of Thormod Skapti's son, son of Olif the Broad, son of Oliver Barncarl. 57 Of Starkad and his sons there was a man named Starkad. He was a son of Bork the Waxy-toothed Blade, the son of Thorkel Clubfoot, who took the land round about Three Corner as the first settler. His wife's name was Holbra. 1. The sons of Starkad and Holbra were these, Thorja and Bork and Thorkel. Hildigunna the leech was their sister. They were very proud men in temper, hard-hearted and unkind. They treated men wrongfully. There was a man named Njal. He was a son of Cole, who took land as a settler between Stelek and Raidwater. The brother of Njal was Arnund of Witchwood, father of Hol the Strong, who was at the slaying of Holdthora with the sons of Kettle the Smooth-tongued. Njal kept house at Sanjil. His sons were these, Cole, and Otter, and Hawk. Their mother's name was Steinvor, she was Starkad's sister. Njal's sons were tall and strifeful, they were most unfair men. They were always on one side with Starkad's sons. Their sister was Gudrun Nightson, and she was the best bred of women. Njal had taken into his house 2 Easterlings, the one's name was Thora and the other's Thorgrim. They were not long come out hither for the first time, and were wealthy and beloved by their friends. They were well skilled in arms, too, and dauntless in everything. Starkad had a good horse of chestnut hue, and it was thought that no horse was his match in fight. Once it happened that these brothers from Njal were away under the three-corner. They had much gossip about all the householders in the Fleetleith, and they fell at last to asking whether there was anyone that would fight a horse against them. But there were some men there who spoke so as to flatter and honor them, that not only was there no one who would dare do that, but that there was no one that had such a horse. Then Hildigunna answered, I know that man who will dare to fight horses with you. Name him, they say. Gunnar has a brown horse, she says, and he will dare to fight his horse against you, and against anyone else. As for you women, they say, you think no one can be Gunnar's match, but Thoga the priest or Jija the White have come off with shame from before him, still it is not settled that we shall fare in the same way. Ye will fare much worse, she says, and so there arose out of this the greatest strife between them. Then Starkad said, My will is that ye try your hands on Gunnar last of all, for ye will find it hard work to go against his good luck. Thou wilt give us leave, though, to offer him a horse fight. I will give you leave, if ye play him no trick. They said they would be sure to do what their father said. Now they rode to Lithend. Gunnar was at home, and went out, and Kolskeg and Jort went with him, and they gave them a hearty welcome, and asked whither they meant to go. No farther than hither, they say. We are told that thou hast a good horse, and we wish to challenge thee to a horse fight. Small stories can go about my horse, says Gunnar, he is young and untried in every way. But still thou wilt be good enough to have the fight, for Hildigunna guessed that thou wouldest be easy in matching thy horse. How came ye to talk about that, says Gunnar. There were some men, say they, who were sure that no one would dare to fight his horse with ours. I would dare to fight him, says Gunnar, but I think that was spitefully said. Shall we look upon the match as made, then? They asked. Well, your journey will seem to you better if ye have your way in this, but still I will beg this of you, that we so fight our horses that we make sport for each other, but that no quarrel may arise from it, and that ye put no shame upon me, but if ye do to me as ye do to others, then there will be no help for it but that I shall give you such a buffet as it will seem hard to you to put up with. In a word, I shall do then just as ye do first. Then they ride home. Starkad asked how their journey had gone off. They said that Gunnar had made their going good. He gave his word to fight his horse, and we settled when and where the horse fight should be, but it was plain in everything that he thought he fell short of us, and he begged and prayed to get off. It will often be found, says Hildigunna, that Gunnar is slow to be drawn into quarrels, but a hard hitter if he cannot avoid them. Gunnar rode to Njal, and told him of the horse fight, and what words had passed between them. But how dost thou think the horse fight will turn out? Thou wilt be uppermost, says Njal, but yet many a man's bane will arise out of this fight. Will my bane perhaps come out of it? Asks Gunnar. Not out of this, says Njal, but still they will bear in mind both the old and the new feud who fare against thee, and thou wilt have naught left for it but to yield. Then Gunnar rode home. End notes. 1. She was daughter of Rold the Red and Hildigunna Thorstein Teitling's daughter. The mother of Hildigunna was Audivind Kalf's daughter, the sister of Modulf the Wise of Mosfell, from whom the Modilfings are sprung. 58. How Gunnar's horse fought. Just then Gunnar heard of the death of his father-in-law Horskuld. A few nights after, Thorgerdar, Thrain's wife, was delivered at Gritwater, and gave birth to a boy child. Then she sent a man to her mother, and bade her choose whether it should be called Glum or Horskuld. She bade call it Horskuld. So that name was given to the boy. Gunnar and Holgerdal had 2 sons, the one's name was Hogni and the other's Grani. Hogni was a brave man of few words, distrustful and slow to believe, but truthful. Now men ride to the horse fight, and a very great crowd is gathered together there. Gunnar was there and his brothers, and the sons of Sigfus, Njal and all his sons. There too was come Starkad and his sons, and Egil and his sons, and they said to Gunnar that now they would lead the horses together. Gunnar said, that was well. Skarfadin said, wilt thou that I drive thy horse, kinsman Gunnar? I will not have that, says Gunnar. It wouldn't be amiss though, says Skarfadin, we are hot-headed on both sides. Ye would say or do little, says Gunnar, before a quarrel would spring up, but with me it will take longer, though it will be all the same in the end. After that the horses were led together. Gunnar busked him to drive his horse, but Skarfadin led him out. Gunnar was in a red kirtle, and had about his loins a broad belt, and a great riding rod in his hand. Then the horses ran at one another, and bit each other long, so that there was no need for any one to touch them, and that was the greatest sport. Then Thorgerd and Kol made up their minds that they would push their horse forward just as the horses rushed together, and see if Gunnar would fall before him. Now the horses ran at one another again, and both Thorgerd and Kol ran alongside their horse's flank. Gunnar pushes his horse against them, and what happened in a trice was this, that Thorgerd and his brother fall down flat on their backs, and their horse atop of them. Then they spring up and rush at Gunnar. Gunnar swings himself free and seizes Kol, casts him down on the field, so that he lies senseless. Thorgerd Starkad's son smote Gunnar's horse such a blow that one of his eyes started out. Gunnar smote Thorgerd with his riding rod, and down falls Thorgerd senseless, but Gunnar goes to his horse, and said to Kolskeg, cut off the horse's head, he shall not live a maimed and blemished beast. So Kolskeg cut the head off the horse. Then Thorgerd got on his feet and took his weapons, and wanted to fly at Gunnar, but that was stopped, and there was a great throng and crush. Skarphedin said, "This crowd wearies me, and it is far more manly that men should fight it out with weapons." And so he sang a song, "At the thing there is a throng, past all bounds the crowding comes, hard 'twill be to patch up peace twixt the men. This wearies me, worthier is it far for men weapons red with gore to stain. I for one would sooner tame hunger huge of cub of wolf." Gunnar was still, so that one man held him, and spoke no ill words. Njal tried to bring about a settlement, or to get pledges of peace, but Thorgja said he would neither give nor take peace, far rather, he said, would he see Gunnar dead for the blow. Kolskeg said, "Gunnar has before now stood too fast, than that he should have fallen for words alone, and so it will be again. Now men ride away from the horse field, every one to his home. They make no attack on Gunnar, and so that half a year passed away. At the thing, the summer after, Gunnar met Olaf the Peacock, his cousin, and he asked him to come and see him, but yet bade him beware of himself, for says he, they will do us all the harm they can, and mind and fare always with many men at thy back. He gave him much good counsel beside, and they agreed that there should be the greatest friendship between them. 59 of Asgrim and Wulfag's son Asgrim Eladagrim's son had a suit to follow up at the thing against Wulfag's son. It was a matter of inheritance. Asgrim took it up in such a way as was seldom his wont, for there was a bar to his suit, and the bar was this, that he had summoned 5 neighbors to bear witness, when he ought to have summoned 9. And now they have this as their bar. Then Gunnar spoke and said, I will challenge thee to single combat on the island, Wulfag's son, if men are not to get their rights by law, and Njal and my friend Helge I would like that I should take some share in defending thy cause, Asgrim, if they were not here themselves. But says Wulf, this quarrel is not one between thee and me. Still it shall be as good as though it were, says Gunnar. And the end of the suit was, that Wulf had to pay down all the money. Then Asgrim said to Gunnar, I will ask thee to come and see me this summer, and I will ever be with thee in lawsuits, and never against thee. Gunnar rides home from the thing, and a little while after he and Njal met. Njal besought Gunnar to beware of himself, and said he had been told that those away under the 3 corner meant to fall on him, and bade him never go about with a small company, and always to have his weapons with him. Gunnar said so it should be, and told him that Asgrim had asked him to pay him a visit, and I mean to go now this harvest. Let no men know before thou farest how long thou wilt be away, said Njal, but, besides, I beg thee to let my sons ride with thee, and then no attack will be made on thee. So they settled that among themselves. Now the summer wears away till it was 8 weeks to winter, and then Gunnar says to Kolskeg, make thee ready to ride, for we shall ride to a feast at Tung. Shall we say anything about it to Njal's sons, said Kolskeg. No, says Gunnar, they shall fall into no quarrels for me. 60 an attack against Gunnar agreed on. They rode 3 together, Gunnar and his brothers. Gunnar had the bill and his sword, Oliver's gift, but Kolskeg had his short sword, Jort, too, had proper weapons. Now they rode to Tongue, and a scrim gave them a hearty welcome, and they were there some while. At last they gave it out that they meant to go home there and then. A scrim gave them good gifts, and offered to ride east with them, but Gunnar said there was no need of any such thing, and so he did not go. Sigurd Swinehead was the name of a man who dwelt by Thurso water. He came to the farm under the three corner, for he had given his word to keep watch on Gunnar's doings, and so he went and told them of his journey home, and quoth he, there could never be a finer chance than just now, when he has only 2 men with him. How many men shall we need to have to lie in wait for him, says Starkad. Weak men shall be as nothing before him, he says, and it is not safe to have fewer than 30 men. Where shall we lie in wait? By Narfa holes, he says, there he will not see us before he comes on us. Go thou to Njal and tell Njal that 15 of them must busk themselves thence, and now other 15 will go hence to Narfa holes. Thorgr said to Hildigunnar, this hand shall show thee Gunnar dead this very night. Nay, but I guess, says she, that thou wilt hang thy head after ye 2 meet. So those 4, father and sons, fare away from the three corner, and 11 men besides, and they fared to Narfa holes, and lay in wait there. Sigurd Swinehead came to Njal and said, hither am I sent by Starkad and his sons to tell thee, Njal, that ye, father and sons, must fare to Narfa holes to lie in wait for Gunnar. How many shall we fare in all, says Njal. 15, reckoning me, he says. Cole said, now I mean to try my hand on Kolskegg. Then I think thou meanest to have a good deal on thy hands, says Sigurd. Njal begged his Easterlings to fare with him. They said they had no quarrel with Gunnar, and besides, says Thora, ye seem to need much help here, when a crowd of men shall go against 3 men. Then Njal went away and was wroth. Then the mistress of the house said to the Easterling, in an evil hour hath my daughter Gudruna humbled herself, and broken the point of her maidenly pride, and lain by thy side as thy wife, when thou wilt not dare to follow thy father-in-law, and thou must be a coward, she says. I will go, he says, with thy husband, and neither of us 2 shall come back. After that he went to Thorgrim his messmate, and said, take thou now the keys of my chests, for I shall never unlock them again. I bid thee take for thine own whatever of our goods thou wilt, but sail away from Iceland, and do not think of revenge for me. But if thou dost not leave the land, it will be thy death. So the Easterling joined himself to their band. 61 Gunnar's dream. Now we must go back and say that Gunnar rides east over Thurso water, but when he had gone a little way from the river, he grew very drowsy, and bade them lie down and rest there. They did so. He fell fast asleep, and struggled much as he slumbered. Then Kolskegg said, Gunnar dreams now. But Jort said, I would like to wake him. That shall not be, said Kolskegg, but he shall dream his dream out. Gunnar lay a very long while, and threw off his shield from him, and he grew very warm. Kolskegg said, what hast thou dreamt, kinsman? That have I dreamt, says Gunnar, which if I had dreamt it there, I would never have ridden with so few men from Tongue. Tell us thy dream, says Kolskegg. Then Gunnar sang a song, Chief, that chargest foes in fight. Now I fear that I have ridden short of men from Tongue. This harvest, ravens fast I sure shall break. Lord, that scatters ocean's fire. 1. This, at least, I long to say, kite with wolf shall fight for marrow ill I dreamt with wandering thought. I dreamt, methought, that I was riding on by Nafa holes, and there I thought I saw many wolves, and they all made at me, but I turned away from them straight towards Rangriver, and then methought they pressed hard on me on all sides, but I kept them at bay, and shot all those that were foremost, till they came so close to me that I could not use my bow against them. Then I took my sword, and I smote with it with one hand, but thrust at them with my bill with the other. Shield myself then I did not, and methought then I knew not what shielded me. Then I slew many wolves, and thou, too, Kolskegg, but Jort methought they pulled down, and tore open his breast, and one methought had his heart in his maw. But I grew so wroth that I hewed that wolf asunder just below the brisket, and after that methought the wolves turned and fled. Now my counsel is, brother Jort, that thou ridest back west to Tongue. I will not do that, says Jort, though I know my death is sure, I will stand by thee still. Then they rode and came east by Nafa holes. And Kolskegg said, Seest thou, kinsman? Many spears stand up by the holes, and men with weapons. It does not take me unawares, says Gunnar, that my dream comes true. What is best to be done now, says Kolskegg, I guess thou wilt not run away from them. They shall not have that to jeer about, says Gunnar. But we will ride on down to the Ness by Rangriver, there is some vantage ground there. Now they rode on to the Ness, and made them ready there, and as they rode on past them, Cole called out and said, Whither art thou running to now, Gunnar? But Kolskegg said, Say the same thing farther on when this day has come to an end. End knots. One ocean's fire a periphrases for gold. The whole line is a periphrases for bountiful chief. 62 The slaying of Jort and 14 men after that Starker digged on his men, and then they turned down upon them into the Ness. Sigurd Swinehead came first and had a red targe, but in his other hand he held a cutlass. Gunnar sees him and shoots an arrow at him from his bow. He held the shield up aloft when he saw the arrow flying high, and the shaft passes through the shield and into his eye, and so came out at the nape of his neck, and that was the first man slain. A second arrow Gunnar shot at Ulfhedin, one of Starkard's men, and that struck him about the middle and he fell at the feet of a yeoman, and the yeoman over him. Kolskegg cast a stone and struck the yeoman on the head, and that was his death blow. Then Starkard said, "'Twill never answer our end that he should use his bow, but let us come on well and stoutly." Then each man egged on the other, and Gunnar guarded himself with his bow and arrows as long as he could. After that he throws them down, and then he takes his bill and sword and fights with both hands. There is long the hardest fight, but still Gunnar and Kolskegg slew man after man. Then Thorgja, Starkad's son, said, I vowed to bring Hildi Gunnar thy head, Gunnar. Then Gunnar sang a song, thou, that battle sleet down Bringeth, scarce I trow thou speakest truth, she, the girl with golden armlets, cannot care for such a gift, but, O serpent's hoard despoiler. If the maid must have my head, maid whose wrist rines fire, one, wreatheth, closer come to crash of spear. She will not think that so much worth having, says Gunnar, but still to get it thou wilt have to come nearer. Thorgr said to his brothers, let us run all of us upon him at once, he has no shield and we shall have his life in our hands. So Bork and Thorkel both ran forward and were quicker than Thorgr. Bork made a blow at Gunnar, and Gunnar threw his bill so hard in the way, that the sword flew out of Bork's hand. Then he sees Thorkel standing on his other hand within stroke of sword. Gunnar was standing with his body swayed a little on one side, and he makes a sweep with his sword, and caught Thorkel on the neck, and off flew his head. Kolagil's son, said, let me get at Kolskegg, and turning to Kolskegg he said, this I have often said, that we two would be just about an even match in fight. That we can soon prove, says Kolskegg. Kol thrust at him with his spear. Kolskegg had just slain a man and had his hands full, and so he could not throw his shield before the blow, and the thrust came upon his thigh, on the outside of the limb, and went through it. Kolskegg turned sharp round, and strode towards him, and smote him with his short sword on the thigh, and cut off his leg, and said, did it touch thee or not? Now, says Kol, I pay for being bare of my shield. So he stood a while on his other leg and looked at the stump. Thou needest not to look at it, said Kolskegg, 'tis even as thou seest, the leg is off. Then Kol fell down dead. But when Njal sees this, he runs at Gunnar and makes a cut at him. Gunnar thrusts at him with the bill and struck him in the middle, and Gunnar hoists him up on the bill and hurls him out into Rangriva. Then Starkad said, wretch that thou art indeed, Thora Easterling, when thou sittest by, but thy host, and father-in-law Njal, is slain. Then the Easterling sprung up and was very wroth. Jort had been the death of 2 men, and the Easterling leapt on him and smote him full on the breast. Then Jort fell down dead on the spot. Gunnar sees this and was swift to smite at the Easterling, and cuts him asunder at the waist. A little while after Gunnar hurls the bill at Bork, and struck him in the middle, and the bill went through him and stuck in the ground. Then Kolskegg cut off Horkagil's son's head, and Gunnar smites off Otter's hand at the elbow joint. Then Starkad said, let us fly now. We have not to do with men. Gunnar said, ye two will think it a sad story if there is naught on you to show that ye have both been in the battle. Then Gunnar ran after Starkad and Thorgr, and gave them each a wound. After that they parted, and Gunnar and his brothers had then wounded many men who got away from the field, but 14 lost their lives, and Jort the 15th. Gunnar brought Jort home, laid out on his shield, and he was buried in a cairn there. Many men grieved for him, for he had many dear friends. Starkad came home, too, and Hildigunnar dressed his wounds and Thorgr's, and said, "Ye would have given a great deal not to have fallen out with Gunnar." "So we would," says Starkad. End notes. 1. Rhine's fire paraphrases for gold. 63 Njal's counsel to Gunnar Steinvor, at Njal, besought Thorgrim the Easterling to take in hand the care of her goods, and not to sail away from Iceland, and so to keep in mind the death of his messmate and kinsman. "My messmate Thora," said he, "foretold that I should fall by Gunnar's hand if I stayed here in the land, and he must have foreseen that when he foreknew his own death. I will give thee," she says, "Gudruna my daughter to wife, and all my goods into the bargain." "I knew not," he said, "that thou wouldest pay such a long price." After that they struck the bargain that he shall have her, and the wedding feast was to be the next summer. Now Gunnar rides to Bergthorsknoll, and Kolskegg with him. Njal was out of doors and his sons, and they went to meet Gunnar and gave them a hearty welcome. After that they fell a-talking, and Gunnar said, "Hither am I come to seek good counsel and help at thy hand." "That is thy due," said Njal. "I have fallen into a great strait," says Gunnar, "and slain many men, and I wish to know what thou wilt make of the matter." "Many will say this," said Njal, "that thou hast been driven into it much against thy will, but now thou shalt give me time to take counsel with myself." Then Njal went away all by himself, and thought over a plan, and came back and said, "Now have I thought over the matter somewhat, and it seems to me as though this must be carried through, if it be carried through at all, with hardihood and daring. Thorja has got my kinswoman Thorfinna with child, and I will hand over to thee the suit for seduction. Another suit of outlawry against Starkad I hand over also to thee, for having hewn trees in my wood on the three-corner ridge. Both these suits shalt thou take up. Thou shalt fare to the spot where ye fought, and dig up the dead, and name witnesses to the wounds, and make all the dead outlaws, for that they came against thee with that mind to give thee and thy brothers wounds or swift death. But if this be tried at the thing, and it be brought up against thee that thou first gave Thorja a blow, and so mayst neither plead thine own cause nor that of others, then I will answer in that matter, and say that I gave thee back thy rights at the Thingskala thing, so that thou shouldest be able to plead thine own suit as well as that of others, and then there will be an answer to that point. Thou shalt also go to see Turfing of Berenice, and he must hand over to thee a suit against Arnund of Witchwood, who has the blood feud after his brother Njal." Then first of all Gunnar rode home, but a few nights after Njal's sons and Gunnar rode thither where the bodies were, and dug them up that were buried there. Then Gunnar summoned them all as outlaws for assault and treachery, and rode home after that. 64 of Valgard and Maud. That same harvest Valgard the Guileful came out to Iceland, and fared home to Horf. Then Thorja went to see Valgard and Maud, and told them what a strait they were in if Gunnar were to be allowed to make all those men outlaws whom he had slain. Valgard said that must be Njal's counsel, and yet everything had not come out yet which he was likely to have taught him. Then Thorja begged those kinsmen for help and backing, but they held out a long while, and at last asked for, and got a large sum of money. That, too, was part of their plan, that Maud should ask for Thorkatla, Jija the White's daughter, and Thorja was to ride at once west across the river with Valgard and Maud. So the day after they rode 12 of them together and came to Mosfell. There they were heartily welcomed, and they put the question to Jija about the wooing, and the end of it was that the match should be made, and the wedding feast was to be in half a month's space at Mosfell. They ride home, and after that they ride to the wedding, and there was a crowd of guests to meet them, and it went off well. Thorkatla went home with Maud and took the housekeeping in hand, but Valgard went abroad again the next summer. Now Maud eggs on Thorja to set his suit on foot against Gunnar, and Thorja went to find Arnund. He bids him now to begin a suit for manslaughter for his brother Njal and his sons, but I will begin one for the manslaughter of my brothers, and for the wounds of myself and my father. He said he was quite ready to do that, and then they set out, and give notice of the manslaughter, and summon 9 neighbors who dwelled nearest to the spot where the deed was done. This beginning of the suit was heard of at Lithend, and then Gunnar rides to Njal, and told him, and asked what he wished them to do next. Now says Njal, thou shalt summon those who dwell next to the spot, and thy neighbors, and call men to witness before the neighbors, and choose out Cole as the slayer in the manslaughter of Jort thy brother, for that is lawful and right. Then thou shalt give notice of the suit for manslaughter at Cole's hand, though he be dead. Then shalt thou call men to witness, and summon the neighbors to ride to the Thing to bear witness of the fact, whether they, Cole and his companions, were on the spot, and in onslaught when Jort was slain. Thou shalt also summon Thorja for the suit of seduction, and Arnund at the suit of turfing. Gunnar now did in everything as Njal gave him counsel. This men thought a strange beginning of suits, and now these matters come before the Thing. Gunnar rides to the Thing, and Njal's sons and the sons of Sigfus. Gunnar had sent messengers to his cousins and kinsmen, that they should ride to the Thing, and come with as many men as they could, and told them that this matter would lead to much strife. So they gathered together in a great band from the west. Maud rode to the Thing and Ranulf of the Dale, and those under the 3 corner, and Arnund of Witchwood. But when they come to the Thing, they join them in one company with Jija the White and Gur the priest. 65 of fines and atonements Gunnar, and the sons of Sigfus, and Njal's sons, went all together in one band, and they marched so swiftly and closely that men who came in their way had to take heed lest they should get a fall, and nothing was so often spoken about over the whole Thing as these great lawsuits. Gunnar went to meet his cousins, and Olaf and his men greeted him well. They asked Gunnar about the fight, but he told them all about it, and was just in all he said. He told them, too, what steps he had taken since. Then Olaf said, "'Tis worth much to see how close Njal stands by thee in all counsel." Gunnar said he should never be able to repay that, but then he begged them for help, and they said that was his due. Now the suits on both sides came before the court, and each pleads his cause. Maud asked how it was that a man could have the right to set a suit on foot who, like Gunnar, had already made himself an outlaw by striking Thorja a blow, Wast thou, answered Njal, at Thingskalathing last autumn? Surely I was, says Maud. Heardest thou, asks Njal, how Gunnar offered him full atonement? Then I gave back Gunnar his right to do all lawful deeds. That is right and good law, says Maud, but how does the matter stand if Gunnar has laid the slaying of Jort at Cole's door, when it was the Easterling that slew him? That was right and lawful, says Njal, when he chose him as the slayer before witnesses. That was lawful and right, no doubt, says Maud, but for what did Gunnar summon them all as outlaws? Thou needest not to ask about that, says Njal, when they went out to deal wounds and manslaughter. Yes, says Maud, but neither befell Gunnar. Gunnar's brothers, said Njal, Kolskeg and Jort, were there, and one of them got his death and the other a flesh wound. Thou speakest nothing but what is law, says Maud, though it is hard to abide by it. Then Hilti Skegai's son of Thursodal stood forth and said, I have had no share in any of your lawsuits, but I wish to know whether thou wilt do something, Gunnar, for the sake of my words and friendship. What askest thou, says Gunnar. This he says, that ye lay down the whole suit to the award and judgment of good men and true. If I do so, said Gunnar, then thou shalt never be against me, whatever men I may have to deal with. I will give my word to that, says Hjalti. After that he tried his best with Gunnar's adversaries, and brought it about that they were all set at one again. And after that each side gave the other pledges of peace, but for Thorge's wound came the suit for seduction, and for the hewing in the wood, Starkard's wound. Thorge's brothers were atoned for by half fines, but half fell away for the onslaught on Gunnar. Ijil's slaying and Turfing's lawsuit were set off against each other. For Jort's slaying, the slaying of Cole and of the Easterling were to come, and as for all the rest, they were atoned for with half fines. Njal was in this award, and Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and Hjalti Skegai's son. Njal had much money out at interest with Starkard, and at Sanjil too, and he gave it all to Gunnar to make up these fines. So many friends had Gunnar at the thing, that he not only paid up there and then all the fines on the spot, but gave besides gifts to many chiefs who had lent him help, and he had the greatest honour from the suit, and all were agreed in this, that no man was his match in all the south quarter. So Gunnar rides home from the thing and sits there in peace, but still his adversaries envied him much for his honour. 66 of Thorge Otkel's son. Now we must tell of Thorge Otkel's son. He grew up to be a tall strong man, true-hearted and guileless, but rather too ready to listen to fair words. He had many friends among the best men, and was much beloved by his kinsmen. Once on a time Thorge Starkard's son had been to see his kinsman Maud. I can ill brook, he says, that settlement of matters which we and Gunnar had, but I have bought thy help so long as we two are above ground. I wish thou wouldest think out some plan and lay it deep. This is why I say it right out, because I know that thou art Gunnar's greatest foe, and he too thine. I will much increase thine honour if thou takest pains in this matter. It will always seem as though I were greedy of gain, but so it must be. Yet it will be hard to take care that thou mayest not seem to be a truce breaker, or peace breaker, and yet carry out thy point. But now I have been told that Kolskeg means to try a suit, and regain a fourth part of Moide Snoll, which was paid to thy father as an atonement for his son. He has taken up this suit for his mother, but this too is Gunnar's counsel, to pay in goods and not to let the land go. We must wait till this comes about, and then declare that he has broken the settlement made with you. He has also taken a cornfield from Thorja Otkel's son, and so broken the settlement with him too. Thou shalt go to see Thorja Otkel's son, and bring him into the matter with thee, and then fall on Gunnar. But if ye fail in aught of this, and cannot get him hunted down, still ye shall set on him over and over again. I must tell thee that Njal has sparred his fortune, and foretold about his life, if he slays more than once in the same stock, that it would lead him to his death, if it so fell out that he broke the settlement made after the deed. Therefore shalt thou bring Thorja into the suit, because he has already slain his father, and now, if ye two are together in an affray, thou shalt shield thyself, but he will go boldly on, and then Gunnar will slay him. Then he has slain twice in the same stock, but thou shalt fly from the fight. And if this is to drag him to his death, he will break the settlement afterwards, and so we may wait till then. After that Thorja goes home and tells his father secretly. Then they agreed among themselves that they should work out this plot by stealth. 67 of Thorja Starkad's son. Some time after Thorja Starkad's son fared to Kirkby to see his namesake, and they went aside to speak, and talked secretly all day. But at the end Thorja Starkad's son gave his namesake a spear inlaid with gold, and rode home afterwards. They made the greatest friendship the one with the other. At the Thingskalar in the autumn, Kolskeg laid claim to the land at Moide Snoll, but Gunnar took witness, and offered ready money, or another piece of land at a lawful price to those under the 3 corner. Thorja took witness also, that Gunnar was breaking the settlement made between them. After that the thing was broken up, and so the next year wore away. Those namesakes were always meeting, and there was the greatest friendship between them. Kolskeg spoke to Gunnar and said, I am told that there is great friendship between those namesakes, and it is the talk of many men that they will prove untrue, and I would that thou wouldst beware of thyself. Death will come to me when it will come, says Gunnar, wherever I may be, if that is my fate. Then they left off talking about it. About autumn, Gunnar gave out that they would work 1 week there at home, and the next down in the Isles, and so make an end of their haymaking. At the same time, he let it be known that every man would have to leave the house, save himself and the women. Thorja under 3 corner goes to see his namesake, but as soon as they met they began to talk after their wont, and Thorja Starkad's son said, I would that we could harden our hearts and fall on Gunnar. Well, says Thorja Otkel's son, every struggle with Gunnar has had but one end, that few have gained the day. Besides, methinks it sounds ill to be called a peace breaker. They have broken the peace, not we, says Thorja Starkad's son. Gunnar took away from thee thy cornfield, and he has taken Moid's knoll from my father and me. And so they settle it between them to fall on Gunnar, and then Thorgja said that Gunnar would be all alone at home in a few nights' space, and then thou shalt come to meet me with 11 men, but I will have as many. After that Thorgja rode home. 68 of Njal and those namesakes. Now when Kolskeg and the housecarls had been 3 nights in the Isles, Thorgja Starkad's son had news of that, and sends word to his namesake that he should come to meet him on Three Corner Ridge. After that Thorgja of the Three Corner busked him with 11 men, he rides up on the ridge and there waits for his namesake. And now Gunnar is at home in his house, and those namesakes ride into a wood hard by. There such a drowsiness came over them that they could do naught else but sleep. So they hung their shields up in the boughs, and tethered their horses, and laid their weapons by their sides. Njal was that night up in Thorolfsfell, and could not sleep at all, but went out and in by turns. Thorhilda asked Njal why he could not sleep. Many things now flit before my eyes, said he. I see many fetches of Gunnar's bitter foes, and what is very strange is this, they seem to be mad with rage, and yet they fare without plan or purpose. A little after, a man rode up to the door and got off his horse's back and went in, and there was come the shepherd of Thorhilda and her husband. Didst thou find the sheep? She asked. I found what might be more worth, said he. What was that? Asked Njal. I found 24 men up in the wood yonder. They had tethered their horses, but slept themselves. Their shields they had hung up in the boughs. But so closely had he looked at them that he told of all their weapons and wargy and clothes, and then Njal knew plainly who each of them must have been, and said to him, 'Twere good hiring if there were many such shepherds, and this shall ever stand to thy good, but still I will send thee on an errand. He said at once he would go. Thou shalt go, says Njal, to Lithend and tell Gunnar that he must fare to Gritwater, and then send after men, but I will go to meet with those who are in the wood and scare them away. This thingeth well come to pass, so that they shall gain nothing by this journey, but lose much. The shepherd set off and told Gunnar as plainly as he could the whole story. Then Gunnar rode to Gritwater and summoned men to him. Now it is to be told of Njal how he rides to meet these namesakes. Unwarily ye lie here, he says, or for what end shall this journey have been made? And Gunnar is not a man to be trifled with. But if the truth must be told, then this is the greatest treason. Ye shall also know this, that Gunnar is gathering force, and he will come here in the twinkling of an eye, and slay you all, unless ye ride away home. They bestirred them at once, for they were in great fear, and took their weapons, and mounted their horses and galloped home under the Three Corner. Njal fared to meet Gunnar and bade him not to break up his company. But I will go and seek for an atonement, now they will be finely frightened, but for this treason no less a sum shall be paid when one has to deal with all of them, than shall be paid for the slaying of one or other of those namesakes, though such a thing should come to pass. This money I will take into my keeping, and so lay it out that it may be ready to thy hand when thou hast need of it. 69 Olaf the Peacock's gifts to Gunnar. Gunnar thanked Njal for his aid, and Njal rode away under the three-corner, and told those namesakes that Gunnar would not break up his band of men before he had fought it out with them. They began to offer terms for themselves, and were full of dread, and bade Njal to come between them with an offer of atonement. Njal said that could only be if there were no guile behind. Then they begged him to have a share in the award, and said they would hold to what he awarded. Njal said he would make no award unless it were at the thing, and unless the best men were by, and they agreed to that. Then Njal came between them, so that they gave each other pledges of peace and atonement. Njal was to utter the award, and to name as his fellows those whom he chose. A little while after those namesakes met Maud Valgard's son, and Maud blamed them much for having laid the matter in Njal's hands, when he was Gunnar's great friend. He said that would turn out ill for them. Now men ride to the Althing after their wont, and now both sides are at the thing. Njal begged for a hearing, and asked all the best men who were come thither, what right at law they thought Gunnar had against those namesakes for their treason. They said they thought such a man had great right on his side. Njal went on to ask whether he had a right of action against all of them, or whether the leaders had to answer for them all in the suit. They say that most of the blame would fall on the leaders, but a great deal still on them all. Many will say this, said Maud, that it was not without a cause when Gunnar broke the settlement made with those namesakes. That is no breach of settlement, says Njal, that any man should take the law against another, for with law shall our land be built up and settled, and with lawlessness wasted and spoiled. Then Njal tells them that Gunnar had offered land for Moide's knoll, or other goods. Then those namesakes thought they had been beguiled by Maud, and scolded him much, and said that this fine was all his doing. Njal named 12 men as judges in the suit, and then every man paid 100 in silver who had gone out, but each of those namesakes 200. Njal took this money into his keeping, but either side gave the other pledges of peace, and Njal gave out the terms. Then Gunnar rode from the thing west to the dales, till he came to Jadar Holt, and Olaf the Peacock gave him a hearty welcome. There he sat half a month, and rode far and wide about the dales, and all welcomed him with joyful hands. But at their parting Olaf said, I will give thee 3 things of price, a gold ring, and a cloak which Murkutanthius king owned, and a hound that was given me in Ireland. He is big, and no worse follower than a sturdy man. Besides, it is part of his nature that he has man's wit, and he will bay at every man whom he knows is thy foe, but never at thy friends. He can see, too, in any man's face, whether he means thee well or ill, and he will lay down his life to be true to thee. This hound's name is Sam. After that he spoke to the hound, Now shalt thou follow Gunnar, and do him all the service thou canst. The hound went at once to Gunnar and laid himself down at his feet. Olaf bade Gunnar to beware of himself, and said he had many enviers, for now thou art thought to be a famous man throughout all the land. Gunnar thanked him for his gifts and good counsel, and rode home. Now Gunnar sits at home for some time, and all is quiet. 70 Maud's counsel. A little after, those namesakes and Maud met, and they were not at all of one mind. They thought they had lost much goods for Maud's sake, but had got nothing in return, and they bade him set on foot some other plot which might do Gunnar harm. Maud said so it should be. But now this is my counsel, that thou, Thorgja Otkell's son, shouldest beguile Ormilda, Gunnar's kinswoman, but Gunnar will let his displeasure grow against thee at that, and then I will spread that story abroad that Gunnar will not suffer thee to do such things. Then ye two shall some time after make an attack on Gunnar, but still ye must not seek him at home, for there is no thinking of that while the hound is alive. So they settled this plan among them that it should be brought about. Thorgja began to turn his steps towards Ormilda, and Gunnar thought that ill and great dislike arose between them. So the winter wore away. Now comes the summer, and their secret meetings went on oftener than before. As for Thorgja of the Three Corner and Maud, they were always meeting, and they plan an onslaught on Gunnar when he rides down to the Isles to see after the work done by his house carries. One day Maud was ware of it when Gunnar rode down to the Isles, and sent a man off under the Three Corner to tell Thorgja that then would be the likeliest time to try to fall on Gunnar. They bestirred them at once, and fare thence 12 together, but when they came to Kirkby there they found 13 men waiting for them. Then they made up their minds to ride down to Rangriva and lie in wait there for Gunnar. But when Gunnar rode up from the Isles, Kolskegg rode with him. Gunnar had his bow and his arrows and his bill. Kolskegg had his short sword and weapons to match. 71 The slaying of Thorgja Otkell's son. That token happened as Gunnar and his brother rode up towards Rangriva, that much blood burst out on the bill. Kolskegg asked what that might mean. Gunnar says, if such tokens took place in other lands, it was called wound drops, and Master Oliver told me also that this only happened before great fights. So they rode on till they saw men sitting by the river on the other side, and they had tethered their horses. Gunnar said, now we have an ambush. Kolskegg answered, long have they been faithless, but what is best to be done now? We will gallop up alongside them to the ford, says Gunnar, and there make ready for them. The others saw that and turned at once towards them. Gunnar strings his bow, and takes his arrows and throws them on the ground before him, and shoots as soon as ever they come within shot. By that Gunnar wounded many men, but some he slew. Then Thorgja Otkell's son spoke and said, this is no use, let us make for him as hard as we can. They did so, and first went Arnund the Fair, Thorgja's kinsman. Gunnar hurled the bill at him, and it fell on his shield and clove it in twain, but the bill rushed through Arnund. Augmund Shockhead rushed at Gunnar behind his back. Kolskegg saw that and cut off at once both Augmund's legs from under him, and hurled him out into Rangriva, and he was drowned there and then. Then a hard battle arose. Gunnar cut with one hand and thrust with the other. Kolskegg slew some men and wounded many. Thorgja Starkard's son called out to his namesake, it looks very little as though thou hadst a father to avenge. True it is, he answers, that I do not make much way, but yet thou hast not followed in my footsteps, still I will not bear thy reproaches. With that he rushes at Gunnar in great wrath, and thrust his spear through his shield, and so on through his arm. Gunnar gave the shield such a sharp twist that the spearhead broke short off at the socket. Gunnar sees that another man was come within reach of his sword, and he smites at him and deals him his death blow. After that, he clutches his bill with both hands. Just then, Thorgja Otkel's son had come near him with a drawn sword, and Gunnar turns on him in great wrath, and drives the bill through him, and lifts him up aloft, and casts him out into Rangriver, and he drifts down towards the ford, and stuck fast there on a stone, and the name of that ford has since been Thorgja's ford. Then Thorgja Starkad's son said, Let us fly now, no victory will be fated to us this time. So they all turned and fled from the field. Let us follow them up now, says Kolskeg, and take thou thy bow and arrows, and thou wilt come within bowshot of Thorgja Starkad's son. Then Gunnar sang a song, River of rich river treasure, plundered will our purses be, though today we wound no other warriors white in play of spears. If I for all these sailors lowly lying, fines must pay, this is why I hold my hand, hearken, brother dear, to me. Our purses will be emptied, says Gunnar, by the time that these are atoned for who now lie here dead. Thou wilt never lack money, says Kolskeg, but Thorgja will never leave off before he compasses thy death. Gunnar sang another song, Lord of Water Skates, 1. That Skimsea King's fields, more good as he, shedding wounds red stream, must stand in my way ere I shall wince. The golden armlet's warder, snake-like twined around my wrist, ne'er shall shun a foeman's falchion flashing bright in din of fight. He, and a few more as good as he, says Gunnar, must stand in my path ere I am afraid of them. After that they ride home and tell the tidings. Hallgjadar was well pleased to hear them, and praised the deed much. Ranveig said, Maybe the deed is good, but somehow she says, I feel too downcast about it to think that good can come of it. Endnotes. 1. Water skates are periphrases for ships. 72 of the suits for manslaughter at the Thing. These tidings were spread far and wide, and Thorgja's death was a great grief to many a man. Jaija the White and his men rode to the spot and gave notice of the manslaughter, and called the neighbors on the inquest to the Thing. Then they rode home west. Njal and Gunnar met and talked about the battle. Then Njal said to Gunnar, Now beware of thyself. Now hast thou slain twice in the same stock, and so now take heed to thy behavior, and think that it is as much as thy life is worth, if thou dost not hold to the settlement that is made. Nor do I mean to break it in any way, says Gunnar, but still I shall need thy help at the Thing. I will hold to my faithfulness to thee, said Njal, till my death day. Then Gunnar rides home. Now the Thing draws near, and each side gather a great company, and it is a matter of much talk at the Thing how these suits will end. Those two, Jaija the White, and Ga the priest, talked with each other as to who should give notice of the suit of manslaughter after Thorgja, and the end of it was that Jaiju took the suit on his hand, and gave notice of it at the Hill of Laws, and spoke in these words: I gave notice of a suit for assault laid down by law against Gunnar Hamon's son, for that he rushed with an onslaught laid down by law on Thorja Otkel's son, and wounded him with a body wound, which proved a death wound, so that Thorja got his death. I say on this charge he ought to become a convicted outlaw, not to be fayed, not to be forwarded, not to be helped or harbored in any need. I say that his goods are forfeited, half to me and half to the men of the quarter, whose right it is by law to seize the goods of outlaws. I give notice of this charge in the quarter court, into which this suit ought by law to come. I give this lawful notice in the hearing of all men at the Hill of Laws. I give notice now of this suit, and of full forfeiture and outlawry against Gunnar Hamon's son. A second time Jaiju took witness, and gave notice of a suit against Gunnar Hamon's son, for that he had wounded Thorja Otkel's son with a body wound which was a death wound, and from which Thorja got his death, on such and such a spot when Gunnar first sprang on Thorja with an onslaught, laid down by law. After that he gave notice of this declaration as he had done of the first. Then he asked in what quarter court the suit lay, and in what house in the district the defendant dwelt. When that was over, men left the Hill of Laws, and all said that he spoke well. Gunnar kept himself well in hand and said little or nothing. Now the thing wears away till the day when the courts were to be set. Then Gunnar stood looking south by the court of the men of Rangriva, and his men with him. Jaiju stood looking north, and calls his witnesses, and bade Gunnar to listen to his oath, and to his declaration of the suit, and to all the steps and proofs which he meant to bring forward. After that he took his oath, and then he brought forward the suit in the same shape before the court, as he had given notice of it before. Then he made them bring forward witness of the notice. Then he bade the neighbors on the inquest to take their seats, and called upon Gunnar to challenge the inquest. 73 of the atonement. Then Njal spoke and said, Now I can no longer sit still and take no part. Let us go to where the neighbors sit on the inquest. They went thither and challenged 4 neighbors out of the inquest, but they called on the 5 that were left to answer the following question in Gunnar's favor, whether those namesakes had gone out with that mind to the place of meeting to do Gunnar a mischief if they could. But all bore witness at once that so it was. Then Njal called this a lawful defense to the suit, and said he would bring forward proof of it unless they gave over the suit to arbitration. Then many chiefs joined in praying for an atonement, and so it was brought about that 12 men should utter an award in the matter. Then either side went and hand-sold this settlement to the other. Afterwards the award was made, and the sum to be paid settled, and it was all to be paid down then and there at the thing. But besides, Gunnar was to go abroad and Kolskeg with him, and they were to be away 3 winters. But if Gunnar did not go abroad when he had a chance of a passage, then he was to be slain by the kinsmen of those whom he had killed. Gunnar made no sign, as though he thought the terms of atonement were not good. He asked Njal for that money which he had handed over to him to keep. Njal had laid the money out at interest and paid it down all at once, and it just came to what Gunnar had to pay for himself. Now they ride home. Gunnar and Njal rode both together from the thing, and then Njal said to Gunnar, "Take good care, messmate, that thou keepest to this atonement, and bear in mind what we have spoken about, for though thy former journey abroad brought thee to great honour, this will be a far greater honour to thee. Thou wilt come back with great glory, and live to be an old man, and no man here will then tread on thy heel. But if thou dost not fare away, and so breakest thy atonement, then thou wilt be slain here in the land, and that is ill knowing for those who are thy friends." Gunnar said he had no mind to break the atonement, and he rides home and told them of the settlement. Randveig said it was well that he fared abroad, for then they must find someone else to quarrel with. 74 Kolskeg goes abroad. Thrain Sigfur's son said to his wife that he meant to fare abroad that summer. She said that was well. So he took his passage with Hogni the White. Gunnar took his passage with Arnfinn of the Bay, and Kolskeg was to go with him. Grim and Helgi, Njal's sons, asked their father's leave to go abroad too, and Njal said, "This foreign voyage ye will find hard work, so hard that it will be doubtful whether ye keep your lives. But still ye too will get some honor and glory, but it is not unlikely that a quarrel will arise out of your journey when ye come back." Still they kept on asking their father to let them go, and the end of it was that he bade them go if they chose. Then they got them a passage with Bard the Black, and Olof Kettle's son of Elder, and it is the talk of the whole country that all the better men in that district were leaving it. By this time Gunnar's sons, Hogni and Grani, were grown up. They were men of very different turn of mind. Grani had much of his mother's temper, but Hogni was kind and good. Gunnar made men bear down the wares of his brother and himself to the ship, and when all Gunnar's baggage had come down, and the ship was all but bound, then Gunnar rides to Bergthorsknoll, and to other homesteads to see men, and thanked them all for the help they had given him. The day after he gets ready early for his journey to the ship, and told all his people that he would ride away for good and all, and men took that much to heart, but still they said that they looked to his coming back afterwards. Gunnar threw his arms round each of the household when he was bound, and every one of them went out of doors with him. He leans on the butt of his spear and leaps into the saddle, and he and Kolskeg ride away. They ride down along Markfleet, and just then Gunnar's horse tripped and threw him off. He turned with his face up towards the Lythe and the homestead at Lithend, and said, "Fair is the Lythe, so fair that it has never seemed to me so fair. The cornfields are white to harvest and the home mead is mown, and now I will ride back home, and not fare abroad at all." "Do not this joy to thy foes," says Kolskeg, "by breaking thy atonement, for no man could think thou wouldst do thus, and thou mayst be sure that all will happen as Njal has said." "I will not go away any whither," said Gunnar, "and so I would thou shouldest do too." "That shall not be," says Kolskeg, "I will never do a base thing in this, nor in anything else which is left to my good faith, and this is that one thing that could tear us asunder. But tell this to my kinsmen and to my mother that I never mean to see Iceland again, for I shall soon learn that thou art dead, brother, and then there will be nothing left to bring me back." So they parted there and then. Gunnar rides home to Lithend, but Kolskeg rides to the ship, and goes abroad. Hallgerdr was glad to see Gunnar when he came home, but his mother said little or nothing. How Gunnar sits at home that fall and winter, and had not many men with him. Now the winter leaves the farmyard. Olaf the peacock asked Gunnar and Hallgerdr to come and stay with him, but as for the farm, to put it into the hands of his mother and his son Hogni. Gunnar thought that a good thing at first, and agreed to it, but when it came to the point he would not do it. But at the thing next summer, Jaija the White, and Gur the priest, gave notice of Gunnar's outlawry at the Hill of Laws, and before the thing broke up Jaija summoned all Gunnar's foes to meet in the Great Rift. 1. He summoned Starkad under the Three Corner, and Thorja his son, Maud and Valgard the Guileful, Gur the priest and Hjalti Skegai's son, Thorbrand and Asbrand, Thorlake's sons, Ijulf, and Arnund his son. Arnund of Witchwood and Thorgrim the Easterling of Sangil. Then Jaija spoke and said, "I will make you all this offer, that we go out against Gunnar this summer and slay him." "I gave my word to Gunnar," said Hjalti, "here at the thing, when he showed himself most willing to yield to my prayer, that I would never be in any attack upon him, and so it shall be." Then Hjalti went away, but those who were left behind made up their minds to make an onslaught on Gunnar, and shook hands on the bargain, and laid a fine on anyone that left the undertaking. Maud was to keep watch and spy out when there was the best chance of falling on him, and they were 40 men in this league, and they thought it would be a light thing for them to hunt down Gunnar, now that Kolskeg was away, and Thrain and many other of Gunnar's friends. Men ride from the thing, and Njal went to see Gunnar, and told him of his outlawry, and how an onslaught was planned against him. "Methinks thou art the best of friends," says Gunnar, "thou makest me aware of what is meant." "Now," says Njal, "I would that Skarphedin should come to thy house, and my son Horskuld, they will lay down their lives for thy life." "I will not," says Gunnar, "that thy sons should be slain for my sake, and thou hast a right to look for other things from me." "All thy care will come to nothing," says Njal, "quarrels will turn thitherward where my sons are as soon as thou art dead and gone." "That is not unlikely," says Gunnar, "but still it would mislike me that they fell into them for me. But this one thing I will ask of thee, that ye see after my son Hogni, but I say naught of Grani, for he does not behave himself much after my mind." Njal rode home, and gave his word to do that. It is said that Gunnar rode to all meetings of men, and to all lawful things, and his foes never dared to fall on him. And so some time went on that he went about as a free and guiltless man. Endnotes. 1. Great Rift Olmanagja, the Great Volcanic Rift, or Geo as it would be called in Orkney and Shetland, which bounds the plain of the Ithing on one side. 75. The riding to Lithend next autumn. Maud Valgard's son sent word that Gunnar would be all alone at home, but all his people would be down in the Isles to make an end of their haymaking. Then Jaija the White and Gur the priest rode east over the rivers as soon as ever they heard that, and so east across the sands to Horf. Then they sent word to Starkad under the three corner, and there they all met who were to fall on Gunnar, and took counsel how they might best bring it about. Maud said that they could not come on Gunnar unawares, unless they seized the farmer who dwelt at the next homestead, whose name was Thorkel, and made him go against his will with them to lay hands on the hound Sam, and unless he went before them to the homestead to do this. Then they set out east for Lithend, but sent to fetch Thorkel. They seized him and bound him, and gave him two choices, one that they would slay him, or else he must lay hands on the hound, but he chooses rather to save his life, and went with them. There was a beaten sunk road, between fences, above the farmyard at Lithend, and there they halted with their band. Master Thorkel went up to the homestead, and the tyke lay on the top of the house, and he entices the dog away with him into a deep hollow in the path. Just then the hound sees that there are men before them, and he leaps on Thorkel and tears his belly open. Arnund of Witchwood smote the hound on the head with his axe, so that the blade sunk into the brain. The hound gave such a great howl that they thought it passing strange, and he fell down dead. 76 Gunnar's slaying. Gunnar woke up in his hall and said, "Thou hast been sorely treated, Sam, my fosterling, and this warning is so meant that our two deaths will not be far apart." Gunnar's hall was made all of wood, and roofed with beams above, and there were window slits under the beams that carried the roof, and they were fitted with shutters. Gunnar slept in a loft above the hall, and so did Halljedar and his mother. Now when they were come near to the house they knew not whether Gunnar were at home, and bade that someone would go straight up to the house and see if he could find out. But the rest sat them down on the ground. Thorgrim the Easterling went and began to climb up on the hall. Gunnar sees that a red kirtle passed before the window slit, and thrusts out the bill, and smote him on the middle. Thorgrim's feet slipped from under him, and he dropped his shield, and down he toppled from the roof. Then he goes to Jaiju and his band as they sat on the ground. Jaiju looked at him and said, "Well, is Gunnar at home?" "Find that out for yourselves," said Thorgrim, "but this I am sure of, that his bill is at home and with that he fell down dead." Then they made for the buildings. Gunnar shot out arrows at them, and made a stout defense, and they could get nothing done. Then some of them got into the outhouses and tried to attack him thence, but Gunnar found them out with his arrows there also, and still they could get nothing done. So it went on for a while, then they took a rest, and made a second onslaught. Gunnar still shot out at them, and they could do nothing, and fell off the second time. Then Jaiju the White said, "Let us press on harder, nothing comes of our onslaught." Then they made a third bout of it, and were long at it, and then they fell off again. Gunnar said, "There lies an arrow outside on the wall, and it is one of their shafts. I will shoot at them with it, and it will be a shame to them if they get a hurt from their own weapons." His mother said, "Do not so, my son, nor rouse them again when they have already fallen off from the attack." But Gunnar caught up the arrow and shot it after them, and struck Elifarnund's son, and he got a great wound. He was standing all by himself, and they knew not that he was wounded. Out came an arm yonder, says Jiju, and there was a gold ring on it, and took an arrow from the roof, and they would not look outside for shafts if there were enough indoors, and now ye shall made a fresh onslaught. Let us burn him house and all, said Maud. That shall never be, says Jiju, though I knew that my life lay on it, but it is easy for thee to find out some plan, such a cunning man as thou art said to be. Some ropes lay there on the ground, and they were often used to strengthen the roof. Then Maud said, let us take the ropes and throw one end over the end of the carrying beams, but let us fasten the other end to these rocks and twist them tight with levers, and so pull the roof off the hall. So they took the ropes and all lent a hand to carry this out, and before Gunnar was aware of it, they had pulled the whole roof off the hall. Then Gunnar still shoots with his bow so that they could never come nigh him. Then Maud said again that they must burn the house over Gunnar's head. But Jiju said, I know not why thou wilt speak of that which no one else wishes, and that shall never be. Just then Thorbrand, Thorlake's son, sprang up on the roof, and cuts asunder Gunnar's bowstring. Gunnar clutches the bill with both hands, and turns on him quickly and drives it through him, and hurls him down on the ground. Then up sprung Asprand his brother. Gunnar thrusts at him with his bill, and he threw his shield before the blow, but the bill passed clean through the shield and broke both his arms, and down he fell from the wall. Gunnar had already wounded 8 men and slain those twain, 1. By that time Gunnar had got 2 wounds, and all men said that he never once winced either at wounds or death. Then Gunnar said to Hallgerdr, give me 2 locks of thy hair, and ye two, my mother and thou, twist them together into a bowstring for me. Does aught lie on it? She says. My life lies on it, he said, for they will never come to close quarters with me if I can keep them off with my bow. Well, she says, now I will call to thy mind that slap on the face which thou gavest me, and I care never a whit whether thou holdest out a long while or a short. Then Gunnar sang a song, each who hurts the gory javelineth some honour of his own. Now my helpmeet Wimple-hooded hurries all my fame to earth. No one owner of a warship often asks for little things, woman, fond of Frodi's flower, too, wends her hand as she is wont. Every one has something to boast of, says Gunnar, and I will ask thee no more for this. Thou behavest ill, said Ranveig, and this shame shall long be had in mind. Gunnar made a stout and bold defence, and now wounds other 8 men with such sore wounds that many lay at death's door. Gunnar keeps them all off until he fell worn out with toil. Then they wounded him with many and great wounds, but still he got away out of their hands, and held his own against them a while longer, but at last it came about that they slew him. Of this defence of his, Thorkel the Skald of Gotaelf sang in the verses which follow, we have heard how south in Iceland Gunnar guarded well himself, boldly battles thunder wielding, fiercest foeman on the wave, hero of the golden collar, 16 with the sword he wounded, in the shock that Odin loveth, 2 before him tasted death. But this is what Thormod Olaf's son sang, none that scattered seas bright sunbeams. 3. One more glorious fame than Gunnar, so runs fame of old in Iceland, fitting fame of heathen men, lord of fight when helms were crashing, lives of foemen twain he took, wielding bitter steel he sorely wounded 12, and 4 besides. Then Jaiju spoke and said, We have now laid low to earth a mighty chief, and hard work has it been, and the fame of this defense of his shall last as long as men live in this land. After that he went to see Ranveig and said, Wilt thou grant us earth here for 2 of our men who are dead, that they may lie in a cairn here? All the more willingly for 2, she says, because I wish with all my heart I had to grant it to all of you. It must be forgiven thee, he says, to speak thus, for thou hast had a great loss. Then he gave orders that no man should spoil or rob anything there. After that they went away. Then Thorgir Starkad's son said, We may not be in our house at home for the sons of Sigfus, unless thou Jaiju or Thauga be here south some little while. This shall be so, says Jaiju, and they cast lots, and the lot fell on Ga to stay behind. After that he came to the point, and set up his house there. He had a son whose name was Rold, he was base-born, and his mother's name was Beati, for he boasted that he had given Gunnar his death blow. Rold was at the point with his father. Thorgir Starkad's son boasted of another wound which he had given to Gunnar. Jaiju sat at home at Mossfell. Gunnar's slaying was heard of, and ill spoken of throughout the whole country, and his death was a great grief to many a man. Endnots. 1. Thorgrim Sterling and Thorbrand. 2. Frodi's flower a periphrases for gold. 3. Sees bright sunbeams a periphrases for gold. 4. She was a sister of Thorwald the Scurvy, who was slain at horseback in Grimsness. 77. Gunnar sings a song dead Njal could ill brook Gunnar's death, nor could the sons of Sigfus brook it either. They asked whether Njal thought they had any right to give notice of a suit of manslaughter for Gunnar, or to set the suit on foot. He said that could not be done, as the man had been outlawed, but said it would be better worth trying to do something to wound their glory, by slaying some men in vengeance after him. They cast a cairn over Gunnar, and made him sit upright in the cairn. Ranveig would not hear of his bill being buried in the cairn, but said he alone should have it as his own, who was ready to avenge Gunnar. So no one took the bill. She was so hard on Hallgerdr, that she was on the point of killing her, and she said that she had been the cause of her son's slaying. Then Hallgerdr fled away to Gritwater, and her son Grani with her, and they shared the goods between them. Hogni was to have the land at Lithend and the homestead on it, but Grani was to have the land let out on lease. Now this token happened at Lithend, that the neat herd and the serving maid were driving cattle by Gunnar's cairn. They thought that he was merry, and that he was singing inside the cairn. They went home and told Ranveig, Gunnar's mother, of this token, but she bade them go and tell Njal. Then they went over to Bergthorsknoll and told Njal, but he made them tell it 3 times over. After that, he had a long talk all alone with Skarfedin, and Skarphedin took his weapons and goes with them to Lithend. Ranveig and Hogni gave him a hearty welcome, and were very glad to see him. Ranveig asked him to stay there some time, and he said he would. He and Hogni were always together, at home and abroad. Hogni was a brisk, brave man, well-bred and well-trained in mind and body, but distrustful and slow to believe what he was told, and that was why they dared not tell him of the token. Now those two, Skarphedin and Hogni, were out of doors one evening by Gunnar's cairn on the south side. The moon and stars were shining clear and bright, but every now and then the clouds drove over them. Then all at once they thought they saw the cairn standing open, and lo! Gunnar had turned himself in the cairn and looked at the moon. They thought they saw 4 lights burning in the cairn, and none of them threw a shadow. They saw that Gunnar was merry, and he wore a joyful face. He sang a song, and so loud, that it might have been heard though they had been further off. He that lavished rings in largesse, when the fight's red raindrips fell, bright of face, with heartstrings hardy, Hogni's father met his fate, then his brow with helmet shrouding, bearing battle shield, he spake, I will die the prop of battle, sooner die than yield an inch, yes, sooner die than yield an inch. After that the cairn was shut up again. Wouldst thou believe these tokens if Njal or I told them to thee, says Skarphedin. I would believe them, he says, if Njal told them, for it is said he never lies. Such tokens as these mean much, says Skarphedin, when he shows himself to us, he who would sooner die than yield to his foes, and see how he has taught us what we ought to do. I shall be able to bring nothing to pass, says Hogni, unless thou wilt stand by me. Now, says Skarphedin, will I bear in mind how Gunnar behaved after the slaying of your kinsman Sigmund, now I will yield you such help as I may. My father gave his word to Gunnar to do that whenever thou or thy mother had need of it. After that they go home to Lithend. 78 Gunnar of Lithend avenged. Now we shall set off at once, says Skarphedin, this very night, for if they learn that I am here, they will be more wary of themselves. I will fulfill thy counsel, says Hogni. After that they took their weapons when all men were in their beds. Hogni takes down the bill, and it gave a sharp ringing sound. Ranveig sprang up in great wrath and said, who touches the bill, when I forbade every one to lay hand on it? I mean, says Hogni, to bring it to my father, that he may bear it with him to Valhalla, and have it with him when the warriors meet. Rather shalt thou now bear it, she answered, and avenge thy father, for the bill has spoken of one man's death or more. Then Hogni went out, and told Skarphedin all the words that his grandmother had spoken. After that they fare to the point, and 2 ravens flew along with them all the way. They came to the point while it was still night. Then they drove the flock before them up to the house, and then Rold and Jorfi ran out and drove the flock up the hollow path, and had their weapons with them. Skarphedin sprang up and said, thou needest not to stand and think if it be really as it seems. Men are here. Then Skarphedin smites Jorfi his death blow. Rold had a spear in his hand, and Hogni rushes at him. Rold thrusts at him, but Hogni hewed asunder the spear shaft with his bill, and drives the bill through him. After that they left them there dead, and turn away thence under the three corner. Skarphedin jumps up on the house and plucks the grass, and those who were inside the house thought it was cattle that had come on the roof. Starkad and Thorgerd took their weapons and upper clothing, and went out and round about the fence of the yard. But when Starkad sees Skarphedin he was afraid, and wanted to turn back. Skarphedin cut him down by the fence. Then Hogni comes against Thorgerd and slays him with the bill. Thence they went to Horf, and Maud was outside in the field, and begged for mercy, and offered them full atonement. Skarphedin told Maud the slaying of those 4 men, and sang a song, for who wielded warlike weapons we have slain, all men of worth, them at once. Gold-greedy fellow, thou shalt follow on the spot, let us press this pinch purse so, pouring fear into his heart, wretch. Reach out to Gunnar's son right to settle all disputes. And the like journey, says Skarphedin, shalt thou also fare, or hand over to Hogni the right to make his own award, if he will take these terms. Hogni said his mind had been made up not to come to any terms with the slayers of his father, but still at last he took the right to make his own award from Maud. 79 Hogni takes an atonement for Gunnar's death. Njal took a share in bringing those who had the blood feud after Starkad and Thorgerd to take an atonement, and a district meeting was called together, and men were chosen to make the award, and every matter was taken into account, even the attack on Gunnar, though he was an outlaw, but such a fine as was awarded, all that Maud paid, for they did not close their award against him before the other matter was already settled, and then they set off. One award against the other. Then they were all set at one again, but at the thing there was great talk, and the end of it was, that Gur the priest and Hogni were set at one again, and that atonement they held to ever afterwards. Gur the priest dwelt in the Lithe till his death day, and he is out of the story. Njal asked as a wife for Hogni Alfida the daughter of Weatherlid the Skald, and she was given away to him. Their son was Ari, who sailed for Shetland, and took him a wife there. From him is come Einar the Shetlander, one of the briskest and boldest of men. Hogni kept up his friendship with Njal, and he is now out of the story. 80 of Kolskeg, how he was baptized. Now it is to be told of Kolskeg how he comes to Norway, and is in the bay east that winter. But the summer after he fares east to Denmark, and bound himself to Sweyn Forkbeard the Dane king, and there he had great honour. One night he dreamt that a man came to him, he was bright and glistening, and he thought he woke him up. He spoke, and said to him, "Stand up and come with me." "What wilt thou with me?" he asks. "I will get thee a bride, and thou shalt be my knight." He thought he said yea to that, and after that he woke up. Then he went to a wizard and told him the dream, but he read it so that he should fare to southern lands and become God's knight. Kolskeg was baptized in Denmark, but still he could not rest there, but fared east to Russia, and was there one winter. Then he fared thence out to Michaelgarth, and there took service with the emperor. The last that was heard of him was, that he wedded a wife there, and was captain over the Varangians, and stayed there till his death day, and he, too, is out of this story. Endnotes. 1. Constantinople. 81 of Thrain, how he slew Cole. Now we must take up the story, and say how Thrain Sigfur's son came to Norway. They made the land north in Helgeland, and held on south to Drontheim, and so to Leda. 1. But as soon as Earl Hakon heard of that, he sent men to them, and would know what men were in the ship. They came back and told him who the men were. Then the Earl sent for Thrain Sigfur's son, and he went to see him. The Earl asked of what stock he might be. He said that he was Gunnar of Lithan's near kinsman. The Earl said, "That shall stand thee in good stead, for I have seen many men from Iceland, but none his match." "Lord," said Thrain, "is it your will that I should be with you this winter?" The Earl took to him, and Thrain was there that winter, and was thought much of. There was a man named Cole, he was a great sea rover. He was the son of Asmund Ashside, east out of Smoland. He lay east in the Gotaelf, and had 5 ships, and much force. Thence Cole steered his course out of the river to Norway and landed at Fold, too, in the bight of the bay, and came on Hallvard Soti unawares, and found him in a loft. He kept them off bravely till they set fire to the house, then he gave himself up, but they slew him, and took their much goods, and sailed thence to Lodes. 3. Earl Hakon heard these tidings, and made them make Cole an outlaw over all his realm, and set a price upon his head. Once on a time it so happened that the Earl began to speak thus, "Too far off from us now is Gunnar of Lithand. He would slay my outlaw if he were here, but now the Icelanders will slay him, and it is ill that he hath not fared to us." Then Thrain Sigfur's son answered, "I am not Gunnar, but still I am near akin to him, and I will undertake this voyage." The Earl said, "I should be glad of that, and thou shalt be very well fitted out for the journey." After that his son Eric began to speak, and said, "Your word, father, is good to many men, but fulfilling it is quite another thing. This is the hardest undertaking, for this sea rover is tough and ill to deal with, wherefore thou wilt need to take great pains, both as to men and ships for this voyage." Thrain said, "I will set out on this voyage, though it looks ugly." After that the Earl gave him 5 ships, and all well trimmed and manned. Along with Thrain was Gunnar Lambi's son, and Lambi Sigurd's son. Gunnar was Thrain's brother's son, and had come to him young, and each loved the other much. Eric, the Earl's son, went heartily along with them, and looked after strength for them, both in men and weapons, and made such changes in them as he thought were needful. After they were bound, Eric got them a pilot. Then they sailed south along the land, but wherever they came to land, the Earl allowed them to deal with whatever they needed as their own. So they held on east to Lodes, and then they heard that Cole was gone to Denmark. Then they shaped their course south thither, but when they came south to Helsingborg, they met men in a boat who said that Cole was there just before them, and would be staying there for a while. One day when the weather was good, Cole saw the ships as they sailed up towards him, and said he had dreamt of Earl Hakon the night before, and told his people he was sure these must be his men, and bade them all to take their weapons. After that they busked them, and a fight arose, and they fought long, so that neither side had the mastery. Then Cole sprang up on Thrain's ship, and cleared the gangways fast, and slays many men. He had a gilded helm. Now Thrain sees that this is no good, and now he eggs on his men to go along with him, but he himself goes first and meets Cole. Cole hews at him, and the blow fell on Thrain's shield, and cleft it down from top to bottom. Then Cole got a blow on the arm, from a stone, and then down fell his sword. Thrain hews at Cole, and the stroke came on his leg so that it cut it off. After that they slew Cole, and Thrain cut off his head, and they threw the trunk overboard, but kept his head. They took much spoil, and then they held on north to Drontheim, and go to see the Earl. The Earl gave Thrain a hearty welcome, and he showed the Earl Cole's head, but the Earl thanked him for that deed. Eric said it was worth more than words alone, and the Earl said so it was, and bade them come along with him. They went thither, where the Earl had made them make a good ship that was not made like a common long ship. It had a vulture's head, and was much carved and painted. "Thou art a great man for show," Thrain said the Earl, "and so have both of you, kinsman, been, Gunnar and thou, and now I will give thee this ship, but it is called the Vulture. Along with it shall go my friendship, and my will is that thou stayest with me as long as thou wilt." He thanked him for his goodness, and said he had no longing to go to Iceland just yet. The Earl had a journey to make to the marches of the land to meet the Swede king. Thrain went with him that summer, and was a shipmaster and steered the Vulture, and sailed so fast that few could keep up with him, and he was much envied. But it always came out that the Earl laid great store on Gunnar, for he set down sternly all who tried Thrain's temper. So Thrain was all that winter with the Earl, but next spring the Earl asked Thrain whether he would stay there or fare to Iceland, but Thrain said he had not yet made up his mind, and said that he wished first to know tidings from Iceland. The Earl said that so it should be as he thought it suited him best, and Thrain was with the Earl. Then those tidings were heard from Iceland, which many thought great news, the death of Gunnar of Lithend. Then the Earl would not that Thrain should fare out of Iceland, and so there he stayed with him. Endnots, 1, Lader or Lader, and sometimes in the plural Ladir, was the old capital of Drontheim, before Nidaros, the present Drontheim, was founded. Drontheim was originally the name of the country round the firth of the same name, and is not used in the old sagas for a town. 2. The country round the Christiania Firth, at the top of the bay. 3. A town in Sweden on the Gota Elf. 82 Njal's sons sail abroad. Now it must be told how Njal's sons, Grim and Helgi, left Iceland the same summer that Thrain and his fellows went away, and in the ship with them were Olaf Ketil's son of Elder, and Bard the Black. They got so strong a wind from the north that they were driven south into the main, and so thick a mist came over them that they could not tell whither they were driving, and they were out a long while. At last they came to where was a great ground sea, and thought then they must be near land. So then Njal's sons asked Bard if he could tell at all to what land they were likely to be nearest. Many lands there are, said he, which we might hit with the weather we have had, the Orkneys, or Scotland, or Ireland. 2 nights after, they saw land on both boards, and a great surf running up in the firth. They cast anchor outside the breakers, and the wind began to fall, and next morning it was calm. Then they see 13 ships coming out to them. Then Bard spoke and said, What counsel shall we take now, for these men are going to make an onslaught on us? So they took counsel whether they should defend themselves or yield, but before they could make up their minds, the Vikings were upon them. Then each side asked the other their names, and what their leaders were called. So the leaders of the chapmen told their names, and asked back who led that host. One called himself Gritgard, and the other Snowcolf, sons of Molden of Duncansby in Scotland, kinsman of Malcolm the Scot king. And now says Gritgard, we have laid down 2 choices, one that ye go on shore, and we will take your goods, the other is, that we fall on you and slay every man that we can catch. The will of the chapmen, answers Helgi, is to defend themselves. But the chapmen called out, Wretch that thou art to speak thus! What defense can we make? Lading is less than life. But Grim, he fell upon a plan to shout out to the Vikings, and would not let them hear the bad choice of the chapmen. Then Bard and Olaf said, Think ye not that these Icelanders will make game of you sluggards? Take rather your weapons and guard your goods. So they all seized their weapons, and bound themselves, one with another, never to give up so long as they had strength to fight. 83 of Kari Somun's son. Then the Vikings shot at them and the fight began, and the chapmen guard themselves well. Snowcolf sprang aboard and at Olaf, and thrust his spear through his body, but Grim thrust at Snowcolf with his spear, and so stoutly, that he fell overboard. Then Helgi turned to meet Grim, and they two drove down all the Vikings as they tried to board, and Njal's sons were ever where there was most need. Then the Vikings called out to the chapmen and bade them give up, but they said they would never yield. Just then someone looked seaward, and there they see ships coming from the south round the Ness, and they were not fewer than 10, and they row hard and steer thitherwards. Along their sides were shield on shield, but on that ship that came first stood a man by the mast, who was clad in a silken kirtle, and had a gilded helm, and his hair was both fair and thick. That man had a spear inlaid with gold in his hand. He asked, Who have here such an uneven game? Helgi tells his name, and said that against them are Gritgard and Snowcolf. But who are your captains? He asks. Helgi answered, Bard the Black, who lives, but the other, who is dead and gone, was called Olaf. Are ye men from Iceland? Says he. Sure enough we are, Helgi answers. He asked whose sons they were, and they told him. Then he knew them and said, Well-known names have ye all, father and sons both. Who art thou? Asks Helgi. My name is Kari, and I am Somun's son. Whence comest thou, says Helgi. From the southern isles. Then thou art welcome, says Helgi, if thou wilt give us a little help. I'll give ye all the help ye need, says Kari, but what do ye ask? To fall on them, says Helgi. Kari says that so it shall be. So they pulled up to them, and then the battle began the second time, but when they had fought a little while, Kari springs up on Snowkolf's ship, he turns to meet him and smites at him with his sword. Kari leaps nimbly backwards over a beam that lay athwart the ship, and Snowkolf smote the beam so that both edges of the sword were hidden. Then Kari smites at him, and the sword fell on his shoulder, and the stroke was so mighty that he cleft in twain shoulder, arm, and all, and Snowkolf got his death there and then. Gritgard hurled a spear at Kari, but Kari saw it and sprang up aloft, and the spear missed him. Just then Helgi and Grim came up both to meet Kari, and Helgi springs on Gritgard and thrusts his spear through him, and that was his death blow. After that they went round the whole ship on both boards, and then men begged for mercy. So they gave them all peace, but took all their goods. After that they ran all the ships out under the islands. 84 of Earl Sigurd. Sigurd was the name of an earl who ruled over the Orkneys. He was the son of Lodvar, the son of Thorfinn the Skull-splitter, the son of Turfinar, the son of Rognvald, Earl of Moen, the son of Istein the Noisy. Kari was one of Earl Sigurd's bodyguard, and had just been gathering scats in the southern isles from Earl Gilly. Now Kari asks them to go to Rossi, and said the earl would take to them well. They agreed to that, and went with Kari and came to Rossi. Kari led them to see the earl, and said what men they were. How came they, says the earl, to fall upon thee? I found them, says Kari, in Scotland's firths, and they were fighting with the sons of Earl Molden, and held their own so well that they threw themselves about between the bulwarks, from side to side, and were always there where the trial was greatest, and now I ask you to give them quarters among your bodyguard. It shall be as thou choosest, says the earl, thou hast already taken them so much by the hand. Then they were there with the earl that winter, and were worthily treated, but Helgi was silent as the winter wore on. The earl could not tell what was at the bottom of that, and asked why he was so silent, and what was on his mind. Thinkest thou it not good to be here? Good, methinks, it is here, he says. Then what art thou thinking about, asks the earl. Hast thou any realm to guard in Scotland, asks Helgi. So we think, says the earl, but what makes thee think about that, or what is the matter with it? The Scots, says Helgi, must have taken your steward's life, and stopped all the messengers, that none should cross the Pentland Firth. Hast thou the second sight, said the earl. That has been little proved, answers Helgi. Well, says the earl, I will increase thy honour if this be so, otherwise thou shalt smart for it. Nay, says Kari, Helgi is not that kind of man, and like enough his words are sooth, for his father has the second sight. After that the earl sent men south to Straume, to Arnulget, his steward there, and after that Arnulget sent them across the Pentland Firth, and they spied out and learned that Earl Hundi and Earl Mulsnety had taken the life of Havar in Thraswick, Earl Sigurd's brother-in-law. So Arnljot sent word to Earl Sigurd to come south with a great host and drive those earls out of his realm, and as soon as the earl heard that, he gathered together a mighty host from all the isles. Endnotes. 1. The mainland of Orkney, now Pomona. 2. Now Stroma, in the Pentland Firth. 85 The battle with the earls. After that the earl set out south with his host, and Kari went with him, and Njal's sons too. They came south to Caithness. The earl had these realms in Scotland, Ross and Murray, Sutherland, and the Dales. There came to meet them men from those realms, and said that the earls were a short way off with a great host. Then Earl Sigurd turns his host thither, and the name of that place is Duncansness, above which they met, and it came to a great battle between them. Now the Scots had let some of their host go free from the main battle, and these took the earl's men in flank, and many men fell there till Njal's sons turned against the foe, and fought with them and put them to flight, but still it was a hard fight, and then Njal's sons turned back to the front by the earl's standard, and fought well. Now Kari turns to meet Earl Mulsnety, and Mulsnety hurled a spear at him, but Kari caught the spear and threw it back and threw the earl. Then Earl Hundi fled, but they chased the fleers until they learned that Malcolm was gathering a host at Duncansby. Then the earl took counsel with his men, and it seemed to all the best plan to turn back, and not to fight with such a mighty land force, so they turned back. But when the earl came to Stormy they shared the battle spoil. After that he went north to Rossi, and Njal's sons and Kari followed him. Then the earl made a great feast, and at that feast he gave Kari a good sword, and a spear inlaid with gold, but he gave Helgi a gold ring and a mantle, and Grim a shield and sword. After that he took Helgi and Grim into his bodyguard, and thanked them for their good help. They were with the earl that winter and the summer after, till Kari went sea-roving, then they went with him, and harried far and wide that summer, and everywhere won the victory. They fought against Gardred, king of Man, and conquered him, and after that they fared back, and had gotten much goods. Next winter they were still with the earl, and when the spring came Njal's sons asked leave to go to Norway. The earl said they should go or not as they pleased, and he gave them a good ship and smart men. As for Kari, he said he must come that summer to Norway with Earl Hakon's scats, and then they would meet, and so it fell out that they gave each other their word to meet. After that Njal's sons put out to sea and sailed for Norway, and made the land north near Drontheim. 86 Rapp's voyage from Iceland. There was a man named Kolbein, and his surname was Arnljot's son. He was a man from Drontheim. He sailed out to Iceland that same summer in which Kolskeg and Njal's sons went abroad. He was that winter east in Brothal, but the spring after, he made his ship ready for sea in Gortorwick, and when men were almost bound a man rowed up to them in a boat, and made the boat fast to the ship, and afterwards he went on board the ship to see Kolbein. Kolbein asked that man for his name. "My name is Rapp," says he. "What wilt thou with me?" says Kolbein. I wish to ask thee to put me across the Iceland main. Whose son art thou? asks Kolbein. I am a son of Orgunlide, the son of Gerolf the fighter. What need lies on thee, asked Kolbein, to drive thee abroad? I have slain a man, says Rap. What manslaughter was that, says Kolbein, and what men have the blood feud? The men of Weaponfirth, says Rap, but the man I slew was Orlig, the son of Orlig, the son of Roger the White. I guess this, says Kolbein, that he will have the worst of it who bears thee abroad. I am the friend of my friend, said Rap, but when ill is done to me I repay it. Nor am I short of money to lay down for my passage. Then Kolbein took Rap on board, and a little while after a fair breeze sprung up, and they sailed away on the sea. Rap ran short of food at sea, and then he sate him down at the mess of those who were nearest to him. They sprang up with ill words, and so it was that they came to blows, and Rap, in a trice, has 2 men under him. Then Kolbein was told, and he bade Rap to come and share his mess, and he accepted that. Now they come off the sea, and lie outside off Agderness. Then Kolbein asked where that money was which he had offered to pay for his fare. It is out in Iceland, answers Rap. Thou wilt beguile more men than me, I fear, says Kolbein, but now I will forgive thee all the fare. Rap bade him have thanks for that. But what counsel dost thou give as to what I ought to do? That first of all, he says, that thou goest from the ship as soon as ever thou canst, for all Easterlings will bear thee bad witness. But there is yet another bit of good counsel which I will give thee, and that is, never to cheat thy master. Then Rap went on shore with his weapons, and he had a great axe with an iron-bound haft in his hand. He fares on and on till he comes to Gudbrand of the Dale. He was the greatest friend of Earl Hakon. They two had a shrine between them, and it was never opened but when the Earl came thither. That was the second greatest shrine in Norway, but the other was at Lade. Thrand was the name of Gudbrand's son, but his daughter's name was Gudruna. Rap went in before Gudbrand, and hailed him well. He asked whence he came and what was his name. Rap told him about himself, and how he had sailed abroad from Iceland. After that he asks Gudbrand to take him into his household as a guest. It does not seem, said Gudbrand, to look on thee, as thou wert a man to bring good luck. Methinks, then, says Rap, that all I have heard about thee has been great lies, for it is said that thou takest every one into thy house that asks thee, and that no man is thy match for goodness and kindness, far or near. But now I shall have to speak against that saying, if thou dost not take me in. Well, thou shalt stay here, said Gudbrand. To what seat wilt thou show me, says Rap. To one on the lower bench, over against my high seat. Then Rap went and took his seat. He was able to tell of many things, and so it was at first that Gudbrand and many thought it sport to listen to him, but still it came about that most men thought him too much given to mocking, and the end of it was that he took to talking alone with Gudruna, so that many said that he meant to beguile her. But when Gudbrand was aware of that, he scolded her much for daring to talk alone with him, and bade her beware of speaking aught to him if the whole household did not hear it. She gave her word to be good at first, but still it was soon the old story over again as to their talk. Then Gudbrand got a svard, his overseer, to go about with her, out of doors and in, and to be with her wherever she went. One day it happened that she begged for leave to go into the newtwood for a pastime, and a svard went along with her. Rap goes to seek for them and found them, and took her by the hand, and led her away alone. Then a svard went to look for her, and found them both together stretched on the grass in a thicket. He rushes at them, axe in air, and smote at Rap's leg, but Rap gave himself a sudden turn, and he missed him. Rap springs on his feet as quick as he can, and caught up his axe. Then a svard wished to turn and get away, but Rap hewed asunder his backbone. Then Gudruna said, "Now hast thou done that deed which will hinder thy stay any longer with my father, but still there is something behind which he will like still less, for I go with child." "He shall not learn this from others," says Rap, "but I will go home and tell him both these tidings." Then she says, "Thou wilt not come away with thy life." "I will run the risk of that," he says. After that he sees her back to the other women, but he went home. Gudbrand sat in his high seat, and there were few men in the room. Rap went in before him, and bore his axe high. "Why is thine axe bloody?" asks Gudbrand. "I made it so by doing a piece of work on thy overseer Svard's back," says Rap. "That can be no good work," says Gudbrand, "thou must have slain him." "So it is, be sure," says Rap. "What did ye fall out about?" asks Gudbrand. "Oh," says Rap, "what you would think small cause enough. He wanted to hew off my leg." "What hadst thou done first?" asked Gudbrand. "What he had no right to meddle with," says Rap. "Still thou wilt tell me what it was." "Well," said Rap, "if thou must know, I lay by thy daughter's side, and he thought that bad." "Up, men," cried Gudbrand, "and take him. He shall be slain out of hand. Very little good wilt thou let me reap of my son-in-lawship," says Rap, "but thou hast not so many men at thy back as to do that speedily." Up they rose, but he sprang out of doors. They run after him, but he got away to the wood, and they could not lay hold of him. Then Gudbrand gathers people, and lets the wood be searched, but they find him not, for the wood was great and thick. Rap fares through the wood till he came to a clearing. There he found a house, and saw a man outside cleaving wood. He asked that man for his name, and he said his name was Tofi. Tofi asked him for his name in turn, and Rap told him his true name. Rap asked why the householder had set up his abode so far from other men. "For that here," he says, "I think I am less likely to have brawls with other men. It is strange how we beat about the bush in our talk," says Rap, "but I will first tell thee who I am. I have been with Gudbrand of the Dale, but I ran away thence because I slew his overseer, but now I know that we are both of us bad men, for thou wouldst not have come hither away from other men unless thou wert some man's outlaw. And now I give thee two choices, either that I will tell where thou art, or that we two have between us, share and share alike, all that is here. This is even as thou sayest, said the householder. I seized and carried off this woman who is here with me, and many men have sought for me. Then he led Rap in with him. There was a small house there, but well built. The master of the house told his mistress that he had taken Rap into his company. Most men will get ill luck from this man, she says, but thou wilt have thy way. So Rap was there after that. He was a great wanderer, and was never at home. He still brings about meetings with Gudruna, her father and brother. Thrand and Gudbrand lay in wait for him, but they could never get nigh him, and so all that year passed away. Gudbrand sent and told Earl Hakon what trouble he had had with Rap, and the Earl let him be made an outlaw, and laid a price upon his head. He said, too, that he would go himself to look after him, but that passed off, and the Earl thought it easy enough for them to catch him when he went about so unwarily. 87 Thrain took to Rap that same summer Njal's sons fared to Norway from the Orkneys, as was before written, and they were there at the fair during the summer. Then Thrain Sigfur's son busked his ship for Iceland, and was all but bound. At that time Earl Hakon went to a feast at Gudbrand's house. That night Killing Rap came to the shrine of Earl Hakon and Gudbrand, and he went inside the house, and there he saw Thorgerdar Shrinebrid sitting, and she was as tall as a full-grown man. She had a great gold ring on her arm, and a wimple on her head. He strips her of her wimple, and takes the gold ring from off her. Then he sees Thor's car, and takes from him a second gold ring, a third he took from Erpa, and then dragged them all out, and spoiled them of all their gear. After that he laid fire to the shrine, and burnt it down, and then he goes away just as it began to dawn. He walks across a ploughed field, and there 6 men sprang up with weapons, and fall upon him at once, but he made a stout defense, and the end of the business was that he slays 3 men, but wounds Thrand to the death, and drives 2 to the woods, so that they could bear no news to the Earl. He then went up to Thrand and said, It is now in my power to slay thee if I will, but I will not do that, and now I will set more store by the ties that are between us than ye have shown to me. Now Rap means to turn back to the wood, but now he sees that men have come between him and the wood, so he dares not venture to turn thither, but lays him down in a thicket, and so lies there a while. Earl Hakon and Gudbrand went that morning early to the shrine and found it burnt down, but the 3 gods were outside, stripped of all their bravery. Then Gudbrand began to speak, and said, Much might is given to our gods, when here they have walked of themselves out of the fire. The gods can have naught to do with it, says the Earl. A man must have burnt the shrine, and borne the gods out, but the gods do not avenge everything on the spot. That man who has done this will no doubt be driven away out of Valhalla, and never come in thither. Just then up ran 4 of the Earl's men, and told them ill tidings, for they said they had found 3 men slain in the field, and Thrand wounded to the death. Who can have done this, says the Earl. killing Rap, they say. Then he must have burnt down the shrine, says the Earl. They said they thought he was like enough to have done it. And where may he be now, says the Earl. They said that Thrand had told them that he had lain down in a thicket. The Earl goes thither to look for him, but Rap was off and away. Then the Earl set his men to search for him, but still they could not find him. So the Earl was in the hue and cry himself, but first he bade them rest a while. Then the Earl went aside by himself, away from other men, and bade that no man should follow him, and so he stays a while. He fell down on both his knees, and held his hands before his eyes. After that he went back to them, and then he said to them, "Come with me." So they went along with him. He turns short away from the path on which they had walked before, and they came to a dell. There up sprang Rap before them, and there it was that he had hidden himself at first. The Earl urges on his men to run after him, but Rap was so swift-footed that they never came near him. Rap made for Leda. There both Thrain and Njal's sons lay bound for sea at the same time. Rap runs to where Njal's sons are. "Help me, like good men and true," he said, "for the Earl will slay me." Helgi looked at him, and said, "Thou lookest like an unlucky man, and the man who will not take thee in will have the best of it." "Would that the worst might befall you from me," says Rap. "I am the man," says Helgi, "to avenge me on thee for this as time rolls on." Then Rap turned to Thrain Sigfur's son, and bade him shelter him. "What hast thou on thy hand?" says Thrain. "I have burnt a shrine under the Earl's eyes, and slain some men, and now he will be here speedily, for he has joined in the hue and cry himself." "It hardly beseems me to do this," says Thrain, "when the Earl has done me so much good." Then he showed Thrain the precious things which he had borne out of the shrine, and offered to give him the goods, but Thrain said he could not take them unless he gave him other goods of the same worth for them. Then said Rap, "Here will I take my stand, and here shall I be slain before thine eyes, and then thou wilt have to abide by every man's blame." Then they see the Earl and his band of men coming, and then Thrain took Rap under his safeguard, and let them shove off the boat, and put out to his ship. Then Thrain said, "Now this will be thy best hiding place, to knock out the bottoms of 2 casks, and then thou shalt get into them." So it was done, and he got into the casks, and then they were lashed together, and lowered overboard. Then comes the Earl with his band to Njal's sons, and asked if Rap had come there. They said that he had come. The Earl asked whither he had gone thence. They said they had not kept eyes on him, and could not say. He said the Earl should have great honor from me who would tell me where Rap was. Then Grim said softly to Helgi, "Why should we not say, what know I whether Thrain will repay us with any good? We should not tell a whit more for that," says Helgi, "when his life lies at stake." "Maybe," said Grim, "the Earl will turn his vengeance on us, for he is so wroth that someone will have to fall before him." "That must not move us," says Helgi, "but still we will pull our ship out, and so away to sea as soon as ever we get a wind." So they rowed out under an isle that lay there, and wait there for a fair breeze. The Earl went about among the sailors, and tried them all, but they, one and all, denied that they knew aught of rap. Then the Earl said, "Now we will go to Thrain, my brother-in-arms, and he will give rap up, if he knows anything of him." After that they took a long ship and went off to the merchant ship. Thrain sees the Earl coming, and stands up and greets him kindly. The Earl took his greeting well and spoke thus, "We are seeking for a man whose name is Rap, and he is an Icelander. He has done us all kind of ill, and now we will ask you to be good enough to give him up, or to tell us where he is." "You know, Lord," said Thrain, "that I slew your outlaw, and then put my life in peril, and for that I had of you great honour." "More honour shalt thou now have," says the Earl. Now Thrain thought within himself, and could not make up his mind how the Earl would take it, so he denies that Rap is here, and bade the Earl to look for him. He spent little time on that, and went on land alone, away from other men, and was then very wroth, so that no man dared to speak to him. "Show me to Njal's sons," said the Earl, "and I will force them to tell me the truth." Then he was told that they had put out of the harbour. "Then there is no help for it," says the Earl, but still there were 2 water casks alongside of Thrain's ship, and in them a man may well have been hid, and if Thrain has hidden him, there he must be, and now we will go a second time to see Thrain. Thrain sees that the Earl means to put off again and said, "However wroth the Earl was last time, now he will be half as wroth again, and now the life of every man on board the ship lies at stake." They all gave their words to hide the matter, for they were all sore afraid. Then they took some sacks out of the lading, and put Rap down into the hold in their stead, and other sacks that were light were laid over him. Now comes the Earl, just as they were done stowing Rap away. Thrain greeted the Earl well. The Earl was rather slow to return it, and they saw that the Earl was very wroth. Then said the Earl to Thrain, "Give thou up Rap, for I am quite sure that thou hast hidden him." "Where shall I have hidden him, Lord?" says Thrain. "That thou knowest best," says the Earl, "but if I must guess, then I think that thou hiddest him in the water casks a while ago." "Well," says Thrain, "I would rather not be taken for a liar, far sooner would I that ye should search the ship." Then the Earl went on board the ship and hunted, but found him not. "Dost thou speak me free now?" says Thrain. "Far from it," says the Earl, "and yet I cannot tell why we cannot find him, but methinks I see through it all when I come on shore, but when I come here, I can see nothing." With that he made them row him ashore. He was so wroth that there was no speaking to him. His son Sweyn was there with him, and he said, "A strange turn of mind this to let guiltless men smart for one's wrath." Then the Earl went away alone aside from other men, and after that he went back to them at once, and said, "Let us row out to them again," and they did so. "Where can he have been hidden?" says Sweyn. "There's not much good in knowing that," says the Earl, "for now he will be away thence. 2 sacks lay there by the rest of the lading, and Rap must have come into the lading in their place." Then Thrain began to speak, and said, "They are running off the ship again, and they must mean to pay us another visit. Now we will take him out of the lading, and stow other things in his stead, but let the sacks still lie loose." They did so, and then Thrain spoke, "Now let us fold Rap in the sail." It was then brailed up to the yard, and they did so. Then the Earl comes to Thrain and his men, and he was very wroth, and said, "Wilt thou now give up the man, Thrain, and he is worse now than before?" "I would have given him up long ago," answers Thrain, "if he had been in my keeping, or where can he have been?" "In the lading," says the Earl. "Then why did ye not seek him there?" says Thrain. "That never came into our minds," says the Earl. After that they sought him over all the ship, and found him not. "Will you now hold me free?" says Thrain. "Surely not," says the Earl, "for I know that thou hast hidden away the man, though I find him not, but I would rather that thou shouldst be a dastard to me than I to thee," says the Earl, and then they went on shore. "Now," says the Earl, "I seem to see that Thrain has hidden away Rap in the sail." Just then, up sprung a fair breeze, and Thrain and his men sailed out to sea. He then spoke these words which have long been held in mind since, "Let us make the vulture fly, nothing now gars Thrain flinch." But when the Earl heard of Thrain's words, then he said, "'Tis not my want of foresight which caused this, but rather their ill fellowship, which will drag them both to death." Thrain was a short time out on the sea, and so came to Iceland, and fared home to his house. Rap went along with Thrain, and was with him that year, but the spring after, Thrain got him a homestead at Rapstead, and he dwelled there, but yet he spent most of his time at Gritwater. He was thought to spoil everything there, and some men even said that he was too good friends with Holgerda, and that he led her astray, but some spoke against that. Thrain gave the vulture to his kinsman, Maud the Reckless, that Maud slew Oddi Haldor's son, east in Gortorwick by Beowulf. All Thrain's kinsmen looked on him as a chief. 88 Earl Hakon fights with Njal's sons. Now we must take up the story, and say how, when Earl Hakon missed Thrain, he spoke to Sweyn his son, and said, "Let us take 4 long ships, and let us fare against Njal's sons and slay them, for they must have known all about it with Thrain." "'Tis not good counsel," says Sweyn, "to throw the blame on guiltless men, but to let him escape who is guilty." "I shall have my way in this," says the Earl. Now they hold on after Njal's sons, and seek for them, and find them under an island. Grim first saw the Earl's ships and said to Helgi, "Here are warships sailing up, and I see that here is the Earl, and he can mean to offer us no peace." "It is said," said Helgi, "that he is the boldest man who holds his own against all comers, and so we will defend ourselves." They all bade him take the course he thought best, and then they took to their arms. Now the Earl comes up and called out to them, and bade them give themselves up. Helgi said that they would defend themselves so long as they could. Then the Earl offered peace and quarter to all who would neither defend themselves nor Helgi, but Helgi was so much beloved that all said they would rather die with him. Then the Earl and his men fall on them, but they defended themselves well, and Njal's sons were ever where there was most need. The Earl often offered peace, but they all made the same answer, and said they would never yield. Then Aslak of Longisel pressed them hard and came on board their ship thrice. Then Grim said, Thou pressest on hard, and 'twere well that thou gettest what thou seekest, and with that he snatched up a spear and hurled it at him, and hit him under the chin, and Aslak got his death wound there and then. A little after, Helgi slew Njal the Earl's banner-bearer. Then Sweyn, Earl Hakon's son, fell on them, and made men hem them in and bear them down with shields, and so they were taken captive. The Earl was for letting them all be slain at once, but Sweyn said that should not be, and said too that it was night. Then the Earl said, Well, then, slay them tomorrow, but bind them fast tonight. So, I ween, it must be, says Sweyn, but never yet have I met brisker men than these, and I call it the greatest manscathe to take their lives. They have slain 2 of our briskest men, said the Earl, and for that they shall be slain. Because they were brisker men themselves, says Sweyn, but still in this it must be done as thou willest. So they were bound and fettered. After that the Earl fell asleep, but when all men slept, Grim spoke to Helgi, and said, A way would I get if I could. Let us try some trick then, says Helgi. Grim sees that there lies an axe edge up, so Grim crawled thither, and gets the bowstring which bound him cut asunder against the axe, but still he got great wounds on his arms. Then he set Helgi loose, and after that they crawled over the ship's side, and got on shore, so that neither Hakon nor his men were ware of them. Then they broke off their fetters, and walked away to the other side of the island. By that time it began to dawn. There they found a ship, and knew that there was come Kari Somun's son. They went at once to meet him, and told him of their wrongs and hardships, and showed him their wounds, and said the Earl would be then asleep. Ill is it, said Kari, that ye should suffer such wrongs for wicked men, but what now would be most to your minds? To fall on the Earl, they say, and slay him. This will not be fated, says Kari, but still ye do not lack heart, but we will first know whether he is there now. After that they fared thither, and then the Earl was up and away. Then Kari sailed into Leda to meet the Earl, and brought him the Orkney scats. So the Earl said, Hast thou taken Njal's sons into thy keeping? So it is, sure enough, says Kari. Wilt thou hand Njal's sons over to me, asks the Earl. No, I will not, said Kari. Wilt thou swear this, says the Earl, that thou wilt not fall on me with Njal's sons? Then Eric, the Earl's son, spoke and said, Such things ought not to be asked. Kari has always been our friend, and things should not have gone as they have, had I been by. Njal's sons should have been set free from all blame, but they should have had chastisement who had wrought for it. Methinks now it would be more seemly to give Njal's sons good gifts for the hardships and wrongs which have been put upon them, and the wounds they have got. So it ought to be, sure enough, says the Earl, but I know not whether they will take an atonement. Then the Earl said that Kari should try the feeling of Njal's sons as to an atonement. After that Kari spoke to Helgi, and asked whether he would take any amends from the Earl or not. I will take them, said Helgi, from his son Eric, but I will have nothing to do with the earl. Then Kari told Eric their answer. So it shall be, says Eric. He shall take the amends from me if he thinks it better, and tell them this too, that I bid them to my house, and my father shall do them no harm. This bidding they took, and went to Eric's house, and were with him till Kari was ready to sail west across the sea to meet Earl Sigurd. Then Eric made a feast for Kari, and gave him gifts, and Njal's sons gifts too. After that Kari fared west across the sea, and met Earl Sigurd, and he greeted them very well, and they were with the earl that winter. But when the spring came, Kari asked Njal's sons to go on warfare with him, but Grim said they would only do so if he would fare with them afterwards out to Iceland. Kari gave his word to do that, and then they fared with him a sea-roving. They harried south about Anglesea and all the southern isles. Thence they held on to Cantyre, and landed there, and fought with the landsmen, and got thence much goods, and so fared to their ships. Thence they fared south to Wales, and harried there. Then they held on for Allen, and there they met Gardred, and fought with him, and got the victory, and slew Dungal the king's son. There they took great spoil. Thence they held on north to Col, and found Earl Gilly there, and he greeted them well, and there they stayed with him a while. The earl fared with them to the Orkneys to meet Earl Sigurd, but next spring Earl Sigurd gave away his cistern ridder to Earl Gilly, and then he fared back to the southern isles. 89 Njal's sons and Kari come out to Iceland that summer. Kari and Njal's sons busked them for Iceland, and when they were all bound they went to see the earl. The earl gave them good gifts, and they parted with great friendship. Now they put to sea and have a short passage, and they got a fine fair breeze, and made the land at Ura. Then they got them horses and ride from the ship to Bergthorsknoll, but when they came home all men were glad to see them. They flitted home their goods and laid up the ship, and Kari was there that winter with Njal. But the spring after, Kari asked for Njal's daughter, Helga, to wife, and Helgi and Grim backed his suit. And so the end of it was that she was betrothed to Kari, and the day for the wedding feast was fixed, and the feast was held half a month before midsummer, and they were that winter with Njal. Then Kari bought him land at De Holmes, east away by Mydale, and set up a farm there. They put in there a grieve and housekeeper to see after the farm, but they themselves were ever with Njal. 90 The quarrel of Njal's sons with Thrain. Sigfús son Rap owned a farm at Rapstead, but for all that he was always at Gritwater, and he was thought to spoil everything there. Thrain was good to him. Once on a time it happened that Kettle of the Mark was at Bergthorsknoll. Then Njal's sons told him of their wrongs and hardships, and said they had much to lay at Thrain Sigfús son's door, whenever they chose to speak about it. Njal said it would be best that Kettle should talk with his brother Thrain about it, and he gave his word to do so. So they gave Kettle breathing time to talk to Thrain. A little after they spoke of the matter again to Kettle, but he said that he would repeat few of the words that had passed between them, for it was pretty plain that Thrain thought I set too great store on being your brother-in-law. Then they dropped talking about it, and thought they saw that things looked ugly, and so they asked their father for his counsel as to what was to be done, but they told him they would not let things rest as they then stood. Such things, said Njal, are not so strange. It will be thought that they are slain without a cause, if they are slain now, and my counsel is, that as many men as may be should be brought to talk with them about these things, and thus as many as we can find may be ear witnesses if they answer ill as to these things. Then Kari shall talk about them too, for he is just the man with the right turn of mind for this. Then the dislike between you will grow and grow, for they will heap bad words on bad words when men bring the matter forward, for they are foolish men. It may also well be that it may be said that my sons are slow to take up a quarrel, but ye shall bear that for the sake of gaining time, for there are two sides to everything that is done, and ye can always pick a quarrel, but still ye shall let so much of your purpose out, as to say that if any wrong be put upon you that ye do mean something. But if ye had taken counsel from me at first, then these things should never have been spoken about at all, and then ye would have gotten no disgrace from them, but now ye have the greatest risk of it, and so it will go on ever growing and growing with your disgrace, that ye will never get rid of it until ye bring yourselves into a strait, and have to fight your way out with weapons, but in that there is a long and weary night in which ye will have to grope your way. After that they ceased speaking about it, but the matter became the daily talk of many men. One day it happened that those brothers spoke to Kari and bade him go to Gritwater. Kari said he thought he might go also hither on a better journey, but still he would go if that were Njal's counsel. So after that Kari fares to meet Thrain, and then they talk over the matter, and they did not each look at it in the same way. Kari comes home, and Njal's sons ask how things had gone between Thrain and him. Kari said he would rather not repeat the words that had passed, but he went on, "It is to be looked for that the like words will be spoken when ye yourselves can hear them." Thrain had 15 house-carls trained to arms in his house, and 8 of them rode with him whithersoever he went. Thrain was very fond of show and dress, and always rode in a blue cloak, and had on a gilded helm, and the spear, the Earl's gift, in his hand, and a fair shield, and a sword at his belt. Along with him always went Gunnar Lambi's son, and Lambi Sigurd's son, and Grani Gunnar of Lithan's son. But nearest of all to him went Killing Rap. Lodin was the name of his serving man, he too went with Thrain when he journeyed. Chorfi was the name of Lodin's brother, and he too was one of Thrain's band. The worst of all, in their words against Njal's sons, were Rap and Grani, and it was mostly their doing that no atonement was offered to them. Njal's sons often spoke to Kari that he should ride with them, and it came to that at last, for he said it would be well that they heard Thrain's answer. Then they busked them, 4 of Njal's sons, and Kari the 5th, and so they fared to Gritwater. There was a wide porch in the homestead there, so that many men might stand in it side by side. There was a woman out of doors, and she saw their coming, and told Thrain of it. He bade them to go out into the porch, and take their arms, and they did so. Thrain stood in mid-door, but Killing Rap and Grani Gunnar's son stood on either hand of him. Then next stood Gunnar Lambi's son, then Lodin and Jorfi, then Lambi Sigurd's son, then each of the others took his place right and left, for the house carls were all at home. Skarphedin and his men walk up from below, and he went first, then Kari, then Horskuld, then Grim, then Helgi. But when they had come up to the door, then not a word of welcome passed the lips of those who stood before them. "May we all be welcome here," said Skarphedin. Holjadar stood in the porch, and had been talking low to Rap. Then she spoke out loud, "None of those who are here will say that ye are welcome." Then Skarphedin sang a song, "Prop of sea waves fire, 1. Thy fretting cannot cast a weight on us, warriors white, yes, wolf and eagle willingly I feed today, carline thrust into the ingle, or a tramping whore, art thou, lord of skates that skim the sea belt, 2. Odin's mocking cup, 3. I mix thy words," said Skarphedin, "will not be worth much, for thou art either a hag, only fit to sit in the ingle, or a harlot. These words of thine thou shalt pay for," she says, "ere thou farest home." "Thee am I come to see," Thrain said Helgi, "and to know if thou wilt make me any amends for those wrongs and hardships which befell me for thy sake in Norway." "I never knew," said Thrain, "that ye two brothers were wont to measure your manhood by money, or, how long shall such a claim for amends stand over?" "Many will say," says Helgi, "that thou oughtest to offer us atonement, since thy life was at stake." Then Rap said, "'Twas just luck that swayed the balance, when he got stripes who ought to bear them, and she dragged you under disgrace and hardships, but us away from them. Little good luck was there in that," says Helgi, "to break faith with the Earl, and to take to thee instead. Thinkest thou not that thou hast some amends to seek from me?" says Rap. "I will atone thee in a way that, methinks, were fitting. The only dealings we shall have," says Helgi, "will be those which will not stand thee in good stead." "Don't bandy words with Rap," said Skarphedin, "but give him a red skin for a grey." "4. Hold thy tongue," Skarphedin said Rap, "or I will not spare to bring my axe on thy head." "'Twill be proved soon enough, I dare say," says Skarphedin, "which of us is to scatter gravel over the other's head." "Away with you home, ye dung-beardlings," says Holjadar, "and so we will call you always from this day forth, but your father we will call the beardless carl." They did not fare home before all who were there had made themselves guilty of uttering those words, save Thrain, he forbade men to utter them. Then Njal's sons went away, and fared till they came home, then they told their father. "Did ye call any men to witness of those words?" says Njal. "We called none," says Skarphedin, "we do not mean to follow that suit up except on the battlefield." "No one will now think," says Bird Thora, "that ye have the heart to lift your weapons." "Spare thy tongue, mistress," says Kari, "in egging on thy sons, for they will be quite eager enough." After that they all talk long in secret, Njal and his sons, and Kari Somun's son, their brother-in-law. End notes. 1. Prop of sea waves fire, a periphrasis for woman that bears gold on her arm. 2. Skates that skim, etc. A periphrasis for ships. 3. Odin's mocking cup, mocking songs. 4, an allusion to the beast epic, where the cunning fox laughs at the flayed condition of his stupid foes, the wolf and bear. We should say, don't stop to speak with him, but rather beat him black and blue. 91 Thrain Sigfús sons slaying. Now there was great talk about this quarrel of theirs, and all seemed to know that it would not settle down peacefully. Runulf, the son of Wulf Orpriest, east in the dale, was a great friend of Thrain's, and had asked Thrain to come and see him, and it was settled that he should come east when about 3 weeks or a month were wanting to winter. Thrain bade Rap, and Grani, and Gunnar Lambi's son, and Lambi Sigurd's son, and Lodin, and Jorfi, 8 of them in all, to go on this journey with him. Holgadar and Thorgadar were to go too. At the same time Thrain gave it out that he meant to stay in the mark with his brother Ketil, and said how many nights he meant to be away from home. They all of them had full arms. So they rode east across Mark Fleet, and found there some gangrel women, and they begged them to put them across the fleet west on their horses, and they did so. Then they rode into the dale, and had a hearty welcome. There Ketil of the Mark met them, and there they sate 2 nights. Both Ranulf and Ketil besought Thrain that he would make up his quarrel with Njal's sons, but he said he would never pay any money, and answered crossly, for he said he thought himself quite a match for Njal's sons wherever they met. So it may be, says Ranulf, but so far as I can see, no man has been their match since Gunnar of Lithen died, and it is likelier that ye will both drag one another down to death. Thrain said that was not to be dreaded. Then Thrain fared up into the mark, and was there 2 nights more. After that he rode down into the dale, and was sent away from both houses with fitting gifts. Now the Mark Fleet was then flowing between sheets of ice on both sides, and there were tongues of ice bridging it across every here and there. Thrain said that he meant to ride home that evening, but Ranulf said that he ought not to ride home. He said, too, that it would be more wary not to fare back as he had said he would before he left home. That is fear, and I will none of it, answers Thrain. Now those gangrel women whom they had put across the fleet came to Bergthor's knoll, and Bergthora asked whence they came, but they answered, away east under Ajafel. Then, who put you across Mark Fleet, said Bergthora. Those, said they, who were the most boastful and bravest clad of men. Who? Asked Bergthora. Thrain Sigfús' son, said they, and his company, but we thought it best to tell thee that they were so full-tongued towards this house, against thy husband and his sons. Listeners do not often hear good of themselves, says Bergthora. After that they went their way, and Bergthora gave them gifts on their going, and asked them when Thrain might be coming home. They said that he would be from home 4 or 5 nights. After that Bergthora told her sons and her son-in-law Kari, and they talked long and low about the matter. But that same morning when Thrain and his men rode from the east, Njal woke up early and heard how Skarphedin's axe came against the panel. Then Njal rises up, and goes out, and sees that his sons are all there with their weapons, and Kari, his son-in-law too. Skarphedin was foremost. He was in a blue cape, and had a targe, and his axe aloft on his shoulder. Next to him went Helgi. He was in a red kirtle, had a helm on his head, and a red shield, on which a heart was marked. Next to him went Kari. He had on a silken jerkin, a gilded helm and shield, and on it was drawn a lion. They were all in bright holiday clothes. Njal called out to Skarfadin, "Whither art thou going, kinsman?" "On a sheep hunt," he said. "So it was once before," said Njal, "but then ye hunted men." Skarfadin laughed at that, and said, "Hear ye what the old man says? He is not without his doubts." "When was it that thou spokest thus before?" asks Kari. "When I slew Sigmund the White," says Skarfadin, "Gunnar of Lithan's kinsman." "For what?" asks Kari. "He had slain Thord Friedmundsson, my foster father." Njal went home, but they fared up into the red slips, and bided there. Thence they could see the others as soon as ever they rode from the east out of the dale. There was sunshine that day and bright weather. Now Thrain and his men ride down out of the dale along the river bank. Lambi Sigurd's son said, "Shields gleam away yonder in the red slips when the sun shines on them, and there must be some men lying in wait there." Then says Thrain, "We will turn our way lower down the fleet, and then they will come to meet us if they have any business with us." So they turn down the fleet. "Now they have caught sight of us," said Skarfadin, "for lo! They turn their path also hither, and now we have no other choice than to run down and meet them." Many men, said Kari, would rather not lie in wait if the balance of force were not more on their side than it is on ours. They are 8, but we are 5. Now they turn down along the fleet, and see a tongue of ice bridging the stream lower down and mean to cross there. Thrain and his men take their stand upon the ice away from the tongue, and Thrain said, "What can these men want? They are 5, and we are 8. I guess," said Lambi Sigurd's son, "that they would still run the risk though more men stood against them." Thrain throws off his cloak, and takes off his helm. Now it happened to Skarfadin, as they ran down along the fleet, that his shoestring snapped asunder, and he stayed behind. "Why so slow, Skarfadin?" quoth Grim. "I am tying my shoe," he says. "Let us get on ahead," says Kari, "methinks he will not be slower than we." So they turn off to the tongue, and run as fast as they can. Skarfadin sprang up as soon as he was ready, and had lifted his axe, the ogress of war aloft, and runs right down to the fleet. But the fleet was so deep that there was no fording it for a long way up or down. A great sheet of ice had been thrown up by the flood on the other side of the fleet, as smooth and slippery as glass, and there Thrain and his men stood in the midst of the sheet. Skarfadin takes a spring into the air, and leaps over the stream between the ice banks, and does not check his course, but rushes still onwards with a slide. The sheet of ice was very slippery, and so he went as fast as a bird flies. Thrain was just about to put his helm on his head, and now Skarfadin bore down on them, and hews at Thrain with his axe, the ogress of war, and smote him on the head, and clove him down to the teeth, so that his jaw teeth fell out on the ice. This feat was done with such a quick sleight that no one could get a blow at him. He glided away from them at once at full speed. Joffrey, indeed, threw his shield before him on the ice, but he leapt over it, and still kept his feet, and slid quite to the end of the sheet of ice. There Kari and his brothers came to meet him. This was done like a man, says Kari. Your share is still left, says Skarfedin, and sang a song, to the strife of swords not slower, after all, I came than you, for with ready stroke the sturdy squanderer of wealth I felled, but since Grims and Helgi's sea stag, one, Norway's earl erst took and stripped, now 'tis time for sea fire bearers, to such dishonor to avenge. And this other song he sang, swiftly down I dashed my weapon, gashing giant, burn a breacher, 3, she, the noisy ogre's namesake, 4, soon with flesh the ravens glutted, now your words to rap remember, on broad ice now rouse the storm, with dull crash war's eager ogress battle's earliest noteth sung. That befits us well, and we will do it well, says Helgi. Then they turn up towards them. Both Grim and Helgi see where Rap is, and they turned on him at once. Rap hews at Grim there and then with his axe. Helgi sees this and cuts at Rap's arm, and cut it off, and down fell the axe. In this says Rap, thou hast done a most needful work, for this hand hath wrought harm and death to many a man. And so here an end shall be put to it, says Grim, and with that he ran him through with a spear, and then Rap fell down dead. Joffrey turns against Kari and hurls a spear at him. Kari leapt up in the air, and the spear flew below his feet. Then Kari rushes at him, and hews at him on the breast with his sword, and the blow passed at once into his chest, and he got his death there and then. Then Skarfedin seizes both Gunnar Lambi's son, and Grani Gunnar's son, and said, Here have I caught 2 whelps. But what shall we do with them? It is in thy power, says Helgi, to slay both or either of them, if you wish them dead. I cannot find it in my heart to do both, help Hogni and slay his brother, says Skarfedin. Then the day will once come, says Helgi, when thou wilt wish that thou hadst slain him, for never will he be true to thee, nor will any one of the others who are now here. I shall not fear them, answers Skarfedin. After that they gave peace to Grani Gunnar's son, and Gunnar Lambi's son, and Lambi Sigurd's son, and Lodin. After that they went down to the fleet where Skarfedin had leapt over it, and Kari and the others measured the length of the leap with their spear shafts, and it was 12 ells, 5. Then they turned homewards, and Njal asked what tidings. They told him all just as it had happened, and Njal said, These are great tidings, and it is more likely that hence will come the death of one of my sons, if not more evil. Gunnar Lambi's son bore the body of Thrain with him to Gritwater, and he was laid in a cairn there. End notes. 1. Sea stag periphrases for ship. 2. Sea fire bearers, the bearers of gold, men, that is, Helgi and Grim. 3. Burn a breach, a piercer of coats of mail. 4. Noisy ogre's namesake, an allusion to the name of Skarfedin's axe, the ogress of war. 5. 12 ells, about 24 feet, the Norse L being something more than 2 feet, a good jump, but not beyond the power of man. Comp. Orkn. Saga, Chapter 113, New ed., Volume I, 457, where Earl Harold leaps 9 ells over a dike. 92 Ketil takes Horskuld as his foster son. Ketil of the Mark had to wife Thorgerdangjal's daughter, but he was Thrain's brother, and he thought he was come into a strait, so he rode to Njal's house, and asked whether he were willing to atone in any way for Thrain's slaying. "I will atone for it handsomely," answered Njal, "and my wish is that thou shouldst look after the matter with thy brothers who have to take the price of the atonement, that they may be ready to join in it." Ketil said he would do so with all his heart, and Ketil rode home first. A little after, he summoned all his brothers to Lithend, and then he had a talk with them, and Hogni was on his side all through the talk, and so it came about that men were chosen to utter the award, and a meeting was agreed on, and the fair price of a man was awarded for Thrain's slaying, and they all had a share in the blood money who had a lawful right to it. After that, pledges of peace and good faith were agreed to, and they were settled in the most sure and binding way. Njal paid down all the money out of hand well and bravely, and so things were quiet for a while. One day Njal rode up into the Mark, and he and Ketil talked together the whole day. Njal rode home at even, and no man knew of what they had taken counsel. A little after Ketil fares to Gritwater, and he said to Thorgerdar, "Long have I loved my brother Thrain much, and now I will show it, for I will ask Horskuld Thrain's son to be my foster child. Thou shalt have thy choice of this," she says, "and thou shalt give this lad all the help in thy power when he is grown up, and avenge him if he is slain with weapons, and bestow money on him for his wife's dower, and besides, thou shalt swear to do all this." Now Horskuld fares home with Ketil, and is with him some time. 93 Njal takes Horskuld to foster. Once on a time Njal rides up into the Mark, and he had a hearty welcome. He was there that night, and in the evening Njal called out to the lad Horskuld, and he went up to him at once. Njal had a ring of gold on his hand, and showed it to the lad. He took hold of the gold, and looked at it, and put it on his finger. "Wilt thou take the gold as a gift?" said Njal. "That I will," said the lad. "Knowest thou," says Njal, "what brought thy father to his death?" "I know," answers the lad, "that Skarphedin slew him, but we need not keep that in mind, when an atonement has been made for it, and a full price paid for him." "Better answered than asked," said Njal, "and thou wilt live to be a good man and true," he adds. "Methinks thy forecasting," says Horskuld, "is worth having, for I know that thou art foresight and unlying. Now will I offer to foster thee," said Njal, "if thou wilt take the offer." He said he would be willing to take both that honor and any other good offer which he might make. So the end of the matter was, that Horskuld fared home with Njal as his foster son. He suffered no harm to come nigh the lad, and loved him much. Njal's sons took him about with them, and did him honor in every way. And so things go on till Horskuld is full grown. He was both tall and strong, the fairest of men to look on, and well-haired, blithe of speech, bountiful, well-behaved, as well-trained to arms as the best, fair-spoken to all men, and much beloved. Njal's sons and Horsgould were never apart, either in word or deed. 94 Of Flosi Thord's son there was a man named Flosi, he was the son of Thord Frey's 1. Flosi had to wife Steinvora, daughter of Hall of the Side. She was base-born, and her mother's name was Solvora, daughter of Herjolf the White. Flosi dwelt at Swinefell, and was a mighty chief. He was tall of stature, and strong, withal, the most forward and boldest of men. His brother's name was Starkad, too, he was not by the same mother as Flosi. The other brothers of Flosi were Thorger and Stein, Kolbein and Njal. Hildigunna was the name of the daughter of Starkad, Flosi's brother. She was a proud, high-spirited maiden, and one of the fairest of women. She was so skillful with her hands, that few women were equally skillful. She was the grimmest and hardest-hearted of all women, but still a woman of open hand and heart when any fitting call was made upon her. Endnots. 1. Thord was the son of Orza, the son of Aspbjornigeng, the son of Bjorn, the son of Helgi, the son of Bjorn the rough-footed, the son of Grim, the lord of Sogn. The mother of Flosi was Ingunna, daughter of Thora of Espial, the son of Ham and Helskin, the son of Hjor, the son of Half, who ruled over the men of Half, the son of Jorfeth, the lover of women. The mother of Thora was Ingunna, daughter of Helgi the Lean, who took the land round Ejafirth, as the first settler. 2. The mother of Starkad was Thraslauga, daughter of Thorstein Titling the son of Jelif, but the mother of Thraslauga was Aud, she was a daughter of Evindkarf, one of the first settlers, and sister of Modulf the Wise. 95 Of Hall of the Side. Hall was the name of a man who was called Hall of the Side. He was the son of Thorstein Bordvar's son. 1. Hall had to wife Jurida, daughter of Thidrandi. 2. The Wise. Thorstein was the name of Hall's brother, and he was nicknamed Broadpaunch. His son was Cole, whom Kari slays in Wales. The sons of Hall of the Side were Thorstein and Njal, Thorwald and Ljit, and Thidrandi, whom, it is said, the goddesses slew. There was a man named Thora, whose surname was Holt-Thora. His sons were these, Thorger Cragger, and Thorleif Crow, from whom the wood-dwellers are come, and Thorgrim the Big. Endnots. 1. Hall's mother's name was Thordiza, and she was a daughter of Orza, the son of Rodlorg, the son of Earl Rognvald of Meiren, the son of Istein the Noisy. 2. Thidrandi was the son of Kettle Rumble, the son of Thora, the son of Thidrandi of Varudale. The brothers of Thidrandi were Kettle Rumble, Injordwick, and Thorwald, the father of Helgi Droplorg's son. Hallcatla was the sister of Jurida. She was the mother of Thorkel Gate's son, and Thidrandi. 96 Of the change of faith. There had been a change of rulers in Norway. Earl Hakon was dead and gone, but in his stead was come Olaf Tryggve's son. That was the end of Earl Hakon, that Kark the thrall cut his throat at Rummel in Gorladale. Along with that was heard that there had been a change of faith in Norway. They had cast off the old faith, but King Olaf had christened the western lands, Shetland, and the Orkneys, and the Faroe Isles. Then many men spoke so that Njal heard it, that it was a strange and wicked thing to throw off the old faith. Then Njal spoke and said, "It seems to me as though this new faith must be much better, and he will be happy who follows this rather than the other, and if those men come out hither who preach this faith, then I will back them well." He went often alone away from other men and muttered to himself. That same harvest a ship came out into the firths east to Beowulf, at a spot called Gortorwick. The captain's name was Thangbrand. He was a son of Willibald, a count of Saxony. Thangbrand was sent out hither by King Olaf Tryggvi's son, to preach the faith. Along with him came that man of Iceland whose name was Gudleif. 1. Gudleif was a great manslayer, and one of the strongest of men, and hardy and forward in everything. 2 brothers dwelt at Beowulf. The name of the one was Thorleif, but the other was Ketil. They were sons of Homestein, the son of Orza of Brothal. These brothers held a meeting and forbade men to have any dealings with them. This Hall of the Side heard. He dwelt at Vatwater in Alftarfirth. He rode to the ship with 29 men, and he fares at once to find Thangbrand, and spoke to him and asked him, "Trade is rather dull, is it not?" He answered that so it was. "Now will I say my errand," says Hall. "It is, that I wish to ask you all to my house, and run the risk of my being able to get rid of your wares for you." Thangbrand thanked him, and fared to Vatwater that harvest. It so happened one morning that Thangbrand was out early and made them pitch a tent on land, and sang mass in it, and took much pains with it, for it was a great high day. Hall spoke to Thangbrand and asked, "In memory of whom keepest thou this day?" "In memory of Michael the Archangel," says Thangbrand. "What follows that angel?" asks Hall. "Much good," says Thangbrand. "He will weigh all the good that thou doest, and he is so merciful, that whenever anyone pleases him, he makes his good deeds weigh more. I would like to have him for my friend," says Hall. "That thou mayest well have," says Thangbrand, "only give thyself over to him by God's help this very day." "I only make this condition," says Hall, "that thou givest thy word for him that he will then become my guardian angel." "That I will promise," says Thangbrand. Then Hall was baptized, and all his household. Endnotes. 1. He was the son of Ari, the son of March, the son of Atli, the son of Wulf Squinty, the son of Hogni the White, the son of Ottrig, the son of Orblaud, the son of Jorleif the lover of women, king of Hordaland. 97 of Thangbrand's journeys. The spring after Thangbrand set out to preach Christianity, and Hall went with him. But when they came west across Longheath to Starfall, there they found a man dwelling named Thorkel. He spoke most against the faith, and challenged Thangbrand to single combat. Then Thangbrand bore a rude cross, 1, before his shield, and the end of their combat was that Thangbrand won the day and slew Thorkel. Thence they fared to Hornfirth and turned in as guests at Borgerhaven, west of Heineberg's Sand. There Hilda the Old dwelt, 2, and then Hilda and all his household took upon them the new faith. Thence they fared to Felcombe, and went in as guests to Carfel. There dwelt Cole Thorstein's son, Hall's kinsman, and he took upon him the faith and all his house. Thence they fared to Swinefell, and Flosi only took the sign of the cross, but gave his word to back them at the thing. Thence they fared west to Woodcombe, and went in as guests at Kirkby. There dwelt Surtisbjorn's son, the son of Thorstein, the son of Kettle the Foolish. These had all of them been Christians from father to son. After that they fared out of Woodcombe on to Headbrink. By that time the story of their journey was spread far and wide. There was a man named Sorcererhidin who dwelt in Carlinadale. Their heathen men made a bargain with him that he should put Thangbrand to death with all his company. He fared upon Arnstack Sheath, and there made a great sacrifice when Thangbrand was riding from the east. Then the earth burst asunder under his horse, but he sprang off his horse and saved himself on the brink of the gulf. But the earth swallowed up the horse and all his harness, and they never saw him more. Then Thangbrand praised God. Endnotes. 1. Rude cross, a crucifix. 2. His son was Glum who fared to the burning with Flosi. 98 of Thangbrand and Godleif. Godleif now searches for Sorcererhidin and finds him on the heath, and chases him down into Carlinadale, and got within spear shot of him, and shoots a spear at him and through him. Thence they fared to De Holmes and held a meeting there, and preached the faith there, and there Ingeard, the son of Thorstein Hiban Cork, became a Christian. Thence they fared to the Fleetlyth and preached the faith there. There Wetherlyd the Scald, and Ari his son, spoke most against the faith, and for that they slew Wetherlyd, and then this song was sung about it. He who proved his blade on bucklers, south went through the land to wet brand that ofteth felled his foeman, gainst the forge which foams with song. 1. Mighty wielder of war's sickle made his sword's avenging edge hard on hero's helm prop rattle. 2. Skull of Wetherlyd the Scald. Thence Thangbrand fared to Bergthorsknoll, and Njal took the faith and all his house, but Maud and Valgard went much against it, and thence they fared out across the rivers. So they went on into Hawkdale, and there they baptized Hall. 3. And he was then 3 winters old. Thence Thangbrand fared to Grimsness. There Thorwald the Scurvy gathered a band against him, and sent word to Wulfug's son that he must fare against Thangbrand and slay him, and made this song on him. To the wolf in Woden's harness, Uggy's worthy warlike son, I, steel's swinger dearly loving, this my dimple bidding send, that the wolf of gods, for, he chaseth, man who snaps at chink of gold, wolf who base our gods blasphemeth, I the other wolf, 5, will crush. Wolf sang another song in return. Swarthy scarf from mouth that skimmeth of the man who speaks in song never will I catch, though surely wealthy warrior it hath sent, tender of the sea horse snorting, though ill deeds are on foot, still to risk mine eyes are open, harmful tease to snap at flies. 6. And says he, I don't mean to be made a catspaw by him, but let him take heed lest his tongue twists a noose for his own neck. And after that the messenger fared back to Thorwald the Scurvy and told him Wulf's words. Thorwald had many men about him, and gave it out that he would lie in wait for them on Blue Uwd Heath. Now those two, Thangbrand and Godleaf, ride out of Hawkdale, and there they came upon a man who rode to meet them. That man asked for Godleaf, and when he found him he said, Thou shalt gain by being the brother of Thorgil of Rakiahole, for I will let thee know that they have set many ambushes, and this too, that Thorwald the Scurvy is now with his band at Hestbeck on Grimsness. We shall not the less for all that ride to meet him, says Godleaf, and then they turned down to Hestbeck. Thorwald was then come across the brook, and Godleaf said to Thangbrand, Here is now Thorwald, let us rush on him now. Thangbrand shot a spear through Thorwald, but Godleaf smote him on the shoulder and hewed his arm off, and that was his death. After that they ride up to the Thing, and it was a near thing that the kinsman of Thorwald had fallen on Thangbrand, but Njal and the Eastfirthers stood by Thangbrand. Then Jalti Skegai's son sang this rhyme at the Hill of Laws, Ever will I God's blaspheme Frager methinks a dog does seem, Frager a dog. I. Let them be both dogs together Odin and she, 7. Jalti fared abroad that summer and Jaija the White with him, but Thangbrand's ship was wrecked away east at Bulandsness, and the ship's name was Bison. Thangbrand and his messmate fared right through the west country, and Steinvora, the mother of Ref the Skald, came against him. She preached the heathen faith to Thangbrand and made him a long speech. Thangbrand held his peace while she spoke, but made a long speech after her, and turned all that she had said the wrong way against her. Hast thou heard, she said, how Thor challenged Christ to single combat, and how he did not dare to fight with Thor? I have heard tell, says Thangbrand, that Thor was naught but dust and ashes, if God had not willed that he should live. Knowest thou, she says, who it was that shattered thy ship? What hast thou to say about that? He asks. That I will tell thee, she says, he that giant's offspring, 8, Sleipth broke the Mewfield's bison stout, 9, thus the gods, Bel's warder, 10, grieving, crushed the falcon of the strand, 11, to the courser of the causeway, 12, little good was Christ I ween, when Thor shattered ships to pieces Gylfi's heart, 13, no God could help. And again she sung another song, Thangbrand's vessel from her moorings, seeking steed, Thor wrathful tore, shook and shattered all her timbers, hurled her broadside on the beach, ne'er again shall Vikings snowshoe, 14, on the briny billows glide, for a storm by Thor awakened, dashed the bark to splinters small. After that Thangbrand and Steinvora parted, and they fared west to Bardastrand. Endnots, 1. Forge which foams with song the poet's head, in which songs are forged, and gush forth like foaming mead. 2. Hero's helm prop the hero's, man's, head which supports his helm. 3. It is needless to say that this whole was not whole of the side. 4. Wolf of gods the Kaputlupinum the outlaw of heaven, the outcast from Valhalla, Thangbrand. 5. The other wolf Godleaf. 6. Swarthy Scarf the scarf, or Pelicanus carbo, the cormorant. He compares the message of Thorwald to the cormorant skimming over the waves, and says he will never take it. Snap at flies, a very common Icelandic metaphor from fish rising to a fly. 7. Mora thinks the allusion is here to some mythological legend on Odin's adventures which has not come down to us. 8. He that giants etc., Thor. 9. Mewfield's bison, the sea-going ship, which sails over the plain of the sea Mew. 10. Bell's warder, the Christian priest whose bell-ringing formed part of the rites of the new faith. 11. Falcon of the Strand ship. 12. Courser of the Causeway ship. 13. Gylfa's heart ship. 14. Viking's snowshoe seeking's ship. 99. Of Gestodleif's son. Gestodleif's son dwelt at Hazy on Barda Strand. He was one of the wisest of men, so that he foresaw the fates and fortunes of men. He made a feast for Thangbrand and his men. They fared to Hazy with 60 men. Then it was said that there were 200 heathen men to meet them, and that a bearsark was looked for to come thither, whose name was Ottrig, and all were afraid of him. Of him such great things as these were said, that he feared neither fire nor sword, and the heathen men were sore afraid at his coming. Then Thangbrand asked if men were willing to take the faith, but all the heathen men spoke against it. Well, says Thangbrand, I will give you the means whereby ye shall prove whether my faith is better. We will hallow 2 fires. The heathen men shall hallow one and I the other, but a third shall be unhallowed, and if the bearsark is afraid of the one that I hallow, but treads both the others, then ye shall take the faith. That is well spoken, says Jest, and I will agree to this for myself and my household. And when Jest had so spoken, then many more agreed to it. Then it was said that the bearsark was coming up to the homestead, and then the fires were made and burnt strong. Then men took their arms and sprang up on the benches, and so waited. The bearsark rushed in with his weapons. He comes into the room, and treads at once the fire which the heathen men had hallowed, and so comes to the fire that Thangbrand had hallowed, and dares not to tread it, but said that he was on fire all over. He hews with his sword at the bench, but strikes a crossbeam as he brandished the weapon aloft. Thangbrand smote the arm of the bearsark with his crucifix, and so mighty a token followed that the sword fell from the bearsark's hand. Then Thangbrand thrusts a sword into his breast, and Gudleif smote him on the arm and hewed it off. Then many went up and slew the bearsark. After that Thangbrand asked if they would take the faith now. Jest said he had only spoken what he meant to keep to. Then Thangbrand baptized Jest and all his house and many others. Then Thangbrand took counsel with Jest whether he should go any further west among the firths, but Jest set his face against that, and said they were a hard race of men there, and ill to deal with. But if it be foredoomed that this faith shall make its way, then it will be taken as law at the Althing, and then all the chiefs out of the districts will be there. I did all that I could at the thing, says Thangbrand, and it was very uphill work. Still thou hast done most of the work, says Jest. though it may be fated that others shall make Christianity law, but it is here as the saying runs, no tree falls at the first stroke. After that jest gave Thangbrand good gifts, and he fared back south. Thangbrand fared to the Southlanders' quarter, and so to the East Firths. He turned in as a guest at Bergthorsknoll, and Njal gave him good gifts. Thence he rode east to Alftarfirth to meet Hall of the Side. He caused his ship to be mended, and heathen men called it Iron Basket. On board that ship Thangbrand fared abroad, and Godlief with him. 100 of Jaija the White and Jalti that same summer Jalti Skegai's son was outlawed at the Thing for blasphemy against the gods. Thangbrand told King Olaf of all the mischief that the Icelanders had done to him, and said that they were such sorcerers there that the earth burst asunder under his horse and swallowed up the horse. Then King Olaf was so wroth that he made them seize all the men from Iceland and set them in dungeons, and meant to slay them. Then they, Jaija the White and Jalti, came up and offered to lay themselves in pledge for those men, and fare out to Iceland and preach the faith. The king took this well, and they got them all set free again. Then Jaija and Jalti busked their ship for Iceland, and were soon bound. They made the land at Ura when 10 weeks of summer had passed. They got them horses at once, but left other men to strip their ship. Then they ride with 30 men to the Thing, and sent word to the Christian men that they must be ready to stand by them. Jalti stayed behind at Raidomal, for he had heard that he had been made an outlaw for blasphemy, but when they came to the boiling kettle, 1, down below the brink of the rift, 2, there came Jalti after them, and said he would not let the heathen men see that he was afraid of them. Then many Christian men rode to meet them, and they ride in battle array to the Thing. The heathen men had drawn up their men in array to meet them, and it was a near thing that the whole body of the Thing had come to blows, but still it did not go so far. Endnots. 1. Boiling kettle. This was a higher, or hot spring. 2. This was the Raven's Rift opposite to the Great Rift on the other side of Thingfield. 101 of Thorja of Lightwater. There was a man named Thorja who dwelt at Lightwater. He was the son of Jorfi, the son of Thorkel the Long, the son of Kettle Longneck. His mother's name was Thrunna, and she was the daughter of Thorstein, the son of Sigmund, the son of Bard of the Nip. Gudrida was the name of his wife. She was a daughter of Thorkel the Black of Lydrajath. His brother was Wormwallet Back, the father of Linny the Old of Sorby. 1. The Christian men set up their booths, and Jaija the White and Jalti were in the booths of the men from Mossfell. The day after both sides went to the Hill of Laws, and each, the Christian men as well as the heathen, took witness, and declared themselves out of the other's laws, and then there was such an uproar on the Hill of Laws that no man could hear the other's voice. After that men went away, and all thought things looked like the greatest entanglement. The Christian men chose as their speaker Hall of the Side, but Hall went to Thorja, the priest of Lightwater, who was the old speaker of the law, and gave him 3 marks of silver, to utter what the law should be, but still that was most hazardous counsel, since he was an heathen. Thorja lay all that day on the ground, and spread a cloak over his head, so that no man spoke with him. But the day after men went to the Hill of Laws, and then Thorja bade them be silent and listen, and spoke thus: It seems to me as though our matters were come to a deadlock, if we are not all to have one and the same law, for if there be a sundering of the laws, then there will be a sundering of the peace, and we shall never be able to live in the land. Now, I will ask both Christian men and heathen whether they will hold to those laws which I utter. They all said they would. He said he wished to take an oath of them, and pledges that they would hold to them, and they all said yea to that, and so he took pledges from them. This is the beginning of our laws, he said, that all men shall be Christian here in the land, and believe in one God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, but leave off all idol worship, not expose children to perish, and not eat horse flesh. It shall be outlawry if such things are proved openly against any man, but if these things are done by stealth, then it shall be blameless. But all this heathendom was all done away with within a few years' space, so that those things were not allowed to be done either by stealth or openly. Thorja then uttered the law as to keeping the Lord's Day and fast days, Yuletide and Easter, and all the greatest hides and holidays. The heathen men thought they had been greatly cheated, but still the true faith was brought into the law, and so all men became Christian here in the land. After that men fare home from the thing. Endnots. 1. Ketil and Thorkel were both sons of Thoratag, the son of Ketil the Seal, the son of Ornolf, the son of Bjornolf, the son of Grimherikik, the son of Ketil Haing, the son of Holbjorn half-troll of Ravensfood. 2. This was no bribe, but his lawful fee. 102. The wedding of Horskuld, the priest of whiteness. Now we must take up the story, and say that Njal spoke thus to Horskuld, his foster son, and said, I would seek thee a match. Horskuld bade him settle the matter as he pleased, and asked whether he was most likely to turn his eyes. There is a woman called Hildigunna, answers Njal, and she is the daughter of Starkad, the son of Thord Freyspiest. She is the best match I know of. See thou to it, foster father, said Horskuld, that shall be my choice which thou choosest. Then we will look thitherward, says Njal. A little while after, Njal called on men to go along with him. Then the sons of Sigfus, and Njal's sons, and Kari Somun's son, all of them fared with him, and they rode east to Swinefell. There they got a hearty welcome. The day after, Njal and Flosi went to talk alone, and the speech of Njal ended thus, that he said, This is my errand here, that we have set out on a wooing journey, to ask for thy kinswoman Hildigunna. At whose hand, says Flosi. At the hand of Horskuld, my foster son, says Njal. Such things are well meant, says Flosi, but still ye run each of you great risk, the one from the other. But what hast thou to say of Horskuld? Good I am able to say of him, says Njal, and besides, I will lay down as much money as will seem fitting to thy niece and thyself, if thou wilt think of making this match. We will call her hither, says Flosi, and know how she looks on the man. Then Hildigunna was called, and she came thither. Flosie told her of the wooing, but she said she was a proud-hearted woman. And I know not how things will turn out between me and men of like spirit, but this, too, is not the least of my dislike, that this man has no priesthood or leadership over men, but thou hast always said that thou wouldest not wed me to a man who had not the priesthood. This is quite enough, says Flosie, if thou wilt not be wedded to Horsegould, to make me take no more pains about the match. Nay, she says, I do not say that I will not be wedded to Horsegould if they can get him a priesthood or a leadership over men, but otherwise I will have nothing to say to the match. Then said Njal, I will beg thee to let this match stand over for 3 winters, that I may see what I can do. Flosie said that so it should be. I will only bargain for this one thing, says Hildigunna, if this match comes to pass, that we shall stay here away east. Njal said he would rather leave that to Horsegould, but Horsegould said that he put faith in many men, but in none so much as his foster father. Now they ride from the east. Njal sought to get a priesthood and leadership for Horsegould, but no one was willing to sell his priesthood, and now the summer passes away till the Althing. There were great quarrels at the thing that summer, and many a man then did as was their wont, in faring to see Njal, but he gave such counsel in men's lawsuits as was not thought at all likely, so that both the pleadings and the defence came to naught, and out of that great strife arose, when the lawsuits could not be brought to an end, and men rode home from the thing unatoned. Now things go on till another thing comes. Njal rode to the thing, and at first all is quiet until Njal says that it is high time for men to give notice of their suits. Then many said that they thought that came to little, when no man could get his suit settled, even though the witnesses were summoned to the Althing, and so say they, we would rather seek our rights with point and edge. So it must not be, says Njal, for it will never do to have no law in the land. But yet ye have much to say on your side in this matter, and it behoves us who know the law, and who are bound to guide the law, to set men at one again, and to ensue peace. 'Twere a good counsel, then, methinks, that we call together all the chiefs and talk the matter over. Then they go to the court of laws, and Njal spoke and said, the Skapti Thorod's son and you other chiefs, I call on, and say, that methinks our lawsuits have come into a deadlock, if we have to follow up our suits in the quarter courts, and they get so entangled that they can neither be pleaded nor ended. Methinks, it were wiser if we had a 5th court, and there pleaded those suits which cannot be brought to an end in the quarter courts. How, said Skapti, wilt thou name a 5th court, when the quarter court is named for the old priesthoods, 3 12s in each quarter? I can see help for that, says Njal, by setting up new priesthoods, and filling them with the men who are best fitted in each quarter, and then let those men who are willing to agree to it, declare themselves ready to join the new priests' thing. Well, says Skapti, we will take this choice, but what weighty suits shall come before the court? These matters shall come before it, says Njal, all matters of contempt of the thing, such as if men bear false witness, or utter a false finding, hither, too, shall come all those suits in which the judges are divided in opinion in the quarter court, then they shall be summoned to the fifth court. So, too, if men offer bribes, or take them, for their help in suits, in this court all the oaths shall be of the strongest kind, and 2 men shall follow every oath, who shall support on their words of honor what the others swear. So it shall be also, if the pleadings on one side are right in form, and the other wrong, that the judgment shall be given for those that are right in form. Every suit in this court shall be pleaded just as is now done in the quarter court, save and except that when 4 12s are named in the fifth court, then the plaintiff shall name and set aside 6 men out of the court, and the defendant other 6, but if he will not set them aside, then the plaintiff shall name them and set them aside as he has done with his own 6. But if the plaintiff does not set them aside, then the suit comes to naught, for 3 12s shall utter judgment on all suits. We shall also have this arrangement in the court of laws, that those only shall have the right to make or change laws who sit on the middle bench, and to this bench those only shall be chosen who are wisest and best. There, too, shall the fifth court sit, but if those who sit in the court of laws are not agreed as to what they shall allow or bring in as law, then they shall clear the court for a division, and the majority shall bind the rest. But if any man who has a seat in the court be outside the court of laws and cannot get inside it, or thinks himself overborne in the suit, then he shall forbid them by a protest, so that they can hear it in the court, and then he has made all their grants and all their decisions void and of none effect, and stopped them by his protest. After that, Skapti Thorod's son brought the fifth court into the law, and all that was spoken of before. Then men went to the hill of laws, and men set up new priesthoods. In the Northlanders quarter were these new priesthoods: the priesthood of the Melman in Midfirth, and the Lofsingers priesthood in the Ijafirth. Then Njal begged for a hearing, and spoke thus: It is known to many men what passed between my sons and the men of Gritwater when they slew Thrain Sigfur's son. But for all that we settled the matter, and now I have taken Horskuld into my house, and planned a marriage for him if he can get a priesthood anywhere, but no man will sell his priesthood, and so I will beg you to give me leave to set up a new priesthood at Whiteness for Horskuld. He got this leave from all, and after that he set up the new priesthood for Horskuld, and he was afterwards called Horskuld, the priest of Whiteness. After that, men ride home from the thing, and Njal stayed but a short time at home ere he rides east to Swinefill, and his sons with him, and again stirs in the matter of the marriage with Flosi. But Flosi said he was ready to keep faith with them in everything. Then Hildigunna was betrothed to Horskuld, and the day for the wedding feast was fixed, and so the matter ended. They then ride home, but they rode again shortly to the bridal, and Flosi paid down all her goods and money after the wedding, and all went off well. They fared home to Bergthorsknoll, and were there the next year, and all went well between Hildigunna and Bergthora. But the next spring Njal bought land in Osabi, and hands it over to Horskuld, and thither he fares to his own abode. Njal got him all his household, and there was such love between them all, that none of them thought anything that he said or did any worth unless the others had a share in it. Horsegould dwelt long at Osabi, and each backed the other's honor, and Njal's sons were always in Horsegould's company. Their friendship was so warm, that each house bade the other to a feast every harvest, and gave each other great gifts, and so it goes on for a long while. 103 The slaying of Horsegould Njal's son. There was a man named Lighting, he dwelt at Samstead, and he had to wife a woman named Steinvora. She was a daughter of Sigfus, and Thrain's sister. Lighting was tall of growth and a strong man, wealthy in goods and ill to deal with. It happened once that Lighting had a feast in his house at Samstead, and he had bidden thither Horsegould and the sons of Sigfus, and they all came. There, too, was Grani Gunnar's son, and Gunnar Lambi's son, and Lambi Sigurd's son. Horsegould Njal's son and his mother had a farm at Holt, and he was always riding to his farm from Bergthorsk Knoll, and his path lay by the homestead at Samstead. Horsegould had a son called Amund. He had been born blind, but for all that he was tall and strong. Lighting had 2 brothers, the one's name was Holstein, and the other's Hallgrim. They were the most unruly of men, and they were ever with their brother, for other men could not bear their temper. Lighting was out of doors most of that day, but every now and then he went inside his house. At last he had gone to his seat, when in came a woman who had been out of doors, and she said, "You were too far off to see outside how that proud fellow rode by the farmyard." "What proud fellow was that?" says Lighting, "of whom thou speakest?" "Horsegould Njal's son rode here by the yard," she says. "He rides often here by the farmyard," said Lighting, "and I can't say that it does not try my temper, and now I will make thee an offer, Horsegould, to go along with thee if thou wilt avenge thy father and slay Horsegould Njal's son." "That I will not do," says Horsegould, "for then I should repay Njal, my foster father, evil for good, and mayst thou and thy feasts never thrive henceforth." With that he sprang up away from the board, and made them catch his horses, and rode home. Then Lighting said to Grani Gunnar's son, "Thou wert by when Thrain was slain, and that will still be in thy mind, and thou, too, Gunnar Lambi's son, and thou, Lambi Sigurd's son. Now, my will is that we ride to meet him this evening, and slay him." "No," says Grani, "I will not fall on Njal's son, and so break the atonement which good men and true have made." With like words spoke each man of them, and so, too, spoke all the sons of Sigfus, and they took that counsel to ride away. Then Lighting said, when they had gone away, "All men know that I have taken no atonement for my brother-in-law Thrain, and I shall never be content that no vengeance, man for man, shall be taken for him." After that he called on his 2 brothers to go with him, and 3 housecarls as well. They went on the way to meet Horsegould as he came back, and lay in wait for him north of the farmyard in a pit, and there they bided till it was about Middervan. 1. Then Horsegould rode up to them. They jump up all of them with their arms, and fall on him. Horsegould guarded himself well, so that for a long while they could not get the better of him, but the end of it was at last that he wounded Lighting on the arm, and slew 2 of his serving men, and then fell himself. They gave Horsegould 16 wounds, but they hewed not off the head from his body. They fared away into the wood east of Rangriver, and hid themselves there. That same evening, Rodney's shepherd found Horsegould dead, and went home and told Rodney of her son's slaying. Was he surely dead, she asks, was his head off? It was not, he says. I shall know if I see, she says, so take thou my horse and driving gear. He did so, and got all things ready, and then they went thither where Horsegould lay. She looked at the wounds, and said, "'Tis even as I thought, that he could not be quite dead, and Njal no doubt can cure greater wounds." After that they took the body and laid it on the sledge and drove to Bergthorsk Knoll, and drew it into the sheepcote, and made him sit upright against the wall. Then they went both of them and knocked at the door, and a house carle went to the door. She steals in by him at once, and goes till she comes to Njal's bed. She asked whether Njal were awake. He said he had slept up to that time, but was then awake. "But why art thou come hither so early?" "Rise thou up," said Rodney, "from thy bed by my rival's side, and come out, and she too, and thy sons, to see thy son Horsegould." They rose and went out. "Let us take our weapons," said Skarfedin, "and have them with us." Njal said naught at that, and they ran in and came out again armed. She goes first till they come to the sheepcote, she goes in and bade them follow her. Then she lit a torch, and held it up and said, "Here, Njal, is thy son Horsegould, and he hath gotten many wounds upon him, and now he will need leechcraft." "I see death marks on him," said Njal, "but no signs of life. But why hast thou not closed his eyes and nostrils? See, his nostrils are still open." "That duty I meant for Skarfedin," she says. Then Skarfedin went to close his eyes and nostrils, and said to his father, "Who, sayest thou, hath slain him?" "Lighting of Samstead and his brothers must have slain him," says Njal. Then Rodney said, "Into thy hands, Skarfedin, I leave it to take vengeance for thy brother, and I ween that thou wilt take it well, though he be not lawfully begotten, and that thou wilt not be slow to take it." "Wonderfully do ye men behave," said Bergthora, "when ye slay men for small cause, but talk and tarry over such as this until no vengeance at all is taken, and now of this will soon come to Horsegould, the priest of whiteness, and he will be offering you atonement, and you will grant him that, but now is the time to set about it, if ye seek for vengeance." "Our mother eggs us on now with a just goading," said Skarfedin, and sang a song. "Well we know the warrior's temper, too, one and all, well, father thine, but atonement to the mother, Snakeland's stem, 3, and thee were base, he that hoardeth ocean's fire, 4, hearing this will leave his home, wound of weapon us hath smitten, worse the lot of those that wait." After that they all ran out of the sheepcote, but Rodney went indoors with Njal, and was there the rest of the night. Endnotes. 1. Midhaven, 6 o'clock p.m. 2. Warrior's temper, the temper of Horsegould of whiteness. 3. Snakeland's stem a periphrases for woman, Rodney. 4. He that hoardeth ocean's fire a periphrases for man, Schooled of whiteness. 104. The slaying of Lighting's brothers. Now we must speak of Scarfadin and his brothers, how they bend their course up to Rangriver. Then Scarfadin said, Stand we here and listen, and let us go stilly, for I hear the voices of men up along the river's bank. But will ye, Helgi and Grim, deal with Lighting single-handed, or with both his brothers? They said they would sooner deal with Lighting alone. Still, says Scarfadin, there is more game in him, and methinks it were ill if he gets away, but I trust myself best for not letting him escape. We will take such steps, says Helgi, if we get a chance at him, that he shall not slip through our fingers. Then they went thitherward, where they heard the voices of men, and see where Lighting and his brothers are by a stream. Scarfadin leaps over the stream at once, and alights on the sandy brink on the other side. There upon it stands Hallgrim and his brother. Scarfadin smites at Hallgrim's thigh, so that he cut the leg clean off, but he grasps Hallstein with his left hand. Lighting thrust at Scarfadin, but Helgi came up then and threw his shield before the spear, and caught the blow on it. Lighting took up a stone and hurled it at Scarfadin, and he lost his hold on Hallstein. Hallstein sprang up the sandy bank, but could get up it in no other way than by crawling on his hands and knees. Scarfadin made a side blow at him with his axe, the ogress of war, and hews asunder his backbone. Now Lighting turns and flies, but Helgi and Grim both went after him, and each gave him a wound, but still Lighting got across the river away from them, and so to the horses, and gallops till he comes to Osabi. Horsgould was at home, and meets him at once. Lighting told him of these deeds. Such things were to be looked for by thee, says Horsgould. Thou hast behaved like a madman, and here the truth of the old saw will be proved, but a short while is hand fain of blow. Methinks what thou hast got to look to now is whether thou wilt be able to save thy life or not. Sure enough, says Lighting, I had hard work to get away, but still I wish now that thou wouldest get me atoned with Njal and his sons, so that I might keep my farm. So it shall be, says Horsgould. After that Horsgould made them saddle his horse, and rode to Bergthorsknoll with 5 men. Njal's sons were then come home and had laid them down to sleep. Horsgould went at once to see Njal, and they began to talk. Hither am I come, said Horsgould to Njal, to beg a boon on behalf of Lighting, my uncle. He has done great wickedness against you and yours, broken his atonement and slain thy son. Lighting will perhaps think, said Njal, that he has already paid a heavy fine in the loss of his brothers, but if I grant him any terms, I shall let him reap the good of my love for thee, and I will tell thee before I utter the award of atonement, that Lighting's brothers shall fall as outlaws. Nor shall Lighting have any atonement for his wounds, but on the other hand, he shall pay the full blood fine for Horsgould. My wish, said Horsgould, is, that thou shouldest make thine own terms. Well, says Njal, then I will utter the award at once if thou wilt. Wilt thou, says Horsegould, that thy sons should be by? Then we should be no nearer an atonement than we were before, says Njal, but they will keep to the atonement which I utter. Then Horsegould said, Let us close the matter then, and handsill him peace on behalf of thy sons. So it shall be, says Njal. My will then is, that he pays 200 in silver for the slaying of Horsegould, but he may still dwell at Samstead, and yet I think it were wiser if he sold his land and changed his abode, but not for this quarrel. Neither I nor my sons will break our pledges of peace to him, but methinks it may be that someone may rise up in this country against whom he may have to be on his guard. Yet, lest it should seem that I make a man an outcast from his native place, I allow him to be here in this neighborhood, but in that case he alone is answerable for what may happen. After that Horsegould fared home, and Njal's sons woke up as he went and asked their father who had come, but he told them that his foster son Horsegould had been there. He must have come to ask a boon for lighting then, said Skarfedin. So it was, says Njal. Ill was it then, says Grim. Horsegould could not have thrown his shield before him, says Njal, if thou hadst slain him, as it was meant thou shouldst. Let us throw no blame on our father, says Skarfedin. Now it is to be said that this atonement was kept between them afterwards. 105 of Amund the Blind. That event happened 3 winters after at the Thingskala thing that Amund the Blind was at the thing. He was the son of Horsegould, Njal's son. He made men lead him about among the booths, and so he came to the booth inside which was lighting of Samstead. He made them lead him into the booth till he came before lighting. Is lighting of Samstead here? He asked. What dost thou want? Says lighting. I want to know, says Amund, what atonement thou wilt pay me for my father. I am base-born, and I have touched no fine. I have atoned for the slaying of thy father, says lighting, with a full price. And thy father's father and thy father's brothers took the money, but my brothers fell without a price as outlaws, and so it was that I had both done an ill deed, and paid dear for it. I ask not, says Amund, as to thy having paid an atonement to them. I know that ye two are now friends, but I ask this, what atonement thou wilt pay to me. None at all, says lighting. I cannot see, says Amund, how thou canst have right before God, when thou hast stricken me so near the heart, but all I can say is, that if I were blessed with the sight of both my eyes, I would have either a money fine for my father, or revenge man for man, and so may God judge between us. After that he went out. But when he came to the door of the booth, he turned short round towards the inside. Then his eyes were opened, and he said, Praised be the Lord. Now I see what his will is. With that he ran straight into the booth until he comes before lighting, and smites him with an axe on the head, so that it sunk in up to the hammer, and gives the axe a pull towards him. Lighting fell forwards and was dead at once. Amund goes out to the door of the booth, and when he got to the very same spot on which he had stood when his eyes were opened, lo! They were shut again, and he was blind all his life after. Then he made them lead him to Njal and his sons, and he told them of lighting's slaying. Thou mayest not be blamed for this, says Njal, for such things are settled by a higher power, but it is worthwhile to take warning from such events, lest we cut any short who have such near claims as Amund had. After that Njal offered an atonement to Lighting's kinsman. Horsgould the priest of whiteness had a share in bringing Lighting's kinsman to take the fine, and then the matter was put to an award, and half the fines fell away for the sake of the claim which he seemed to have on Lighting. After that men came forward with pledges of peace and good faith, and Lighting's kinsman granted pledges to Amund. Men rode home from the thing, and now all is quiet for a long while. 106 of Valgard the Guileful came back to Iceland that summer. He was then still heathen. He fared to Horf to his son Maud's house, and was there the winter over. He said to Maud, "Here I have ridden far and wide all over the neighborhood, and methinks I do not know it for the same. I came to Whiteness, and there I saw many tofts of booths and much ground levelled for building. I came to Thingscale Thing, and there I saw all our booths broken down. What is the meaning of such strange things?" New priesthoods, answers Maud, have been set up here, and a law for a fifth court, and men have declared themselves out of my thing, and have gone over to Horsgould's thing. "Illest thou repaid me," said Valgard, "for giving up to thee my priesthood, when thou hast handled it so little like a man, and now my wish is that thou shouldst pay them off by something that will drag them all down to death, and this thou canst do by setting them by the ears by talabearing, so that Njal's sons may slay Horsgould, but there are many who will have the blood feud after him, and so Njal's sons will be slain in that quarrel." "I shall never be able to get that done," says Maud. "I will give thee a plan," says Valgard. "Thou shalt ask Njal's sons to thy house, and send them away with gifts, but thou shalt keep thy tale-bearing in the background until great friendship has sprung up between you, and they trust thee no worse than their own selves. So wilt thou be able to avenge thyself on Skarphedin, for that he took thy money from thee after Gunnar's death, and in this wise, further on, thou wilt be able to seize the leadership when they are all dead and gone." This plan they settled between them should be brought to pass, and Maud said, "I would, father, that thou wouldst take on thee the new faith. Thou art an old man." "I will not do that," says Valgard. "I would rather that thou shouldst cast off the faith, and see what follows then." Maud said he would not do that. Valgard broke crosses before Maud's face, and all holy tokens. A little after Valgard took a sickness and breathed his last, and he was laid in a cairn by Horf. 107 of Maud and Njal's sons. Some while after Maud rode to Bergthorsknoll and saw Skarphedin there, he fell into very fair words with them, and so he talked the whole day, and said he wished to be good friends with them, and to see much of them. Skarphedin took it all well, but said he had never sought for anything of the kind before. So it came about that he got himself into such great friendship with them, that neither side thought they had taken any good counsel unless the other had a share in it. Njal always disliked his coming thither, and it often happened that he was angry with him. It happened one day that Maud came to Bergthorsknoll, and Maud said to Njal's sons, I have made up my mind to give a feast yonder, and I mean to drink in my airship after my father, but to that feast I wish to bid you, Njal's sons, and Kari, and at the same time I give you my word that ye shall not fare away giftless. They promised to go, and now he fares home and makes ready the feast. He bade to it many householders, and that feast was very crowded. Thither came Njal's sons and Kari. Maud gave Skarfadin a brooch of gold, and a silver belt to Kari, and good gifts to Grim and Helgi. They come home and boast of these gifts, and show them to Njal. He said they would be bought full dear, and take heed that ye do not repay the giver in the coin which he no doubt wishes to get. 108 of the slander of Maud Valgard's son. A little after Njal's sons and Horskuld were to have their yearly feasts, and they were the first to bid Horskuld to come to them. Skarfadin had a brown horse 4 winters old, both tall and sightly. He was a stallion, and had never yet been matched in fight. That horse Skarfadin gave to Horskuld, and along with him 2 mares. They all gave Horskuld gifts, and assured him of their friendship. After that Horskuld bade them to his house at Osabi, and had many guests to meet them, and a great crowd. It happened that he had just then taken down his hall, but he had built 3 outhouses, and there the beds were made. So all that were bidden came, and the feast went off very well. But when men were to go home Horskuld picked out good gifts for them, and went a part of the way with Njal's sons. The sons of Sigfus followed him and all the crowd, and both sides said that nothing should ever come between them to spoil their friendship. A little while after Maud came to Osabi and called Horskuld out to talk with him, and they went aside and spoke. What a difference in manliness there is, said Maud, between thee and Njal's sons. Thou gavest them good gifts, but they gave thee gifts with great mockery. How makest thou that out, says Horskuld. They gave thee a horse which they called a dark horse, and that they did out of mockery to thee, because they thought thee too untried. I can tell thee also that they envy thee the priesthood. Skarfadin took it up as his own at the thing when thou camest not to the thing at the summoning of the 5th court, and Skarfadin never means to let it go. That is not true, says Horskuld, for I got it back at the folkmote last harvest. Then that was Njal's doing, says Maud. They broke, too, the atonement about lighting. I do not mean to lay that at their door, says Horskuld. Well, says Maud, thou canst not deny that when ye 2, Skarfadin and thou, were going east towards Markfleet, an axe fell out from under his belt, and he meant to have slain thee then and there. It was his woodman's axe, says Horskuld, and I saw how he put it under his belt, and now, Maud, I will just tell thee this right out, that thou canst never say so much ill of Njal's sons as to make me believe it, but though there were aught in it, and it were true as thou sayest, that either I must slay them or they me, then would I far rather suffer death at their hands than work them any harm. But as for thee, thou art all the worse a man for having spoken this. After that Maud fares home. A little after Maud goes to see Njal's sons, and he talks much with those brothers and Kari. I have been told, says Maud, that Horskuld has said that thou, Skarphedin, hast broken the atonement made with lighting, but I was made aware also that he thought that thou hadst meant some treachery against him when ye two fared to Markfleet. But still, methinks that was no less treachery when he bade you to a feast at his house, and stowed you away in an outhouse that was farthest from the house, and wood was then heaped round the outhouse all night, and he meant to burn you all inside. But it so happened that Hogni Gunnar's son came that night, and naught came of their onslaught, for they were afraid of him. After that he followed you on your way and great band of men with him. Then he meant to make another onslaught on you, and set Grani Gunnar's son, and Gunnar Lambi's son to kill thee, but their hearts failed them, and they dared not to fall on thee. But when he had spoken thus, first of all they spoke against it, but the end of it was that they believed him, and from that day forth a coldness sprung up on their part towards Horskuld, and they scarcely ever spoke to him when they met, but Horskuld showed them little deference, and so things went on for a while. Next harvest Horskuld fared east to Swinefell to a feast, and Flosi gave him a hearty welcome. Hildigunnar was there too. Then Flosi spoke to Horskuld and said, Hildigunnar tells me that there is great coldness with you and Njal's sons, and methinks that is ill, and I will beg thee not to ride west, but I will get thee a homestead in Skaptafell, and I will send my brother, Thorger, to dwell at Osabi. Then some will say, says Horskuld, that I am flying thence for fear's sake, and that I will not have said. Then it is more likely that great trouble will arise, says Flosi. Ill is that then, says Horskuld, for I would rather fall unatoned, than that many should reap ill for my sake. Horskuld busked him to ride home a few nights after, but Flosi gave him a scarlet cloak, and it was embroidered with needlework down to the waist. Horskuld rode home to Osabi, and now all is quiet for a while. Horskuld was so much beloved that few men were his foes, but the same ill will went on between him and Njal's sons the whole winter through. Njal had taken as his foster child Thord, the son of Kari. He had also fostered Thorol, the son of Asgrim Eladagrim's son. Thorol was a strong man, and hardy both in body and mind. He had learned so much law that he was the third greatest lawyer in Iceland. Next spring was an early spring, and men are busy sowing their corn. 109 of Maud and Njal's sons. It happened one day that Maud came to Bergthorsk knoll. He and Kari and Njal's sons fell a talking at once, and Maud slanders Horskuld after his wont, and has now many new tales to tell, and does naught but egg Skarphedin and them on to slay Horskuld, and said he would be beforehand with them if they did not fall on him at once. I will let thee have thy way in this, says Skarphedin, if thou wilt fare with us, and have some hand in it. That I am ready to do, says Maud, and so they bound that fast with promises, and he was to come there that evening. Bergthora asked Njal, what are they talking about out of doors? I am not in their councils, says Njal, but I was seldom left out of them when their plans were good. Skarphedin did not lie down to rest that evening, nor his brothers, nor Kari. That same night, when it was well nigh spent, came Maud Valgard's son, and Njal's sons and Kari took their weapons and rode away. They fared till they came to Osabi, and bided there by a fence. The weather was good, and the sun just risen. 110 The slaying of Horskuld. The priest of whiteness. About that time Horskuld, the priest of whiteness, awoke. He put on his clothes, and threw over him his cloak, Flosi's gift. He took his corn sieve, and had his sword in his other hand, and walks towards the fence, and sows the corn as he goes. Skarphedin and his band had agreed that they would all give him a wound. Skarphedin sprang up from behind the fence, but when Horskuld saw him he wanted to turn away. Then Skarphedin ran up to him and said, "Don't try to turn on thy heel." Whiteness priest and hews at him, and the blow came on his head, and he fell on his knees. Horskuld said these words when he fell, "God help me, and forgive you." Then they all ran up to him and gave him wounds. After that Maud said, "A plan comes into my mind." "What is that?" says Skarphedin. "That I shall fare home as soon as I can, but after that I will fare up to Gritwater, and tell them the tidings, and say 'tis an ill deed, but I know surely that Thorgadar will ask me to give notice of the slaying, and I will do that, for that will be the surest way to spoil their suit. I will also send a man to Osabi and know how soon they take any counsel in the matter, and that man will learn all these tidings thence, and I will make believe that I have heard them from him." "Do so by all means," says Skarphedin. Those brothers fared home, and Kari with them, and when they came home they told Njal the tidings. "Sorrowful tidings are these," says Njal, "and such are ill to hear, forsooth to say this grief touches me so nearly, that methinks it were better to have lost 2 of my sons and that Horskuld lived." "It is some excuse for thee," says Skarphedin, "that thou art an old man, and it is to be looked for that this touches thee nearly. But this," says Njal, "no less than old age, is why I grieve, that I know better than thou what will come after." "What will come after?" says Skarphedin. "My death," says Njal, "and the death of my wife and of all my sons." "What dost thou foretell for me?" says Kari. "They will have hard work to go against thy good fortune, for thou wilt be more than a match for all of them." This one thing touched Njal so nearly that he could never speak of it without shedding tears. 111 Of Hildigunna and Maud. Valgard's son Hildigunna woke up and found that Horskuld was away out of his bed. "Hard have been my dreams," she said, "and not good, but go and search for him, Horskuld." So they searched for him about the homestead and found him not. By that time she had dressed herself. Then she goes and 2 men with her, to the fence, and there they find Horskuld slain. Just then, too, came up Maud Valgard's son's shepherd, and told her that Njal's sons had gone down thence, and he said, "Skarphedin called out to me and gave notice of the slaying as done by him. It were a manly deed," she says, "if one man had been at it." She took the cloak and wiped off all the blood with it, and wrapped the gouts of gore up in it, and so folded it together and laid it up in her chest. Now she sent a man up to Gritwater to tell the tidings thither, but Maud was there before him, and had already told the tidings. There, too, was come Kettle of the Mark. Thorgerdar said to Kettle, "Now is Horskuld dead as we know, and now bear in mind what thou promisedst to do when thou tookest him for thy foster child." "It may well be," says Kettle, "that I promised very many things then, for I thought not that these days would ever befall us that have now come to pass, but yet I am come into a strait, for Nose is next of kin to I since I have Njal's daughter to wife. Art thou willing," then says Thorgerdar, "that Maud should give notice of the suit for the slaying?" "I know not that," says Kettle, "for me ill comes from him more often than good." But as soon as ever Maud began to speak to Kettle he fared the same as others, in that he thought as though Maud would be true to him, and so the end of their counsel was that Maud should give notice of the slaying, and get ready the suit in every way before the thing. Then Maud fared down to Osabi, and thither came 9 neighbours who dwelt nearest the spot. Maud had 10 men with him. He shows the neighbours Horskuld's wounds, and takes witness to the hurts, and names a man as the dealer of every wound save one, that he made as though he knew not who had dealt it, but that wound he had dealt himself. But the slaying he gave notice of at Skarphedin's hand, and the wounds at his brother's and Kari's. After that he called on 9 neighbours who dwelt nearest the spot to ride away from home to the Althing on the inquest. After that he rode home. He scarce ever met Njal's sons, and when he did meet them, he was cross, and that was part of their plan. The slaying of Horskuld was heard over all the land, and was ill spoken of. Njal's sons went to see Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and asked him for aid. "Ye very well know that ye may look that I shall help you in all great suits, but still my heart is heavy about this suit, for there are many who have the blood feud, and this slaying is ill spoken of over all the land." Now Njal's sons fare home. 112 The pedigree of Gudmund the Powerful. There was a man named Gudmund the Powerful, who dwelt at Modruval in Ijafirth. He was the son of Ijolf the son of Einar. 1. Gudmund was a mighty chief, wealthy in goods. He had in his house 100 hired servants. He overbore in rank and weight all the chiefs in the north country, so that some left their homesteads, but some he put to death, and some gave up their priesthoods for his sake, and from him are come the greatest part of all the picked and famous families in the land, such as the Point dwellers and the Skellungs and the Vam dwellers and the Fleetman and Kettle the bishop, and many of the greatest men. Gudmund was a friend of Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and so he hoped to get his help. Endnots. 1. Einar was the son of Audun the Bald, the son of Thorolf Butter, the son of Thorstein the Unstable, the son of Grim with the Tuft. The mother of Gudmund was Holberg, the daughter of Thorodhelm, but the mother of Holbra was Reginlifer, daughter of Semund the South Islander. After him is named Semundslith in Skagarfirth. The mother of Ijolf, Gudmund's father, was Valgadar Runolf's daughter. The mother of Valgadar was Valbjorg. Her mother was Jorunna the Disowned, a daughter of King Oswald the Saint. The mother of Einar, the father of Ijolf, was Helga, a daughter of Helgi the Lean, who took Ijafirth as the first settler. Helgi was the son of Eyvind the Easterling. The mother of Helgi was Rayforta, the daughter of Kival, the King. The mother of Helga, Helgi's daughter, was Thruna the Horned, daughter of Ketil Flatnose, the son of Bjorn the Rough-footed, the son of Grim, lord of Sogn. The mother of Grim was Hervora, but the mother of Hervora was Thorgada, daughter of King Halig of Helgeland. Thorlauga was the name of Gudmund the Powerful's wife. She was a daughter of Atli the Strong, the son of Alif the Eagle, the son of Bod, the son of Jorkitil, the son of Ref, the son of Skidi the Old. Herdisa was the name of Thorlauga's mother, a daughter of Thord of the Head, the son of Bjorn Butter Carrier, the son of Rold, the son of Rodlaug the Sad, the son of Bjorn Ironside, the son of Ragnar Heribreeks, the son of Sigurd Ring, the son of Ranva, the son of Rabad. The mother of Herdisa, Thord's daughter, was Thorgada, Skidi's daughter. Her mother was Frigida, a daughter of Kival, the King. 113 of Snorri the priest, and his stock. There was a man named Snorri, who was surnamed the priest. He dwelt at Helgafell before Gudruna Oswif's daughter bought the land of him, and dwelt there till she died of old age. But Snorri then went and dwelt at Vamsfirth on Silingdale's tongue. Thorgrim was the name of Snorri's father, and he was a son of Thorstein Codcatcher. 1. Snorri was a great friend of Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and he looked for help there also. Snorri was the wisest and shrewdest of all these men in Iceland who had not the gift of foresight. He was good to his friends, but grim to his foes. At that time there was a great riding to the thing out of all the quarters, and men had many suits set on foot. End notes. 1. Thorstein Codcatcher was the son of Thorolf Mostruskeg, the son of Ornolf Fish Driver, but Ari the Wise says he was the son of Thorgil Radicide. Thorolf Mostruskeg had to wife Oskar, the daughter of Thorstein the Red. The mother of Thorgrim was named Thora, a daughter of Olif the Shy, the son of Thorstein the Red, the son of Olif the White, the son of Ingiard, the son of Helgi, but the mother of Ingiard was Thora, a daughter of Sigurd Snakeeye, son of Ragnar Heribreeks, but the mother of Snorri the priest was Thordisa, the daughter of Sir, and the sister of Gisli. 114 of Flosi. Thord's son Flosi hears of Horsguld's slaying, and that brings him much grief and wrath, but still he kept his feelings well in hand. He was told how the suit had been set on foot, as has been said, for Horsguld's slaying, and he said little about it. He sent word to Hall of the Side, his father-in-law, and Tulgit his son, that they must gather in a great company at the thing. Ulgit was thought the most hopeful man for a chief away there east. It had been foretold that if he could ride 3 summers running to the thing, and come safe and sound home, that then he would be the greatest chief in all his family, and the oldest man. He had then ridden 1 summer to the thing, and now he meant to ride the 2nd time. Flosi sent word to Cole Thorstein's son, and Glum the son of Hilda the Old, the son of Jelif, the son of Arnund Walletback, and to Modulf Ketil's son, and they all rode to meet Flosi. Hall gave his word, to gather a great company, and Flosi rode till he came to Kirkby, to Surtusbjorn's son. Then Flosi sent after Kolbenijil's son, his brother's son, and he came to him there. Thence he rode to Hedbrink. There dwelt Thorgrim the Showy, the son of Thorkel the Fair. Flosi begged him to ride to the Althing with him, and he said yea to the journey, and spoke thus to Flosi, Often hast thou been more glad, master, than thou art now, but thou hast some right to be so. Of a truth said Flosi, that hath now come on my hands, which I would give all my goods that it had never happened. Ill seed has been sown, and so an ill crop will spring from it. Thence he rode over Amstack Sheath, and so to Solheim that evening. There dwelt Lodmund Wulf's son, but he was a great friend of Flosi, and there he stayed that night, and next morning Lodmund rode with him into the dale. There dwelt Runulf, the son of Wulf or Priest. Flosi said to Runulf, Here we shall have true stories as to the slaying of Horskuld, the priest of whiteness. Thou art a truthful man, and hast got at the truth by asking, and I will trust to all that thou tellest me as to what was the cause of quarrel between them. There is no good in mincing the matter, said Ranulf, but we must say outright that he has been slain for less than no cause, and his death is a great grief to all men. No one thinks it so much a loss as Njal, his foster father. Then they will be ill off for help from men, says Flosi, and they will find no one to speak up for them. So it will be, says Ranulf, unless it be otherwise foredoomed. What has been done in the suit, says Flosi. Now the neighbours have been summoned on the inquest, says Ranulf, and due notice given of the suit for manslaughter. Who took that step, asks Flosi. Maud Valgard's son, says Ranulf. How far is that to be trusted, says Flosi. He is of my kin, says Ranulf, but still if I tell the truth of him, I must say that more men reap ill than good from him. But this one thing I will ask of thee, Flosi, that thou givest rest to thy wrath, and takest the matter up in such a way as may lead to the least trouble. For Njal will make a good offer, and so will others of the best men. Ride thou then to the thing, Ranulf, said Flosi, and thy words shall have much weight with me, unless things turn out worse than they should. After that they ceased speaking about it, and Ranulf promised to go to the thing. Ranulf sent word to Hafr the Wise, his kinsman, and he rode thither at once. Thence Flosi rode to Osabi. 115 of Flosi and Hildigunna. Hildigunna was out of doors, and said, Now shall all the men of my household be out of doors when Flosi rides into the yard, but the women shall sweep the house and deck it with hangings, and make ready the high seat for Flosi. Then Flosi rode into the town, and Hildigunna turned to him and said, Come in safe and sound and happy, kinsman, and my heart is fain at thy coming hither. Here, says Flosi, we will break our fast, and then we will ride on. Then their horses were tethered, and Flosi went into the sitting room and sat him down, and spurned the high seat away from him on the dais, and said, I am neither king nor earl, and there is no need to make a high seat for me to sit on, nor is there any need to make a mock of me. Hildigunna was standing close by, and said, It is ill if it mislikes thee, for this we did with a whole heart. If thy heart is whole towards me, then what I do will praise itself if it be well done, but it will blame itself if it be ill done. Hildegunna laughed a cold laugh, and said, There is nothing new in that, we will go nearer yet ere we have done. She sat her down by Flosi, and they talked long and low. After that the board was laid, and Flosi and his band washed their hands. Flosi looked hard at the towel and saw that it was all in rags, and had one end torn off. He threw it down on the bench and would not wipe himself with it, but tore off a piece of the tablecloth, and wiped himself with that, and then threw it to his men. After that Flosi sat down to the board and bade men eat. Then Hildegunna came into the room and went before Flosi, and threw her hair off her eyes and wept. Heavy-hearted art thou now, kinswoman, said Flosi, when thou weepest, but still it is well that thou shouldst weep for a good husband. What vengeance or help shall I have of thee, she says. I will follow up thy suit, said Flosi, to the utmost limit of the law, or strive for that atonement which good men and true shall say that we ought to have as full amends. Horsegould would avenge thee, she said, if he had the blood feud after thee. Thou lackest not grimness, answered Flosi, and what thou wantest is plain. Arna Ornolf's son, of Forswaterwood, said Hildegunna, had done less wrong towards Thordfri's priest thy father, and yet thy brothers Kolbein and Njal slew him at Skaptafell's thing. Then Hildegunna went back into the hall and unlocked her chest, and then she took out the cloak, Flosi's gift, and in it Horsegould had been slain, and there she had kept it, blood and all. Then she went back into the sitting room with the cloak. She went up silently to Flosi. Flosi had just then eaten his full, and the board was cleared. Hildegunna threw the cloak over Flosi, and the gore rattled down all over him. Then she spoke and said, This cloak, Flosi, thou gavest to Horsegould, and now I will give it back to thee. He was slain in it, and I call God and all good men to witness, that I abjure thee, by all the might of thy Christ, and by thy manhood and bravery, to take vengeance for all those wounds which he had on his dead body, or else to be called every man's dastard. Flosi threw the cloak off him and hurled it into her lap, and said, Thou art the greatest hell hag, and thou wishest that we should take that course which will be the worst for all of us. But women's counsel is ever cruel. Flosi was so stirred at this, that sometimes he was blood-red in the face, and sometimes ashy pale as withered grass, and sometimes blue as death. Flosi and his men rode away. He rode to Holtford, and there waits for the sons of Sigfus and other of his men. Ingiard dwelt at the springs. He was the brother of Rodney, Horsegould Njal's son's mother. 1. Ingiard had to wife Thraslauga, the daughter of Njal, the son of Thordfri's priest. 2. Flosi sent word to Ingiard to come to him, and Ingiard went at once, with 14 men. They were all of his household. Ingiard was a tall man and a strong, and slow to meddle with other men's business, one of the bravest of men, and very bountiful to his friends. Flosi greeted him well, and said to him, Great trouble hath now come on me and my brothers-in-law, and it is hard to see our way out of it. I beseech thee not to part from my suit until this trouble is past and gone. I am come into a strait myself, said Njal, for the sake of the ties that there are between me and Njal and his sons, and other great matters which stand in the way. I thought, said Flosi, when I gave away my brother's daughter to thee, that thou gavest me thy word to stand by me in every suit. It is most likely, says Njal, that I shall do so, but still I will now, first of all, ride home, and thence to the thing. End notes. 1. They were children of Horsgould the White, the son of Ingiad the Strong, the son of Jurfin the Red, the son of Solvi, the son of Thorstein Bersark Spain. 2. The mother of Njal was Thraslauga, the daughter of Thorstein Titling. The mother of Thraslauga was Unna, the daughter of Evindkaf. 116 of Flosi and Maud and the sons of Sigfus. The sons of Sigfus heard how Flosi was at Holtford, and they rode thither to meet him, and there were Kettle of the Mark, and Lambi his brother, Thorkel and Maud, the sons of Sigfus, Sigmund their brother, and Lambi Sigurd's son, and Gunnar Lambi's son, and Grani Gunnar's son, and Vebrand Hammond's son. Flosi stood up to meet them, and greeted them gladly. So they went down the river. Flosi had the whole story from them about the slaying, and there was no difference between them and Kettle of the Mark's story. Flosi spoke to Kettle of the Mark, and said, This now I ask of thee, how tightly are your hearts knit as to this suit, thou and the other sons of Sigfus? My wish is, said Kettle, that there should be peace between us, but yet I have sworn an oath not to part from this suit till it has been brought somehow to an end, and to lay my life on it. Thou art a good man and true, said Flosi, and it is well to have such men with one. Then Grani Gunnar's son and Lambi Sigurd's son both spoke together, and said, We wish for outlawry and death. It is not given us, said Flosi, both to share and choose, we must take what we can get. I have had it in my heart, says Grani, ever since they slew Thrain by Markfleet, and after that his son Horsgould, never to be atoned with them by a lasting peace, for I would willingly stand by when they were all slain, every man of them. Thou hast stood so near to them, said Flosi, that thou mightest have avenged these things hadst thou had the heart and manhood. Methinks thou and many others now ask for what ye would give much money hereafter never to have had a share in. I see this clearly, that though we slay Njal or his sons, still they are men of so great worth, and of such good family, that there will be such a blood feud and hue and cry after them, that we shall have to fall on our knees before many a man, and beg for help, ere we get an atonement and find our way out of this strait. Ye may make up your minds, then, that many will become poor who before had great goods, but some of you will lose both goods and life. Maud Valgard's son rode to meet Flosi, and said he would ride to the thing with him with all his men. Flosi took that well, and raised a matter of a wedding with him, that he should give away Ranviga his daughter to Starkad Flosi's brother's son, who dwelt at Starfell. Flosi did this because he thought he would so make sure both of his faithfulness and force. Maud took the wedding kindly, but handed the matter over to Jija the White, and bade him talk about it at the thing. Maud had to wife Thorkatla, Jija the White's daughter. They two, Maud and Flosi, rode both together to the thing, and talked the whole day, and no man knew aught of their counsel. 117 Njal and Scarfadin talk together now. We must say how Njal said to Scarfadin, "What plan have ye laid down for yourselves, thou and thy brothers and Kari?" "Little reck we of dreams in most matters," said Scarfadin, "but if thou must know, we shall ride to Tung to Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and thence to the thing. But, what meanest thou to do about thine own journey, father?" "I shall ride to the thing," says Njal, "for it belongs to my honor not to be severed from your suit so long as I live. I ween that many men will have good words to say of me, and so I shall stand you in good stead, and do you no harm." There, too, was Thorol Asgrim's son, and Njal's fosterson. The sons of Njal laughed at him because he was clad in a coat of russet, and asked how long he meant to wear that. "I shall have thrown it off," he said, "when I have to follow up the blood feud for my foster father." "There will ever be most good in thee," said Njal, "when there is most need of it." So they all busked them to ride away from home, and were nigh 30 men in all, and rode till they came to Thursoeata. Then came after them Njal's kinsmen, Thorleif Crow, and Thorgrim the Big. They were Holdthor's sons, and offered their help and following to Njal's sons, and they took that gladly. So they rode all together across Thursoeata, until they came on Lax's water bank, and took a rest and baited their horses there, and their Jalti Skegai's son came to meet them, and Njal's sons fell to talking with him, and they talked long and low. "Now, I will show," said Jalti, "that I am not black-hearted. Njal has asked me for help, and I have agreed to it, and given my word to aid him. He has often given me and many others the worth of it in cunning counsel." Jalti tells Njal all about Flosi's doings. They sent Thorol on to Tung to tell Asgrim that they would be there that evening, and Asgrim made ready at once, and was out of doors to meet them when Njal rode into the town. Njal was clad in a blue cape, and had a felt hat on his head, and a small axe in his hand. Asgrim helped Njal off his horse, and led him and sate him down in his own seat. After that they all went in, Njal's sons and Kari. Then Asgrim went out. Jalti wished to turn away, and thought there were too many there, but Asgrim caught hold of his reins, and said he should never have his way in riding off, and made men unsaddle their horses, and led Jalti in and sate him down by Njal's side, but Thorleif and his brother sat on the other bench and their men with them. Asgrim sate him down on a stool before Njal, and asked, "What says thy heart about our matter?" "It speaks rather heavily," says Njal, "for I am afraid that we shall have no lucky men with us in the suit, but I would, friend, that thou shouldest send after all the men who belong to thy thing, and ride to the Althing with me." "I have always meant to do that," says Asgrim, "and this I will promise thee at the same time, that I will never leave thy cause while I can get any men to follow me." But all those who were in the house thanked him, and said that was bravely spoken. They were there that night, but the day after all Asgrim's band came thither. And after that they all rode together till they come up on the Thing field, and fit up their booths. 118 A Scrim and Njal's sons pray men for help. By that time Flosi had come to the thing, and filled all his booths. Ranulf filled the dale dwellers' booths, and moored the booths of the men from Rangriver. Hall of the Side had long since come from the east, but scarce any of the other men, but still Hall of the Side had come with a great band, and joined this at once to Flosi's company, and begged him to take an atonement and to make peace. Hall was a wise man and good-hearted. Flosi answered him well in everything, but gave way in nothing. Hall asked what men had promised him help. Flosi named Maud Valgard's son, and said he had asked for his daughter at the hand of his kinsman Starkard. Hall said she was a good match, but it was ill dealing with Maud, and that thou wilt put to the proof ere this thing be over. After that they ceased talking. One day Njal and a Scrim had a long talk in secret. Then all at once a Scrim sprang up and said to Njal's sons, "We must set about seeking friends, that we may not be overborne by force, for this suit will be followed up boldly." Then a Scrim went out, and Helgi Njal's son next, then Kari Somun's son, then Grim Njal's son, then Skarfadin, then Thorol, then Thorgrim the Big, then Thorleif Crow. They went to the booth of Jaiju the White and inside it. Jaiju stood up to meet them, and bade them sit down and drink. "Not thitherward," says a Scrim, "tends our way, and we will speak our errand out loud, and not mutter and mouth about it. What help shall I have from thee, as thou art my kinsman?" "Joran, my sister," said Jaiju, "would wish that I should not shrink from standing by thee, and so it shall be now and hereafter, that we will both of us have the same fate." A Scrim thanked him, and went away afterwards. Then Skarfadin asked, "Whither shall we go now?" "To the booths of the men of Ulfus," says a Scrim. So they went thither, and a Scrim asked whether Skapti Thorod's son were in the booth. He was told that he was. Then they went inside the booth. Skapti sate on the crossbench, and greeted a Scrim, and he took the greeting well. Skapti offered a Scrim a seat by his side, but a Scrim said he should only stay there a little while, "But still we have an errand to thee." "Let me hear it," says Skapti. "I wish to beg thee for thy help, that thou wilt stand by us in our suit." "One thing I had hoped," says Skapti, "and that is, that neither you nor your troubles would ever come into my dwelling." "Such things are ill spoken," says a Scrim, "when a man is the last to help others, when most lies on his aid." "Who is yon man?" says Skapti, "before whom 4 men walk, a big burly man, and pale-faced, unlucky-looking, well-knit, and troll-like?" "My name is Skarfadin," he answers, "and thou hast often seen me at the thing, but in this I am wiser than you, that I have no need to ask what thy name is." "Thy name is Skapti Thorod's son, but before thou calledst thyself Bristlepole after thou hadst slain Kettle of Elder, then thou shavedst thy pole, and puttedst pitch on thy head, and then thou hiredst thralls to cut up a sod of turf, and thou creptest underneath it to spend the night. After that thou wentest to Thorolf Lopt son of Ura, and he took thee on board, and bore thee out here in his meal sacks. After that a Scrim and his band went out, and Skarphedin asked, "Whither shall we go now?" "To Snorri the priest's booth," says a scrim. Then they went to Snorri's booth. There was a man outside before the booth, and a scrim asked whether Snorri were in the booth. The man said he was. A scrim went into the booth, and all the others. Snorri was sitting on the crossbench, and a scrim went and stood before him, and hailed him well. Snorri took his greeting blithely, and bade him sit down. A scrim said he should be only a short time there, but we have an errand with thee. Snorri bade him tell it. "I would," said a scrim, "that thou wouldst come with me to the court, and stand by me with thy help, for thou art a wise man, and a great man of business." "Suits fall heavy on us now," says Snorri the priest, "and now many men push forward against us, and so we are slow to take up the troublesome suits of other men from other quarters." "Thou mayest stand excused," says a scrim, "for thou art not in our debt for any service." "I know," says Snorri, "that thou art a good man and true, and I will promise thee this, that I will not be against thee, and not yield help to thy foes." A scrim thanked him, and Snorri the priest asked, "Who is that man before whom four go, pale-faced, and sharp-featured, and who shows his front teeth, and has his axe aloft on his shoulder?" "My name is Hidin," he says, "but some men call me Skarphedin by my full name, but what more hast thou to say to me?" This said Snorri the priest, "That methinks thou art a well-knit, ready-handed man, but yet I guess that the best part of thy good fortune is past, and I ween thou hast now not long to live." "That is well," says Skarphedin, "for that is a debt we all have to pay, but still it were more needful to avenge thy father than to foretell my fate in this way." "Many have said that before," says Snorri, "and I will not be angry at such words." After that they went out, and got no help there. Then they fared to the booths of the men of Skagafirth. There Hafr, one, the wealthy, had his booth. The mother of Hafr was named Thrunna. She was a daughter of Aspbjorn Bald Pat of Merka, the son of Rosbjorn. A scrim and his band went into the booth, and Hafr sate in the midst of it, and was talking to a man. A scrim went up to him, and bailed him well. He took it kindly, and bade him sit down. "This I would ask of thee," said a scrim, "that thou wouldst grant me and my sons-in-law help." Hafr answered sharp and quick, and said he would have nothing to do with their troubles. "But still I must ask who that pale-faced man is before whom four men go, so ill-looking, as though he had come out of the sea crags." "Never mind, milksop that thou art," said Skarphedin, "who I am, for I will dare to go forward wherever thou standest before me, and little would I fear though such striplings were in my path. 'Twere rather thy duty, to get back thy sister Swanlauga, whom his iron sword and his messmate Steedacol took away out of thy house, but thou didst not dare to do aught against them." "Let us go out," said a scrim, "there is no hope of help here." Then they went out to the booths of men of Modruval, and asked whether Gudmund the Powerful were in the booth, but they were told he was. Then they went into the booth. There was a high seat in the midst of it, and there sate Gudmund the Powerful. A scrim went and stood before him, and hailed him. Gudmund took his greeting well, and asked him to sit down. I will not sit, said a scrim, but I wish to pray thee for help, for thou art a bold man and a mighty chief. I will not be against thee, said Gudmund, but if I see fit to yield thee help, we may well talk of that afterwards. And so he treated them well and kindly in every way. A scrim thanked him for his words, and Gudmund said, There is one man in your band at whom I have gazed for a while, and he seems to me more terrible than most men that I have seen. Which is he, says a scrim. For go before him, says Gudmund. Dark brown is his hair, and pale is his face, tall of growth and sturdy. So quick and shifty in his manliness that I would rather have his following than that of 10 other men, but yet the man is unlucky looking. I know, said Skarphedin, that thou speakest at me, but it does not go in the same way as to luck with me and thee. I have blame, indeed, from the slaying of Horskuld, the whiteness priest, as is fair and right, but both Thorkel Foulmouth and Thorhelgi's son spread abroad bad stories about thee, and that has tried thy temper very much. Then they went out, and Skarphedin said, Whither shall we go now? To the booths of the men of light water, said a scrim. There Thorkel Foulmouth, too, had set up his booth. Thorkel Foulmouth had been abroad and worked his way to fame in other lands. He had slain a robber east in Jämtland's wood, and then he fared on east into Sweden, and was a messmate of Sorkva the churl, and they harried eastward but to the east of Baltic side, 3, Thorkel had to fetch water for them one evening. Then he met a wild man of the woods, 4, and struggled against him long, but the end of it was that he slew the wild man. Thence he fared east into Adelsisla, and there he slew a flying fire drake. After that he fared back to Sweden, and thence to Norway, and so out to Iceland, and let these deeds of daring do be carved over his shut bed, and on the stool before his high seat. He fought, too, on light water way with his brothers against Gudmund the Powerful, and the men of light water won the day. He and Thorhelgi's son spread abroad bad stories about Gudmund. Thorkel said there was no man in Iceland with whom he would not fight in single combat, or yield an inch to, if need were. He was called Thorkel Foulmouth, because he spared no one with whom he had to do either in word or deed. Endnots. 1. Hafr was the son of Thorkel, the son of Eric of Goodale, the son of Gurmund, the son of Rold, the son of Eric Fritzlebeard who felled Gritgarth in Sonerdale in Norway. 2. Thorkel was the son of Thorge the priest, the son of Jorfi, the son of Thorkel the Long, but the mother of Thorge was Thrunna, the daughter of Thorstein, the son of Sigmund, son of Bard of the Nip. The mother of Thorkel Foulmouth was named Gudrida. She was a daughter of Thorkel the Black of Lydrajath, the son of Thoratag, the son of Ketil the Seal, the son of Ornolf, the son of Bjornolf, the son of Grimhericheek, the son of Ketil Hang, the son of Holbjorn Half-Troll. 3. Baltic side. This probably means a part of the Finnish coast in the Gulf of Bothnia. See Forum. Soga, 12. 264-5, for wild man of the woods. In the original Fingorkn, a fabulous monster, half man and half beast. 119 of Skarphedin and Thorkel Foulmouth. A Scrim and his fellows went to Thorkel Foulmouth's booth, and a Scrim said then to his companions, "This booth Thorkel Foulmouth owns, a great champion, and it were worth much to us to get his help. We must here take heed in everything, for he is self-willed and bad-tempered. And now I will beg thee, Skarphedin, not to let thyself be led into our talk." Skarphedin smiled at that. He was so clad, he had on a blue kirtle and grey breeks, and black shoes on his feet, coming high up his leg, he had a silver belt about him, and that same axe in his hand with which he slew Thrain, and which he called the Ogress of War, a round buckler, and a silken band round his brow, and his hair brushed back behind his ears. He was the most soldier-like of men, and by that all men knew him. He went in his appointed place, and neither before nor behind. Now they went into the booth and into its inner chamber. Thorkel sate in the middle of the cross-bench, and his men away from him on all sides. A Scrim hailed him, and Thorkel took the greeting well, and a Scrim said to him, "For this have we come hither, to ask help of thee, and that thou wouldst come to the court with us." "What need can ye have of my help?" said Thorkel, "when ye have already gone to Gudmund. He must surely have promised thee his help." "We could not get his help," says a Scrim. "Then Gudmund thought the suit likely to make him foes," said Thorkel, "and so no doubt it will be, for such deeds are the worst that have ever been done, nor do I know what can have driven you to come hither to me, and to think that I should be easier to undertake your suit than Gudmund, or that I would back a wrongful quarrel." Then a Scrim held his peace, and thought it would be hard work to win him over. Then Thorkel went on and said, "Who is that big and ugly fellow, before whom 4 men go, pale-faced and sharp-featured, and unlucky-looking, and cross-grained?" "My name is Skarphedin," said Skarphedin, "and thou hast no right to pick me out, a guiltless man, for thy railing. It never has befallen me to make my father bow down before me, or to have fought against him, as thou didst with thy father. Thou hast ridden little to the Althing, or toiled in quarrels at it, and no doubt it is handier for thee to mind thy milking pails at home than to be here at Ackwater in idleness. But stay, it were as well if thou pickedst out from thy teeth that steak of mare's rump which thou atest ere thou rodest to the Thing, while thy shepherd looked on all the while, and wondered that thou couldst work such filthiness." Then Thorkel sprang up in mickle wrath, and clutched his short sword and said, "This sword I got in Sweden when I slew the greatest champion, but since then I have slain many a man with it, and as soon as ever I reach thee I will drive it through thee, and thou shalt take that for thy bitter words." Skarphedin stood with his axe aloft, and smiled scornfully and said, "This axe I had in my hand when I leapt 12 ells across Markfleet and slew Thrain Sigfur's son, and 8 of them stood before me, and none of them could touch me. Never have I aimed weapon at man that I have not smitten him." And with that he tore himself from his brothers, and Kari his brother-in-law, and strode forward to Thorkel. Then Skarphedin said, "Now, Thorkel Foulmouth, Do one of these two things, sheathe thy sword and sit thee down, or I drive the axe into thy head and cleave thee down to the chine. Then Thorkel sate him down and sheathed the sword, and such a thing never happened to him either before or since. Then Asgrim and his band go out, and Skarphedin said, Whither shall we now go? Home to our booths, answered Asgrim. Then we fare back to our booths wearied of begging, says Skarphedin. In many places, said Asgrim, hast thou been rather sharp-tongued, but here now, in what Thorkel had a share, methinks thou hast only treated him as is fitting. Then they went home to their booths, and told Njal, word for word, all that had been done. Things, he said, draw on to what must be. Now Gudmund the Powerful heard what has passed between Thorkel and Skarphedin, and said, Ye all know how things fared between us and the men of Lightwater, but I have never suffered such scorn and mocking at their hands as has befallen Thorkel from Skarphedin, and this is just as it should be. Then he said to Einar of Vara, his brother, Thou shalt go with all my band, and stand by Njal's sons when the courts go out to try suits, but if they need help next summer, then I myself will yield them help. Einar agreed to that, and sent and told Asgrim, and Asgrim said, There is no man like Gudmund for nobleness of mind, and then he told it to Njal. 120 of the pleading of the suit. The next day Asgrim, and Jaija the White, and Jalti Skegai's son, and Einar of Vara, met together. There, too, was Mord Valgard's son. He had then let the suit fall from his hand, and given it over to the sons of Sigfus. Then Asgrim spoke. Thee first I speak to about this matter, Jaija the White, and thee Jalti, and thee Einar, that I may tell you how the suit stands. It will be known to all of you that Mord took up the suit, but the truth of the matter is, that Mord was at Horsgould's slaying, and wounded him with that wound, for giving which no man was named. It seems to me, then, that this suit must come to naught by reason of a lawful flaw. Then we will plead it at once, says Jalti. It is not good counsel, said Thorol Asgrim's son, that this should not be hidden until the courts are set. How so? asks Jalti. If, said Thorol, they knew now at once that the suit has been wrongly set on foot, then they may still save the suit by sending a man home from the thing, and summoning the neighbors from home over again, and calling on them to ride to the thing, and then the suit will be lawfully set on foot. Thou art a wise man, Thorol, say they, and we will take thy counsel. After that each man went to his booth. The sons of Sigfus gave notice of their suits at the Hill of Laws, and asked in what quarter courts they lay, and in what house in the district the defendants dwelt. But on the Friday night the courts were to go out to try suits, and so the thing was quiet up to that day. Many sought to bring about an atonement between them, but Flosi was steadfast, but others were still more wordy, and things looked ill. Now the time comes when the courts were to go out, on the Friday evening. Then the whole body of men at the thing went to the courts. Flosi stood south at the court of the men of Rangriva, and his band with him. There with him was Hall of the Side, and Runulf of the Dale, Wulf Priest's son, and those other men who had promised Flosi help. But north of the court of the men of Rangriva stood Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and Jaiju the White, Jalti Skegai's son, and Einar of Vara. But Njal's sons were at home at their booth, and Kari and Thorleif Crow, and Thorja Kraga, and Thorgrim the Big. They sate all with their weapons, and their band looked safe from onslaught. Njal had already prayed the judges to go into the court, and now the sons of Sigfus plead their suit. They took witness and bade Njal's sons to listen to their oath. After that they took their oath, and then they declared their suit. Then they brought forward witness of the notice. Then they bade the neighbors on the inquest to take their seats. Then they called on Njal's sons to challenge the inquest. Then up stood Thorol Asgrim's son, and took witness, and forbade the inquest by a protest to utter their finding, and his ground was, that he who had given notice of the suit was truly under the ban of the law, and was himself an outlaw. Of whom speakest thou this? says Flosi. Maud Valgard's son, said Thorol, fared to Horsgould's slaying with Njal's sons, and wounded him with that wound for which no man was named when witness was taken to the death wounds, and ye can say nothing against this, and so the suit comes to naught. 121 of the reward of atonement between Flosi and Njal. Then Njal stood up and said, This I pray, whole of the side, and Flosi, and all the sons of Sigfus, and all our men, too, that ye will not go away but listen to my words. They did so, and then he spoke thus, It seems to me as though this suit were come to naught, and it is likely it should, for it hath sprung from an ill root. I will let you all know that I loved Horsgould more than my own sons, and when I heard that he was slain, methought the sweetest light of my eyes was quenched, and I would rather have lost all my sons, and that he were alive. Now I ask thee, whole of the side, and thee Ranulf of the Dale, and thee Jalti Skegai's son, and thee Einar of Vara, and thee Hafr the Wise, that I may be allowed to make an atonement for the slaying of Horsgould on my son's behalf, and I wish that those men who are best fitted to do so shall utter the award. Jaiju, and Hafr, and Einar, spoke each on their own part, and prayed Flosi to take an atonement, and promised him their friendship in return. Flosi answered them well in all things, but still did not give his word. Then whole of the side said to Flosi, Wilt thou now keep thy word, and grant me my boon which thou hast already promised me, when I put beyond sea Thorgrim, the son of Kettle the Fat, thy kinsman, when he had slain Hawley the Red? I will grant it thee, father-in-law, said Flosi, for that alone wilt thou ask which will make my honour greater than it Iruhail was. Then said Hall, My wish is that thou shouldst be quickly atoned, and lettest good men and true make an award, and so by the friendship of good and worthy men. I will let you all know, said Flosi, that I will do according to the word of Hall, my father-in-law, and other of the worthiest men, that he and others of the best men on each side, lawfully named, shall make this award. Methinks Njal is worthy that I should grant him this. Njal thanked him and all of them, and others who were by thanked them too, and said that Flosi had behaved well. Then Flosi said, Now will I name my daysmen. One first, I name Hall, my father-in-law, Orza from Broadwater, Certus Bjorn's son of Kirkby, Modulf Kettle's son, he dwelt then at Azar, half o' the wise, and Ranulph of the Dale, and it is scarce worthwhile to say that these are the fittest men out of all my company. Now he bade Njal to name his daysmen, and then Njal stood up, and said, First of these I name, Asgrim Eladagrim's son, and Jalti Skegai's son, Chija the White, Einar of Vara, Snorri the priest, and Gudmund the powerful. After that Njal and Flosi, and the sons of Sigfus shook hands, and Njal pledged his hand on behalf of all his sons, and of Kari, his son-in-law, that they would hold to what those 12 men doomed, and one might say that the whole body of men at the thing was glad at that. Then men were sent after Snorri and Gudmund, for they were in their booths. Then it was given out that the judges in this award would sit in the court of laws, but all the others were to go away. Endnotes. 1. The true English word for arbitrator or umpire. See Job 9. 33. Neither is there any daysman betwixt us, that might lay his hand upon us both. See also Holland's translations of Livy, page 137, a more shameful precedent for the time to come, namely, that umpires and datesmen should convert the thing in suit unto their own and proper vantage. 122 Of the judges then Snorri the priest spoke thus, Now are we here 12 judges to whom these suits are handed over, now I will beg you all that we may have no stumbling blocks in these suits, so that they may not be atoned. Will ye, said Gudmund, award either the lesser or the greater outlawry? Shall they be banished from the district, or from the whole land? Neither of them, says Snorri, for those banishments are often ill fulfilled, and men have been slain for that sake, and atonements broken, but I will award so great a money fine that no man shall have had a higher price here in the land than Horskuld. They all spoke well of his words. Then they talked over the matter, and could not agree which should first utter how great he thought the fine ought to be, and so the end of it was that they cast lots, and the lot fell on Snorri to utter it. Then Snorri said, I will not sit long over this, I will now tell you what my utterance is, I will let Horskuld be atoned for with triple mamphins, but that is 600 in silver. Now ye shall change it, if ye think it too much or too little. They said that they would change it in nothing. This too shall be added, he said, that all the money shall be paid down here at the thing. Then Jija the White spoke and said, Methinks that can hardly be, for they will not have enough money to pay their fines. I know what Snorri wishes, said Gudmund the powerful, he wants that all we daysmen should give such a sum as our bounty will bestow, and then many will do as we do. Hall of the side thanked him, and said he would willingly give as much as anyone else gave, and then all the other daysmen agreed to that. After that they went away, and settled between them that Hall should utter the award at the Hill of Laws. So the bell was rung, and all men went to the Hill of Laws, and Hall of the side stood up and spoke, In this suit, in which we have come to an award, we have been all well agreed, and we have awarded 600 in silver, and half this sum we the daysmen will pay, but it must all be paid up here at the thing. But it is my prayer to all the people that each man will give something for God's sake. All answered well to that, and then Hall took witness to the award, that no one should be able to break it. Njal thanked them for their award, but Skarfadin stood by, and held his peace, and smiled scornfully. Then men went from the Hill of Laws unto their booths, but the daysmen gathered together in the freemen's churchyard the money which they had promised to give. Njal's sons handed over that money which they had by them, and Kari did the same, and that came to 100 in silver. Njal took out that money which he had with him, and that was another 100 in silver. So this money was all brought before the Hill of Laws, and then men gave so much, that not a penny was wanting. Then Njal took a silken scarf and a pair of boots and laid them on the top of the heap. After that, Hall said to Njal, that he should go to fetch his sons, but I will go for Flosi, and now each must give the other pledges of peace. Then Njal went home to his booth, and spoke to his sons and said, Now are our suits come into a fair way of settlement, now are we men atoned, for all the money has been brought together in one place. And now either side is to go and grant the other peace and pledges of good faith. I will therefore ask you this, my sons, not to spoil these things in any way. Skarfadin stroked his brow, and smiled scornfully. So they all go to the court of laws. Hall went to meet Flosi and said, Go thou now to the court of laws. For now all the money has been bravely paid down, and it has been brought together in one place. Then Flosi bade the sons of Cycphus to go up with him, and they all went out of their booths. They came from the east, but Njal went from the west to the court of laws, and his sons with him. Skarfadin went to the middle bench and stood there. Flosi went into the court of laws to look closely at the money, and said, This money is both great and good, and well paid down, as was to be looked for. After that he took up the scarf, and waved it, and asked, Who may have given this? But no man answered him. A second time he waved the scarf, and asked, Who may have given this, and laughed, but no man answered him. Then Flosi said, How is it that none of you knows who has owned this gear, or is it that none dares to tell me? Who, said Skarfadin, dost thou think, has given it? If thou must know, said Flosi, then I will tell thee. I think that thy father the beardless Carl must have given it, for many know not who look at him whether he is more a man than a woman. Such words are ill spoken, said Skarfadin, to make game of him, an old man, and no man of any worth has ever done so before. Ye may know, too, that he is a man, for he has had sons by his wife. And few of our kinsfolk have fallen unatoned by our house, so that we have not had vengeance for them. Then Skarfadin took to himself the silken scarf, but threw a pair of blue breeks to Flosi, and said he would need them more. Why, said Flosi, should I need these more? Because, said Skarfadin, thou art the sweetheart of the Swinefill's goblin, if, as men say, he does indeed turn thee into a woman every 9th night. Then Flosi spurned the money, and said he would not touch a penny of it, and then he said he would only have one of two things, either that Horsegould should fall unatoned, or they would have vengeance for him. Then Flosi would neither give nor take peace, and he said to the sons of Cycphus, Go we now home, one fate shall befall us all. Then they went home to their booth, and Hall said, Here most unlucky men have a share in this suit. Njal and his sons went home to their booth, and Njal said, Now comes to pass what my heart told me long ago, that this suit would fall heavy on us. Not so, says Scarfadin, they can never pursue us by the laws of the land. Then that will happen, says Njal, which will be worse for all of us. Those men who had given the money spoke about it, and said that they should take it back, but Gudmund the Powerful said, That shame I will never choose for myself, to take back what I have given away, either here or elsewhere. That is well spoken, they said, and then no one would take it back. Then Snorri the priest said, My counsel is, that Jaija the White and Jalti Skegai's son keep the money till the next Althing. My heart tells me that no long time will pass ere there may be need to touch this money. Jalti took half the money and kept it safe, but Jaija took the rest. Then men went home to their booths. 123 An attack planned on Njal and his sons. Flosi summoned all his men up to the great rift and went thither himself. So when all his men were come, there were 120 of them. Then Flosi spake thus to the sons of Sigfus, In what way shall I stand by you in this quarrel, which will be most to your minds? Nothing will please us, said Gunnar Lambi's son, until those brothers, Njal's sons, are all slain. This said Flosi, will I promise to you, ye sons of Sigfus, not to part from this quarrel before one of us bites the dust before the other. I will also know whether there be any man here who will not stand by us in this quarrel. But they all said they would stand by him. Then Flosi said, Come now all to me, and swear an oath that no man will shrink from this quarrel. Then all went up to Flosi and swore oaths to him, and then Flosi said, We will all of us shake hands on this, that he shall have forfeited life and land who quits this quarrel ere it be over. These were the chiefs who were with Flosi, Cole the son of Thorstein Broadpaunch, the brother's son of Hall of the Side, Rold Orza's son from Broadwater, Orza son of Arnund Walletback, Thorstein the Fair, the son of Jarlif, Glumhilda's son, Modulf Kettle's son, Thura the son of Thordelugai's son of Moratung, Kolbein and Egil Flosi's kinsman, Kettle Sigfus' son, and Maud his brother, Ingeard of the Springs, Thorkel and Lambi, Grani Gunnar's son, Gunnar Lambi's son, and Sigmund, Sigfus' son, and Raw from Romunstead. Then Flosi said to the sons of Sigfus, Choose ye now a leader, whomsoever ye think best fitted, for some one man must needs be chief over the quarrel. Then Kettle of the Mark answered, If the choice is to be left with us brothers, then we will soon choose that this duty should fall on thee. There are many things which lead to this. Thou art a man of great birth, and a mighty chief, stout of heart, and strong of body, and wise withal, and so we think it best that thou shouldst see to all that is needful in the quarrel. It is most fitting, said Flosi, that I should agree to undertake this as your prayer asks, and now I will lay down the course which we shall follow, and my counsel is, that each man ride home from the thing, and look after his household during the summer, so long as men's haymaking lasts. too, will ride home, and be at home this summer, but when that Lord's Day comes on which winter is 8 weeks off, then I will let them sing me a mass at home, and afterwards ride west across Lumnip's sand. Each of our men shall have 2 horses. I will not swell our company beyond those which have now taken the oath, for we have enough and to spare if all keep true tryst. I will ride all the Lord's Day and the night as well, but at even on the 2nd day of the week, I shall ride up to 3 Corner Ridge about mid-even. There shall ye then be all come who have sworn an oath in this matter. But if there be any one who has not come, and who has joined us in this quarrel, then that man shall lose nothing save his life, if we may have our way. How does that hang together, said Kettle, that thou canst ride from home on the Lord's Day, and come the 2nd day of the week to 3 Corner Ridge? I will ride, said Flosy, up from Skaptatung, and north of the Ijafal Jokul, and so down into Godaland, and it may be done if I ride fast. And now I will tell you my whole purpose, that when we meet there all together, we shall ride to Bergthorsk Knoll with all our band, and fall on Njal's sons with fire and sword, and not turn away before they are all dead. Ye shall hide this plan, for our lives lie on it. And now we will take to our horses and ride home. Then they all went to their booths. After that Flosy made them saddle his horses, and they waited for no man, and rode home. Flosy would not stay to meet Hall his father-in-law, for he knew of a surety that Hall would set his face against all strong deeds. Njal rode home from the Thing and his sons. They were at home that summer. Njal asked Kari his son-in-law whether he thought at all of riding east to De Holmes to his own house. I will not ride east, answered Kari, for one fate shall befall me and thy sons. Njal thanked him, and said that was only what was likely from him. There were nearly 30 fighting men in Njal's house, reckoning the house carles. One day it happened that Rodney Horsegould's daughter, the mother of Horsegould Njal's son, came to the springs. Her brother Ingiad greeted her well, but she would not take his greeting, but yet bade him go out with her. Ingiad did so, and went out with her, and so they walked away from the farmyard both together. Then she clutched hold of him and they both sat down, and Rodney said, Is it true that thou hast sworn an oath to fall on Njal, and slay him and his sons? True it is, said he. A very great dastard art thou, she says, thou, whom Njal hath thrice saved from outlawry. Still it hath come to this, says Ingiad, that my life lies on it if I do not this. Not so, says she, thou shalt live all the same, and be called a better man, if thou betrayest not him to whom thou oughtest to behave best. Then she took a linen hood out of her bag, it was clotted with blood all over, and torn and tattered, and said, This hood, Horsegould Njal's son, and thy sister's son, had on his head when they slew him. Methinks, then, it is ill-doing to stand by those from whom this mischief sprang. Well, answers Ingiad, so it shall be that I will not be against Njal whatever follows after, but still I know that they will turn and throw trouble on me. Now mightest thou, said Rodney, yield Njal and his sons great help, if thou tellest him all these plans. That I will not do, says Ingiad, for then I am every man's dastard if I tell what was trusted to me in good faith. But it is a manly deed to sunder myself from this quarrel when I know that there is a sure looking for of vengeance. But tell Njal and his sons to beware of themselves all this summer, for that will be good counsel, and to keep many men about them. Then she fared to Bergthorsk Knoll, and told Njal all this talk, and Njal thanked her, and said she had done well, for there would be more wickedness in his falling on me than of all men else. She fared home, but he told this to his sons. There was a carline at Bergthorsk Knoll, whose name was Sivuna. She was wise in many things, and foresight, but she was then very old, and Njal's sons called her an old dotard, when she talked so much, but still some things which she said came to pass. It fell one day that she took a cudgel in her hand, and went up above the house to a stack of vetches. She beat the stack of vetches with her cudgel, and wished it might never thrive, wretch that it was. Skarfedin laughed at her, and asked why she was so angry with the vetch stack. This stack of vetches, said the carline, will be taken and lighted with fire when Njal my master is burnt, house and all, and Bergthora my foster child. Take it away to the water, or burn it up as quick as you can. We will not do that, says Skarfedin, for something else will be got to light a fire with, if that were foredoomed, though this stack were not here. The carline babbled the whole summer about the vetch stack, that it should be got indoors, but something always hindered it. 124 of portents at Rakium on Skide dwelt one Runulf Thorstein's son. His son's name was Hildeglum. He went out on the night of the Lord's Day, when 9 weeks were still to winter. He heard a great crash, so that he thought both heaven and earth shook. Then he looked into the west earth, and he thought he saw thereabouts a ring of fiery hue, and within the ring a man on a grey horse. He passed quickly by him, and rode hard. He had a flaming firebrand in his hand, and he rode so close to him that he could see him plainly. He was as black as pitch, and he sung this song with a mighty voice: Here I ride swift steed, his bank flecked with rime, rain from his mane drips, horse mighty for harm, flames flare at each end, gall glows in the midst, so fares it with flows reds as this flaming brand flies, and so fares it with flows reds as this flaming brand flies. Then he thought he hurled the firebrand east towards the fells before him, and such a blaze of fire leapt up to meet it that he could not see the fells for the blaze. It seemed as though that man rode east among the flames and vanished there. After that he went to his bed, and was senseless a long time, but at last he came to himself. He bore in mind all that had happened, and told his father, but he bade him tell it to Jalti Skegai's son. So he went and told Jalti, but he said he had seen the wolves ride, and that comes ever before great tidings. 125 Flozi's journey from home. Flozi busked him from the east when 2 months were still to winter, and summoned to him all his men who had promised him help and company. Each of them had 2 horses and good weapons, and they all came to Swinefell, and were there that night. Flozi made them say prayers betimes on the Lord's Day, and afterwards they sate down to meat. He spoke to his household, and told them what work each was to do while he was away. After that he went to his horses. Flosi and his men rode first west on the sand. 1. Flosi bade them not to ride too hard at first, but said they would do well enough at that pace, and he bade all to wait for the others if any of them had need to stop. They rode west to Woodcombe, and came to Kirkby. Flosi there bade all men to come into the church, and pray to God, and men did so. After that they mounted their horses, and rode on the fell, and so to Fish Waters, and rode a little to the west of the lakes, and so struck down west on to the sand. 2. Then they left Jaffeljokel on their left hand, and so came down into Godaland, and so on to Markfleet, and came about Nuns. 3. On the second day of the week to Three Corner Ridge, and waited till mid-even. Then all had came thither save Njal of the Springs. The sons of Cycphus spoke much ill of him, but Flosi bade them not blame Njal when he was not by, but we will pay him for this hereafter. Endnots. 1. Sand Skidara Sand. 2. Sand Malifels Sand. 3. Nuns. The well-known canonical hour of the day, the 9th hour from 6 a.m., that is, about 3 o'clock when one of the church services took place. 126 of portents at Bergthorsknoll. Now we must take up the story, and turn to Bergthorsknoll, and say that Grim and Helgi go to Hola. They had children out at foster there, and they told their mother that they should not come home that evening. They were in Hola all the day, and there came some poor women and said they had come from far. Those brothers asked them for tidings, and they said they had no tidings to tell, but still we might tell you one bit of news. They asked what that might be, and bade them not hide it. They said so it should be. We came down out of Fleetleith, and we saw all the sons of Cycphus riding fully armed. They made for Three Corner Ridge, and were 15 in company. We saw 2 Grani Gunnar's son and Gunnar Lamby's son, and they were 5 in all. They took the same road, and one may say now that the whole countryside is faring and flitting about. Then said Helginjal's son, Flosi must have come from the east, and they must have all gone to meet him, and we too, Grim, should be where Scarfedin is. Grim said so it ought to be, and they fared home. That same evening Bergthora spoke to her household, and said, Now shall ye choose your meat tonight, so that each may have what he likes best, for this evening is the last that I shall set meat before my household. That shall not be, they said. It will be though she says, and I could tell you much more if I would, but this shall be a token, that Grim and Helgi will be home ere men have eaten their full tonight, and if this turns out so, then the rest that I say will happen too. After that she set meat on the board, and Njal said wondrously, Now it seems to me. Methinks I see all round the room, and it seems as though the gable wall were thrown down, but the whole board and the meat on it is one gore of blood. All thought this strange, but Scarfedin, he bade men not be downcast, nor to utter other unseemly sounds, so that men might make a story out of them. For it befits us surely more than other men to bear us well, and it is only what is looked for from us. Grim and Helgi came home ere the board was cleared, and men were much struck at that. Njal asked why they had returned so quickly, but they told what they had heard. Njal bade no man go to sleep, but to beware of themselves. 127 The Onslaught. 1. On Bergthorsk Knoll. Now Flosi speaks to his men. Now we will ride to Bergthorsk Knoll, and come thither before supper time. They do so. There was a dell in the knoll, and they rode thither, and tethered their horses there, and stayed there till the evening was far spent. Then Flosi said, Now we will go straight up to the house, and keep close, and walk slow, and see what counsel they will take. Njal stood out of doors, and his sons, and Kari and all the serving men, and they stood in array to meet them in the yard, and they were near 30 of them. Flosi halted and said, Now we shall see what counsel they take, for it seems to me, if they stand out of doors to meet us, as though we should never get the mastery over them. Then is our journey bad, says Grani Gunnar's son, if we are not to dare to fall on them. Nor shall that be, says Flosi, for we will fall on them though they stand out of doors, but we shall pay that penalty, that many will not go away to tell which side won the day. Njal said to his men, See ye now what a great band of men they have. They have both a great and well-knit band, says Skarfadin, but this is why they make a halt now, because they think it will be a hard struggle to master us. That cannot be why they halt, says Njal, and my will is that our men go indoors, for they had hard work to master Gunnar of Lithend, though he was alone to meet them, but here is a strong house as there was there, and they will be slow to come to close quarters. This is not to be settled in that wise, says Skarfadin, for those chiefs fell on Gunnar's house, who were so noble-minded, that they would rather turn back than burn him, house and all, but these will fall on us at once with fire, if they cannot get at us in any other way, for they will leave no stone unturned to get the better of us, and no doubt they think, as is not unlikely, that it will be their deaths if we escape out of their hands. Besides, I am unwilling to let myself be stifled indoors like a fox in his earth. Now, said Njal, as often it happens, my sons, ye set my counsel at naught, and show me no honor, but when ye were younger ye did not so, and then your plans were better furthered. Let us do, said Helgi, as our father wills, that will be best for us. I am not so sure of that, says Skarfadin, for now he is fey, but still I may well humour my father in this, by being burnt indoors along with him, for I am not afraid of my death. Then he said to Kari, Let us stand by one another well, brother-in-law, so that neither parts from the other. That I have made up my mind to do, says Kari, but if it should be otherwise doomed, well, then it must be as it must be, and I shall not be able to fight against it. Avenge us, and we will avenge thee, says Skarfadin, if we live after thee. Kari said so it should be. Then they all went in, and stood in array at the door. Now are they all fey, said Flosi, since they have gone indoors, and we will go right up to them as quickly as we can, and throng as close as we can before the door, and give heed that none of them, neither Kari nor Njal's sons, get away, for that were our bane. So Flosi and his men came up to the house, and set men to watch round the house, if there were any secret doors in it. But Flosi went up to the front of the house with his men. Then Roald Orz's son ran up to where Skarfadin stood, and thrust at him. Skarfadin hewed the spearhead off the shaft as he held it, and made another stroke at him, and the axe fell on the top of the shield, and dashed back the whole shield on Roald's body, but the upper horn of the axe caught him on the brow, and he fell at full length on his back, and was dead at once. Little chance had that one with thee, Skarfadin, said Kari, and thou art our boldest. I'm not so sure of that, says Skarfadin, and he drew up his lips and smiled. Kari, and Grim, and Helgi, threw out many spears, and wounded many men, but Flosi and his men could do nothing. At last Flosi said, we have already gotten great manscathe in our men, many are wounded, and he slain whom we would choose last of all. It is now clear that we shall never master them with weapons. Many now there be who are not so forward in fight as they boasted, and yet they were those who goaded us on most. I say this most to Grani Gunnar's son, and Gunnar Lambi's son, who were the least willing to spare their foes. But still we shall have to take to some other plan for ourselves, and now there are but two choices left, and neither of them good. One is to turn away, and that is our death; the other, to set fire to the house, and burn them inside it, and that is a deed which we shall have to answer for heavily before God, since we are Christian men ourselves, but still we must take to that counsel. End notes. 1. The Icelandic word is heimsón, a term which still lingers in the grave offence known in Scottish law as harmsucking. 128 Njals burning. Now they took fire, and made a great pile before the doors. Then Skarfadin said, What, lads? Are ye lighting a fire, or are ye taking to cooking? So it shall be, answered Grani Gunnar's son, and thou shalt not need to be better done. Thou repayest me, said Skarfadin, as one may look for from the man that thou art. I avenged thy father, and thou settest most store by that duty which is farthest from thee. Then the women threw way on the fire, and quenched it as fast as they lit it. Some, too, brought water, or slops. Then Cole Thorstein's son said to Flosi, a plan comes into my mind. I have seen a loft over the hall among the cross trees, and we will put the fire in there, and light it with the vetch stack that stands just above the house. Then they took the vetch stack and set fire to it, and they who were inside were not aware of it till the whole hall was ablaze over their heads. Then Flosi and his men made a great pile before each of the doors, and then the women folk who were inside began to weep and to wail. Njal spoke to them and said, Keep up your hearts, nor utter shrieks, for this is but a passing storm, and it will be long before ye have another such, and put your faith in God, and believe that He is so merciful that He will not let us burn both in this world and the next. Such words of comfort had he for them all, and others still more strong. Now the whole house began to blaze. Then Njal went to the door and said, Is Flosi so near that he can hear my voice? Flosi said that he could hear it. Wilt thou, said Njal, take an atonement from my sons, or allow any men to go out? I will not, answers Flosi, take any atonement from thy sons, and now our dealings shall come to an end once for all, and I will not stir from this spot till they are all dead, but I will allow the women and children and housecarls to go out. Then Njal went into the house, and said to the fold, Now all those must go out to whom leave is given, and so go thou out, Thoralla Asgrim's daughter, and all the people also with thee who may. Then Thoralla said, This is another parting between me and Helgi than I thought of a while ago, but still I will egg on my father and brothers to avenge this man's scathe which is wrought here. Go, and good go with thee, said Njal, for thou art a brave woman. After that she went out and much folk with her. Then Astrid of Deepback said to Helgi, Njal's son, Come thou out with me, and I will throw a woman's cloak over thee, and tie thy head with a kerchief. He spoke against it at first, but at last he did so at the prayer of others. So Astrid wrapped the kerchief round Helgi's head, but Thorhilda, Skarfadin's wife, threw the cloak over him, and he went out between them, and then Thorgerdangjal's daughter, and Helga her sister, and many other folk went out too. But when Helgi came out, Flosi said, That is a tall woman and broad across the shoulders that went yonder, take her and hold her. But when Helgi heard that, he cast away the cloak. He had got his sword under his arm, and hewed at a man, and the blow fell on his shield and cut off the point of it, and the man's leg as well. Then Flosi came up and hewed at Helgi's neck, and took off his head at a stroke. Then Flosi went to the door and called out to Njal, and said he would speak with him and Bergthora. Now Njal does so, and Flosi said, I will offer thee, Master Njal, leave to go out, for it is unworthy that thou shouldst burn indoors. I will not go out, said Njal, for I am an old man, and little fitted to avenge my sons, but I will not live in shame. Then Flosi said to Bergthora, Come thou out, housewife, for I will for no sake burn thee indoors. I was given away to Njal young, said Bergthora, and I have promised him this, that we would both share the same fate. After that they both went back into the house. What counsel shall we now take, said Bergthora. We will go to our bed, says Njal, and lay us down, I have long been eager for rest. Then she said to the boy Thord, Kari's son, thee will I take out, and thou shalt not burn in here. Thou hast promised me this, grandmother, says the boy, that we should never part so long as I wished to be with thee, but methinks it is much better to die with thee and Njal than to live after you. Then she bore the boy to her bed, and Njal spoke to his steward and said, Now thou shalt see where we lay us down, and how I lay us out, for I mean not to stir an inch hence, whether reek or burning smart me, and so thou wilt be able to guess where to look for our bones. He said he would do so. There had been an ox slaughtered and the hide lay there. Njal told the steward to spread the hide over them, and he did so. So there they lay down both of them in their bed, and put the boy between them. Then they signed themselves and the boy with the cross, and gave over their souls into God's hand, and that was the last word that men heard them utter. Then the steward took the hide and spread it over them, and went out afterwards. Kettle of the Mark caught hold of him, and dragged him out, he asked carefully after his father-in-law Njal, but the steward told him the whole truth. Then Kettle said, "Great grief hath been sent on us, when we have had to share such ill luck together." Skarphedin saw how his father laid him down, and how he laid himself out, and then he said, "Our father goes early to bed, and that is what was to be looked for he is an old man." Then Skarphedin, and Kari, and Grim, caught the brands as fast as they dropped down, and hurled them out at them, and so it went on a while. Then they hurled spears in at them, but they caught them all as they flew, and sent them back again. Then Flosi bade them cease shooting, for all feats of arms will go hard with us when we deal with them, ye may well wait till the fire overcomes them. So they do that, and shoot no more. Then the great beams out of the roof began to fall, and Skarphedin said, "Now must my father be dead, and I have neither heard groan nor cough from him." Then they went to the end of the hall, and there had fallen down a cross-beam inside which was much burnt in the middle. Kari spoke to Skarphedin, and said, "Leap thou out here, and I will help thee to do so, and I will leap out after thee, and then we shall both get away if we set about it so, for hitherward blows all the smoke." "Thou shalt leap first," said Skarphedin, "but I will leap straightway on thy heels." "That is not wise," says Kari, "for I can get out well enough elsewhere, though it does not come about here." "I will not do that," says Skarphedin, "leap thou out first, but I will leap after thee at once." "It is bidden to every man," says Kari, "to seek to save his life while he has a choice, and I will do so now, but still this parting of ours will be in such wise that we shall never see one another more, for if I leap out of the fire, I shall have no mind to leap back into the fire to thee, and then each of us will have to fare his own way." "It joys me, brother-in-law," says Skarphedin, "to think that if thou gettest away thou wilt avenge me." Then Kari took up a blazing bench in his hand, and runs up along the cross-beam, then he hurls the bench out at the roof, and it fell among those who were outside. Then they ran away, and by that time all Kari's upper clothing and his hair were ablaze. Then he threw himself down from the roof, and so crept along with the smoke. Then one man said, "Who was nearest? Was that a man that leapt out at the roof?" "Far from it," says another, "more likely it was Skarphedin who hurled a firebrand at us." After that they had no more mistrust. Kari ran till he came to a stream, and then he threw himself down into it, and so quenched the fire on him. After that he ran along under shelter of the smoke into a hollow, and rested him there, and that has since been called Kari's Hollow. 129 Skarphedin's death. Now it is to be told of Skarphedin that he runs out on the cross-beam straight after Kari, but when he came to where the beam was most burnt, then it broke down under him. Skarphedin came down on his feet, and tried again the second time, and climbs up the wall with a run. Then down on him came the wall plate, and he toppled down again inside. Then Skarphedin said, "Now one can see what will come," and then he went along the side wall. Gunnar-Lambi's son leapt up on the wall and seized Skarphedin. He spoke thus, "Weepest thou now, Skarphedin?" "Not so," says Skarphedin, but true it is that the smoke makes one's eyes smart. But is it as it seems to me, dost thou laugh? So it is surely, says Gunnar, and I have never laughed since thou slewest Thrain on Markfleet. Then Skarphedin said, Here now is a keepsake for thee, and with that he took out of his purse the jaw-tooth which he had hewn out of Thrain, and threw it at Gunnar, and struck him in the eye, so that it started out and lay on his cheek. Then Gunnar fell down from the roof. Skarphedin then went to his brother Grim, and they held one another by the hand and trode the fire, but when they came to the middle of the hole Grim fell down dead. Then Skarphedin went to the end of the house, and then there was a great crash, and down fell the roof. Skarphedin was then shut in between it and the gable, and so he could not stir a step thence. Flosi and his band stayed by the fire until it was broad daylight, then came a man riding up to them. Flosi asked him for his name, but he said his name was Gurmund, and that he was a kinsman of the sons of Sigfus. Ye have done a mighty deed, he says. Men, said Flosi, will call it both a mighty deed and an ill deed, but that can't be helped now. How many men have lost their lives here, asks Gurmund. Here have died, says Flosi, Njal and Bergthora and all their sons, Thord Kari's son, Kari Somund's son, but besides these we cannot say for a surety, because we know not their names. Thou tellest him now dead, said Gurmund, with whom we have gossiped this morning. Who is that, says Flosi. We two, says Gurmund, I and my neighbour Bard, met Kari Somund's son, and Bard gave him his horse, and his hair and his upper clothes were burned off him. Had he any weapons, asks Flosi. He had the sword Leiflulla, says Gurmund, and one edge of it was blue with fire, and Bard and I said that it must have become soft, but he answered thus, that he would harden it in the blood of the sons of Sigfus or the other burners. What said he of Skarphedin, said Flosi. He said both he and Grim were alive, answers Gurmund, when they parted, but he said that now they must be dead. Thou hast told us a tale, said Flosi, which bodes us no idle peace, for that man hath now got away who comes next to Gunnar of Lithend in all things, and now, ye sons of Sigfus, and ye other burners, know this, that such a great blood feud, and hue and cry will be made about this burning, that it will make many a man headless, but some will lose all their goods. Now I doubt much whether any man of you, ye sons of Sigfus, will dare to stay in his house, and that is not to be wondered at, and so I will bid you all to come and stay with me in the east, and let us all share one fate. They thanked him for his offer, and said they would be glad to take it. Then Modulf Kettle's son sang a song, but one prop of Njal's house liveth, all the rest inside are burnt, all but one, those bounteous spenders, Sigfus' stalwart sons wrought this, son of Golnir, one, now is glutted vengeance for brave Horsgould's death, brisk flew fire through thy dwelling, bright flames blazed above thy roof. We shall have to boast of something else than that Njal has been burnt in his house, says Flosi, for there is no glory in that. Then he went up on the gable, and Glumhilda's son, and some other men. Then Glum said, Is Skarphedin dead, indeed? but the others said he must have been dead long ago. The fire sometimes blazed up fitfully and sometimes burned low, and then they heard down in the fire beneath them that this song was sung: Deep, I ween, ye ogre offspring, devilish brood of giant birth, would ye groan with gloomy visage had the fight gone to my mind, but my very soul it gladdens that my friends, too, who now boast high, wrought not this foul deed, their glory, save with footsteps filled with gore. Can Skarphedin, think ye, have sung this song dead or alive? Said Grani Gunnar's son. I will go into no guesses about that, says Flosi. We will look for Skarphedin, says Grani, and the other men who have been here burnt inside the house. That shall not be, says Flosi, it is just like such foolish men as thou art, now that men will be gathering force all over the country, and when they do come, I trow the very same man who now lingers will be so scared that he will not know which way to run, and now my counsel is that we all ride away as quickly as ever we can. Then Flosi went hastily to his horse and all his men. Then Flosi said to Gurmund, Is Njal, thinkest thou, at home at the springs? Gurmund said he thought he must be at home. There now is a man, says Flosi, who has broken his oath with us and all good faith. Then Flosi said to the sons of Siegfried, What course will ye now take with Njal? Will ye forgive him, or shall we now fall on him and slay him? They all answered that they would rather fall on him and slay him. Then Flosi jumped on his horse, and all the others, and they rode away. Flosi rode first, and shaped his course for Rangriver, and up along the river bank. Then he saw a man riding down on the other bank of the river, and he knew that there was Njal of the springs. Flosi calls out to him. Njal halted and turned down to the river bank, and Flosi said to him, Thou hast broken faith with us, and hast forfeited life and goods. Here now are the sons of Siegfried, who are eager to slay thee, but methinks thou hast fallen into a strait, and I will give thee thy life if thou will hand over to me the right to make my own award. I will sooner ride to meet Kari, said Njal, than grant thee the right to utter thine own award, and my answer to the sons of Siegfried is this, that I shall be no whit more afraid of them than they are of me. Bide thou there, says Flosi, if thou art not a coward, for I will send thee a gift. I will bide of a surety, says Njal. Thorstein Kolbein's son, Flosi's brother's son, rode up by his side and had a spear in his hand. He was one of the bravest of men, and the most worthy of those who were with Flosi. Flosi snatched the spear from him, and launched it at Njal, and it fell on his left side, and passed through the shield just below the handle, and clove it all asunder, but the spear passed on into his thigh just above the knee-pan, and so on into the saddle tree, and there stood fast. Then Flosi said to Njal, Did it touch thee? It touched me sure enough, says Njal, but I call this a scratch and not a wound. Then Njal plucked the spear out of the wound, and said to Flosi, Now bide thou, if thou art not a milksop. Then he launched the spear back over the river. Flosi sees that the spear is coming straight for his middle, and then he backs his horse out of the way, but the spear flew in front of Flosi's horse, and missed him, but it struck Thorstein's middle, and down he fell at once dead off his horse. Now Njal runs for the wood, and they could not get at him. Then Flosi said to his men, Now have we gotten man scathed, and now we may know, when such things befall us, into what a luckless state we have got. Now it is my counsel that we ride up to Three Corner Ridge, thence we shall be able to see where men ride all over the country, for by this time they will have gathered together a great band, and they will think that we have ridden east to Fleetlyth from Three Corner Ridge, and thence they will think that we are riding north up on the fell, and so east to our own country, and thither the greater part of the folk will ride after us, but some will ride the coast road east to Ireland Smull, and yet they will think there is less hope of finding us thitherward. But I will now take counsel for all of us, and my plan is to ride up into Three Corner Fell, and bide there till 3 suns have risen and set in heaven. Endnotes. 1. Son of Golnir Njal, who was the son of Thorja Jelling or Golnir. 2. My friends ironically of course. 130 of Kari Somun's son. Now it is to be told of Kari Somun's son that he fared away from that hollow in which he had rested himself until he met Bard, and those words passed between them which Gurmund had told. Thence Kari rode to Maud, and told him the tidings, and he was greatly grieved. Kari said there were other things more befitting a man than to weep for them dead, and bade him rather gather folk and come to Holtford. After that he rode into Thursodale to Jalti Skegai's son, and as he went along Thurso water, he sees a man riding fast behind him. Kari waited for the man, and knows that he was Njal of the springs. He sees that he is very bloody about the thigh, and Kari asked Njal who had wounded him, and he told him. Where met ye to, says Kari. By Rangwater side, says Njal, and he threw a spear over at me. Didst thou aught for it, asks Kari. I threw the spear back, says Njal, and they said that it met a man, and he was dead at once. Knowest thou not, said Kari, who the man was? Methought he was like Thorstein Flosi's brother's son, says Njal. Good luck go with thy hand, says Kari. After that they rode both together to see Jalti Skegai's son, and told him the tidings. He took these deeds ill, and said there was the greatest need to ride after them and slay them all. After that he gathered men and roused the whole country. Now he and Kari and Njal ride with this band to meet Maud Valgard's son, and they found him at Holtford, and Maud was there waiting for them with a very great company. Then they parted the hue and cry. Some fared the straight road by the east coast to Ireland Smull, but some went up to Fleetlyth, and other some the higher road thence to Three Corner Ridge, and so down into Godaland. Thence they rode north to Sund. Some too rode as far as Fish Waters, and there turned back. Some the coast rode east to Holt, and told Thorja the tidings, and asked whether they had not ridden by there. This is how it is, said Thorja, though I am not a mighty chief, yet Flosi would take other counsel than to ride under my eyes, when he has slain Njal, my father's brother, and my cousins, and there is nothing left for any of you but to turn back again. For ye should have hunted longer nearer home, but tell this to Kari, that he must ride hither to me and be here with me if he will, but though he will not come hither east, still I will look after his farm at De Holmes if he will, but tell him too that I will stand by him and ride with him to the Althing. And he shall also know this, that we brothers are the next of kin to follow up the feud, and we mean so to take up the suit, that outlawry shall follow and after that revenge, man for man, if we can bring it about. But I do not go with you now, because I know naught will come of it, and they will now be as wary as they can of themselves. Now they ride back, and all met at Horth and talked there among themselves, and said that they had gotten disgrace since they had not found them. A lord said that was not so. Then many men were eager that they should fare to Fleetlyth, and pull down the homesteads of all those who had been at those deeds, but still they listened for Maud's utterance. That he said, would be the greatest folly. They asked why he said that. Because he said, if their houses stand, they will be sure to visit them to see their wives, and then, as time rolls on, we may hunt them down there. And now ye shall none of you doubt that I will be true to thee, Kari, and to all of you, and in all council, for I have to answer for myself. Jalti bade him do as he said. Then Jalti bade Kari to come and stay with him. He said he would ride thither first. They told him what Thorja had offered him, and he said he would make use of that offer afterwards, but said his heart told him it would be well if there were many such. After that the whole band broke up. Flosi and his men saw all